Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories podcast. I am your host for today, John Dehlin. It is September 4th, 2025, and today we are here to review a new Mormon-themed documentary that has made big waves in the faithful Mormon world, the progressive Mormon world, and even the ex-Mormon world. It's a documentary called An Inconvenient Faith. It was released only to YouTube, and it's a documentary made primarily by my dear friend, Robert Reynolds, who I'll talk about in a minute. But it's basically, if I had to describe it, it's a documentary that covers like 9 topics, and its goal is to help encourage Mormons who are questioning their faith, Latter-day Saints who are questioning their faith, to consider what I would call progressive or nuanced Mormonism as a way to possibly stay engaged in or active in the church, instead of thinking you have to either be Orthodox and orthoprax or basically leave and become ex-Mormon. And without, giving away any spoilers, like what I think is game-changing about this documentary is that it is the first known piece of media that I've ever seen created by relatively faithful, engaged Mormons that includes and shows respect for ex-Mormon or critical voices. So we're talking about a documentary that has Jeremy Reynolds, Sandra Tanner, Bill Reel, myself, and other critics of the church. And it also has Richard Bushman, Terrell Givens, Fiona Givens, Patrick Mason, and lots of other faithful voices. It's got David Bokovoy. Anyway, I would say like 80% of the people there have been on Mormon Stories at one point or another as well. But anyway, it's been reviewed a few times now. Stephen Pinecker covered it on Mormon Book Review. Patrick Mason and Maxine were on that, along with Jana. Radio Free Mormon and Bill Reel covered it. I was on that one. There were some fun sparks between me and RFM and Bill that we can talk about today if we want, but also check out that treatment. But this is Mormon Stories treatment. And so we have a panel. We've assembled, as far as I'm concerned, an all-star panel of people to discuss the documentary. We have back in Mormon Story Studio, the Julie Hanks. Hey, Julie.
Hello.
Thanks for joining. How have you been?
So good.
You've got a glow.
Well, thank you.
So good to have you.
Thank you.
We also have back Bishop Beau Burnham. Hey, Beau.
Hey, what's up? Good to see you again, John. Happy to be back in the studio.
Super fun to have you. And your hair's grown out.
It's finally grown back. Yeah, I think the last time I was on Mormon Stories, I had just burned off. And so 2 years later, it's back.
And I call you Bishop Beau because once a bishop.
Always a bishop.
Always a bishop. You were Carolyn Pearson's bishop.
I was.
In Walnut Creek area.
Yep.
Right?
Still am.
Julie's freaking out over there.
No, yeah, I was Carolyn's bishop, and actually a number of my friends from our ward are in the documentary, and they showed our chapel. So in chapter 6, when it talks about women in the church, it zooms in on a chapel, and that was my chapel.
That's super fun.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Well, thanks for coming, Beau. It's always good to have you. And if that weren't enough, back to Mormon Stories Studio in her beautiful, shiny red hair, Jana Spangler.
Hello.
Welcome back, Jana.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be back.
You're in the Margie chair.
I'm in the Margie chair. It's awesome.
Are you vibing?
I am channeling Margie, and that is always a fabulous energy to be taking on.
And it's been a while. How long's it been since you did? Beau was like, did Jen ever do her Mormon Stories interview? I'm like, she did.
I did. I want to say that was
it's like right
21.
COVID. Yeah. Like
I want to say it was early 21.
Yeah.
So it's been a few years since I've been here.
Yeah.
I've done some panels before that, but it's been a while.
And Jana and I were both actually in the documentary. Mm-hmm. Julie, you weren't in the documentary. No. Did Robert reach out to you?
No.
I'm surprised Robert didn't reach out to you. But anyway, Jan and I were both in the interview, and then Beau approached me about doing this episode. Beau has produced many of our panels in the past, the Bishop's panel, the Relief Society President's panel, Young Single Adults panel. This is Beau's idea, so all credit to you, Beau.
Well, I think it's kind of cool because we have two people who were in it, right? And you have the behind the scenes and the voice of, the whole experience and then two people who, before it launched, I didn't even know this was happening at all. Like all of a sudden Reddit's filled with screenshots and people commenting. And then my wife's aunt, Jerry Lee Renshaw, posted it to Facebook. And I'm like, well, if Jerry Lee's watching it, I'm watching it. And so my wife and I watched it all within 24 hours. Like we burned through the whole thing. And I just thought it'd be kind of cool to have like two voices that were in it and then two voices who were out and just got to view it and kind of respond to it from the outside.
Beautiful. All right. Well, what I was thinking is, since I assume that many people who are joining us, we do have a live stream audience, so we are hopeful that Julia can star any of the comments that she finds particularly valuable or useful or interesting. She can star those so we could potentially incorporate live stream comments or feedback. Also, we really appreciate super chats. That's a way to help fund what we do. So if you give a super chat donation through YouTube with your question or comment, we for sure will incorporate it. But either way, we welcome our live stream audience. What I thought we'd do, since many of our live stream audience, I'm assuming, haven't actually seen the documentary, I thought we might just show a couple clips to give a sense for it. But before we do, I will just say a little bit of background about it. So I met Robert Reynolds. So Robert Reynolds, I think he's okay with me mentioning this. He's an attorney. He's a member of this Las Vegas, Nevada, sort of Mormon elite family, the Reynolds family. The dad, the grandpa, is an attorney. I've met Grandpa Reynolds and his wife at a Sundance film festival. Dan Reynolds is one of their sons. He's the lead singer for Imagine Dragons. But Robert Reynolds is an entertainment attorney who manages the Killers. So he manages Brandon Flowers and the Killers. Brandon Flowers appears in this documentary. I don't know if they actually show his name or what he does, but that's Robert. Robert also has helped out, I think, with Imagine Dragons and Neon Trees. But Robert's been a dear friend of mine for quite some time. And I met Robert Reynolds when I was at Love Loud. So when Dan Reynolds reached out to me to be in an HBO documentary about the LGBT suicide crisis that was going on, and this would have been 2015, 2016 timeframe, right around my excommunication, I had made friends with Tyler Glenn of Neon Trees. And eventually they did this documentary with Dan Reynolds that was in HBO, came out on HBO, called Believer. So Dan Reynolds, Tyler Glenn, me, others. Then the Love Loud concert series came out of that Stephanie Sorensen of Encircle kind of teamed up with Imagine Dragons and Neon Trees to do. That's when I met Robert Reynolds. And it was at that point that Robert and I became friends. Robert was in the church while lots of people he was watching leave the church. And I always got a sense that Robert, he didn't have an agenda of pressuring people to stay or guilting people into stay. In my opinion, Robert is clearly a progressive Mormon, but he's also sincere and he's also faithful. And he just has this question of, is it true that you have to leave the church once you know the truth claims? That just by knowing the truth claims, you pretty much have to leave. And Robert's view is no, you don't have to, but there haven't been enough voices speaking up about that. But also Robert wanted to make sure and have a film that presented, at least did its best to present the difficult issues, so that at least if they were going to be analyzed and responded to, they could have been given fair consideration. So originally, I think this documentary was meant to be a multi-hour, multi-part series where it'd be like Book of Abraham, talk about all the details of it, and then give faithful apologetic responses, and then do the same thing with Book of Mormon historicity, and do the same thing with, I don't know, pick your polygamy. That's kind of how it was originally envisioned, and then to do some of the social issues as well. I think over time, Robert realized that maybe that was going to be too much money or too much work. This is a project of passion that Robert funded, I think, of his own pocketbook. This is not, a lot of conspiracy theories have been that like the church funded this, or there's some shadow funders. My understanding is Robert paid for most, if not all, of this documentary, just out of the goodness of his heart and a desire to have Mormons who are questioning not feel like they have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. And so not only did he want to cover historical issues, but also race and women's issues and LGBT issues. So, and ultimately prophetic infallibility. So long story short, this project ended up being a lot shorter than it was going to be. It ended up treating faith issues and truth claims issues a lot more briefly than I think it was originally going to be envisioned. And ultimately, I think his idea was to shop it around to Netflix and Hulu and HBO and try and get this in Sundance and film festivals. That was scuttled as well. And what it ended up being is like a 9-part series of 20 minutes each episode. And I think he would agree that he had to reduce the critical arguments ultimately in the final product. And I think he definitely gives more time to the apologists than the critics, which isn't necessarily bad. We could talk about if people felt like their comments may or may not have been taken out of context, but that was kind of the project. And we're going to be digging into it today. That's kind of the overview. And I think it might make sense. So why don't we just play a couple clips from it to start with, just to kind of give people a feel for what the documentary is trying to do. And then we'll have our panel give some initial impressions, if that's okay. So this is the YouTube page. It's at an Inconvenient Faith on YouTube. Again, there's 9 videos. There's a description of what this thing is about, and what it says is a new docu-series exploring challenges faced by members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, commonly known as Mormons. Over the years, we have interviewed scholars, authors, historians, and experts, both inside and outside the church, to examine these issues with full candor. Our goal is to, 1, foster better understanding and empathy for those who struggle with these challenges, which I think is groundbreaking for a faithful person to do. And then secondly, present honest and ethical approaches to remaining faithful and active while staying faithfully informed. This project has no formal affiliation with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And then Robert, originally, I believe Robert's intent was to not have his name associated with this. I don't think that's because he was ashamed of it or afraid of it. I think it was because he didn't want people getting distracted by the substance, by trying to figure out whether he was in or out or what his background or motives might have been. But ultimately, immediately people were having conspiracy theories about who produced this thing and who funded it. And so he ended up making a little statement. Hi, I'm Robert Reynolds. I directed and produced an Inconvenient Faith. In the past, I've written Unstuck, published by Deseret Book, and produced Believer on HBO about LGBT issues and the church. So Robert was also, I guess, a producer of Believer as well. And so without any further ado, maybe I'll just play a couple of clips from it. We'll give some initial reactions, and then we'll dig into some of the more interesting details. So here is a clip or two from the documentary An Inconvenient Faith.
There's a particular orientation to the Mormon church now where it goes something to the effect of, if you know the facts, if you read the CES letter, for example, then there's no way you can stay Mormon, because the evidence is just too glaring. There's too much contrary evidence to the truth claims to actually stay Mormon. And I'm actually really sympathetic to that perspective. I don't refute it absolutely. I think it hinges on how we define what it means to be Mormon. If I'm Mormon because I believe that there are historical, unalterable truths and claims that if they were ever disclaimed or proven to be false, then I would just be without a religion. I would just be out of luck. I don't personally define Mormonism that way. And I think there are more and more people who recognize that Mormonism isn't just about books and buildings, and it's not even about truth claims per se. I've heard it spoken from the pulpit. Mormonism, in a sense, is who we are, and it's who we're becoming. And we can profess certain beliefs. Someone can say, I believe that the Book of Mormon is a historical artifact, and someone else could say, I don't believe that. But that belief won't give you a whole lot of information about the person's heart and their soul and how much they've been able to transcend their own selfish impulses and love their neighbor.
We covenant.
Okay, so let's dive in. That was obviously Thomas McConkie. He's like a grandnephew, I think, of Bruce R. McConkie, as I understand it. But I think his dad may have been one of the founders of Kurt McConkie law firm. His grandpa. Okay. So I mean,
And then his other grandpa is Joseph Worthland. So he's got Worthland on one side
Yes.
and McConkie on the other side.
Yes.
yeah. So as Mormonism often goes, lots of connections in
Yep.
the family. So let's go ahead and go around the room and get an initial take, not just to Thomas's clip, but to this project overall. Julie, you want to start?
Yeah, I have really mixed feelings about it. On one hand, I really appreciate the generous giving voice to the critics. I think that's groundbreaking. So many people have vilified you, John, Bill, RFM, right? And presenting all of you in a favorable light is just fantastic. And I think it softens the us versus them, which I think is really important to soften that binary. So I thought that was good. There were some parts where I'm like, I wish with the apologists that I wish that were true, but that's not what the church teaches or what it is. Like, I would like to believe that, but that's not what it is. And so I kind of felt that quite a bit during it. Like
That the Mormonism they're representing
is not actually what is taught by the leaders.
Yeah.
And I think what Thomas was saying in this clip is, we are the church. Yes. And it's also the leaders. And you can't just say, well, we can define it however we want, because there are people who are defining what it means. And so I just thought, I can't buy that all the way, even though I really have wanted to.
Yeah. And yet, I'm agreeing with you. And isn't it revolutionary for a member of the church in the church over the internet opening that topic or that can of worms of what it means to be Mormon and feeling like do I want to say courageous or some bold to even say, let's have a discussion about what it means to be Mormon, and I'm going to take the first stab at it.
Yeah.
Like, is that fair?
Yeah, that's one of the good things about it is that it opens up that dialogue, and it paints everyone as equal instead of the bad guys, the good guys. It's like everyone has their perspective, and these are all intelligent, well-informed people who've come to different conclusions. So that's groundbreaking. Yeah.
And Julie, tell me if you agree. It's not just Bill and me and Sandra and Jeremy, Reynolds and others who have been denigrated for being apostates.
Yeah.
It's just anyone who leaves the church, right?
Right.
Like it's a bigger problem than just the people that are kind of influencers.
The well-known.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. In families, there's people are cut off or dismissed or not listened to, not validated. And so I think this makes it groundbreaking in that it gives people more room to maybe be curious about people who leave the church.
Yeah. As I think about it, it kind of humanizes people that have left the church.
Yes. I love how, and especially Jeremy. I don't know Jeremy personally. He's the one I don't know. But it humanized, he's such a, the CES letter guy. And it just humanized, it's like he's sincere. He's just a person trying to figure this out like everybody else. So I really did appreciate that about
I love it.
About the show.
Beautiful. All right. Thanks, Julie. Beau.
Yeah, so I loved it. I mean, after spending quite a bit of time in the Faith Matters community and working with them, to me, it was, I devoured it all 9 episodes within 24 hours and loved it. And there were times when I was brought to tears, where I was crying and, goosebumps. And there were times where
Why tears?
Because I felt so much watching it and going back to places that I've been through my faith journey for the last few years. Right. And just going back in and internalizing again and then rechecking. Right. And there were multiple times where I'd turn to my wife and one of us would say something to the effect of like, did we leave too early? Did we make the right decision? Oh my gosh. And then to contrast that, there were times where I wanted to throw my chair across the room out of frustration and disbelief that they peddled some type of crap that has been on the block for so long that, I was like, you got to be kidding me. They just allowed him to say that and that didn't get edited. Or, a time when like Bill Reel would say something as a post bishop and it was like, he'd make a comment and then I know, because I know Bill Reel well enough to know that there was a however, and then a follow-up or a second part to his sentence that got edited out. And so there are times, and I know probably 75-80% of the people in the film and love many of them. And so I'm so grateful that there is can you imagine like 5 years ago even? Can you imagine a table being set where all of these voices were invited to the dinner, all with equal voice? Would not have happened, could not have happened 5 years ago. And now here it is in a 9-part series where for the most part, everybody's presented as equals. The titles don't say excommunicated member. They don't say the Korahor of our day, right?
Mormon Voldemort.
Mormon Voldemort, right? What do? They just give air to a full spectrum of Mormonism. And I absolutely love that.
A full spectrum, though?
No,
I don't. Yeah, I have to disagree with that. I think the Orthodox voice was not voiced as strongly as it exists in the church.
That's very true. Yeah, that's a really good point.
It was represented a little bit, but I kept going, but that's not what the church teaches.
That's very true.
I wish it were that way, but it's not. So
that's true. That's true. So I guess the most polarized voices, right? So completely Orthodox or employed by the church, all the way to, they also didn't have people who are like absolute antagonists. They didn't have people who are just like, burn it down, and there's a lot of those voices too. And so the most polarized voices weren't, it was more of the middle way, which is the Mormonism I've been in for 10 years. And so I really appreciated that, that spectrum of voices.
Got it.
It's a good point.
Yeah. And I'm guessing, and I invited Jim and Robert to be on the show today. It looks like Jim's there. So we're going to maybe bring Jim on here and there to have him provide feedback. But I guess I'll just say that my guess is that would be out of scope to give voice to the Orthodox, because haven't they gotten plenty of attention over the past couple hundred years of Mormonism?
And that's what we're trying to break down is the orthodoxy.
Yeah.
They've had their say.
Yeah. Yeah. And
also there were lots of clips in it too.
Yeah,
like they were represented through clips from Bednar to past prophets to, so there was Orthodox voice via
the leaders. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
They did appear.
Yeah. So anyway, so kind of made for questioning an ex-Mormons as the target.
Yeah, I mean, to me, by chapter 9, it was very clear how it swayed, what the bias was. But I was so grateful that it was almost like, here's an instruction manual of how to be a progressive, nuanced member of the church. Beautiful.
Well, and I could make an argument that it was the way in which it is for an Orthodox person is in a way of listening to the other voices and maybe getting some empathy for it. Because there was just enough people telling their story or their feelings about things that hopefully that can open that up as well for an Orthodox audience.
Yeah.
I mean, when I texted it out to friends, I was like, I wish that this would be bring back the 3rd hour, 5th Sunday for one time. and everybody watch this for this 3rd hour, 5th Sunday special, watch this, open your perspective. And it was such a soft opening. That's what I loved about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jan, I want to give you a chance to give
Yeah.
whatever early reactions you want.
Yeah, so I'm kind of similar to what's already been said. I had some mixed emotions about it, and also I just want to presence what a big thing that Robert was doing with this, and I experienced in the same way, John. I only talked to him a couple of times. He approached me to do this project after a session that I did at Sunstone, and he just introduced himself and told me what he was doing, and then we filmed one day. So that's the extent of my my dealing with him. But yes, I experienced him as a very sincere, very open-minded, very curious, very a person who really wants us to listen to each other, who really wants to face things head on, face hard things head on, and see if there's a way to work through it and be in conversation together. And I agree, it's groundbreaking to have all of this happen in the same place. And I think that it's a nearly impossible task. It's like, I think there will be very few that will be fully satisfied with this project, right?
Of course.
And I think that's why it took so long. I mean, I filmed 6 years ago for this. So
me too.
So when I hear you say, "Well, it's 5 years ago this couldn't happen," it was happening.
Wow.
He was doing it. But I think a project like this is so daunting because no one is going to be happy with the balance of who's being. And as I read commentary online, I'm noticing it's kind of a Rorschach test for where you are, because people who are in are really upset. I've seen some really, strong apologists for the church who are not happy with this because it's not faithful. It's giving too much airtime and too much empathy to certain groups of people, which blows
God
my
forbid.
mind. Right. And then people who have left and are in pain, and they're like, well, this isn't what the church says. And they're not giving enough of my voice of what, the depth of what I feel for this. This is, you cannot do a treatment of the Book of Mormon in 15 minutes and cover it all. Right. So I think that it's a great first stab at this. I think its strength is to be a conversation opener. Can we have this be the beginning of a conversation? Can we have the courage to face it? Can we have the courage to face everyone in the room, not just retreat to our echo chambers, as we love to do, not just around the church, but also around politics, around everything else that's going on in our society right now? Can we lean in, and can we actually deal with the reality of what all of us are dealing with in our lives?
Beautiful. Yeah. Love it. All right. So one thing I forgot to mention was that I talked to Robert. Robert called me. I was telling Beau that Robert called me the day after I appeared on the Bill Reel Radio Free Mormon episode. And we talked about how he felt about our discussion of it. Super gracious. And he reminded me, and he told me that he probably had 7 different editors on this project over, 6 or 7 years. And one of the editors was Jim Bennett. Many of you might not know Jim Bennett. I don't even know. We have had Jim Bennett on Mormon Stories. We had multiple hours of Jim Bennett on Mormon Stories, but he is the son of the late former U.S. Senator Bob Bennett. Great guy. He wrote a response to Jeremy Reynolds' CES letter that the church really loved. And and I think the church still loves, because I think the church would say that Jim Bennett's response to the CES letter is probably their favorite, and in their view, most effective response to date. So at some point, Robert and Jim connected up, and Jim helped with the editing. And so I invited Jim to come on, and Jim's here. And so what we're going to do is kind of do our panel thing for a while, and then have Jim come on to just kind of clarify or share a perspective, and then we'll ping pong back and forth. So Jim Bennett, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome to the show. And any quick introductory thoughts or responses to what you've heard so far?
Well, I jumped in a little late. I didn't hear.
It's okay. Just whatever you did
a
here.
lot that you said at the beginning. No, I think that the responses, I think, are wonderful in terms of of the reactions here, and I'm very grateful that all of you marvelous panelists are giving grace to the reality that this isn't going to satisfy everyone, that it isn't, it's such a difficult balance to strike. And a lot of people are going to be frustrated with it, and it's not going to be perfect. And we sort of recognize that, but I think all three of you sort of recognize the intent here and are giving grace to that, and I very much appreciate that. The one point that I thought was really interesting, I was interviewed by the Salt Lake Tribune's Mormon Land podcast, and that was when Peggy Fletcher Stack admitted to the world that she's related to me. We've been keeping that a secret for quite some time, but she asked the same question about Orthodox members. It's like, why aren't there any Orthodox members in this? And my answer there, well, first of all, I said I consider myself sort of an Orthodox member, but that's not the right answer. My answer to a large degree was that Orthodox members aren't looking for this. There are so many of them that go through their lives without even considering a lot of these issues or worrying about a lot of these issues, that they don't see a need for it. And I think the people who do see a need for it are really responding strongly to it. The criticism we get more is from the people who've left, who insist that we're not showing their experience with to the extent that we should, and that we've biased the answers more in favor of people staying. And I think to some degree that's a valid criticism. I do, though, really hope that they recognize how important it is, particularly to Robert, that we demonstrate kindness and empathy for people who leave, that there isn't any sort of official kind of church production or anything else that really does that. The us versus them narrative is just way too strong out there, and we're trying to diffuse that. And I think that there are some people who have left that don't see it that way. There was one guy on Reddit who kept telling me, "You've turned all of the critics into either apologists or antagonists." And I went, well, I really don't think that's, I don't think that's a fair criticism. But you're not going to satisfy everyone. I know what the intent was here, and I certainly know what Robert was trying to do. And you try to strike a balance, and sometimes you succeed and sometimes you don't.
I loved everything he said. The only thing that I was wondering about is your self-description as an Orthodox Mormon. I have no idea what you mean by that.
Well, I don't know.
I know you sing for the Mormon Tabernacle Choir.
I do sing for the Tabernacle Choir. I'm not going to be singing this week. I called in sick on Sunday, and then they have a new protocol that if you're sick, you have to stay out for another week or something. And so I'm not going to be singing this week, which makes me kind of sad.
But I guess I peg you as a progressive Mormon.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's probably fair. Well, the thing is, so when I wrote my CES letter reply, and John, I had this conversation with you after I did these, was on Mormon Stories the first time. Around that time, I was invited down to what was then Book of Mormon Central and now Scripture Central. And they said, "Can we take you to lunch?" And I went, "Okay, yeah, I'd love a free lunch. That sounds great." And I went down there and met with them, and they said they had met with the secretary of the Quorum of the 12. And they had research that showed how many people the CES letter had driven out of the church. And they said, and we'll share that with you. And they never did. I don't know what the numbers are, but they said they're pretty significant. And they said they also have research as to what mitigates the effect of the CES letter. And that the only thing that is successful was Jim Bennett's CES letter reply. And I was kind of floored by that. And John, you and I were having a conversation between tapings, and I said, I really don't understand why that is. And you said, I do. I said, I can tell you why that is. It's because you're willing to admit the church has been wrong. And the church is never willing to admit that. And the only way that you can deal with a lot of these issues is to just simply accept the fact that the church has been wrong. And the church in abstract is willing to admit that and accept that. They'll say, yes, we've made mistakes. Dieter Uchtdorf will stand up and say, we've simply made mistakes. And then you come back to them and say, well, what mistakes? And was this a mistake? And that's when it all falls apart. They're not willing to admit to any specificity of mistakes. They're willing to admit in principle that mistakes are possible. But one of the reasons why, I'm very much of the opinion that if you can build a faith incorporating the idea of a fallible church and fallible prophets and fallible leaders, that a lot of these problems really do go away. The minute you can say, well, the reason why the priesthood ban was in place is because Brigham Young was a racist and this was a terrible mistake. It makes it so much. You don't have to go through all of the mental gymnastics that everybody talks about, and that are increasingly less and less convincing.
Beautiful.
So
I think a couple people wanted to comment. Julie, did you have a comment on that? Did I?
Hi, Julie, by the way.
Hi.
I'm a huge Julie Hanks fan.
I thought I saw you guys react. Maybe Jana,
Jim.
did somebody have a reaction to Jim or
No,
no? Oh,
no.
Okay. Sorry. I misread the panel, Jim.
It's all right.
That's good. That's great. That's great perspective, Jim. And we're really glad to have you. So thanks for being willing to jump in and share. Is it okay if we come to you here and there?
Sure. So I have a quick call I have to make at 3:00. So
We'll just, when we see you, we'll bring you on when we need it. Okay.
So
Feel free
I'll
to
be in and out, but I'll be watching because I think these panelists are just absolutely wonderful.
All right.
And I think you're having a great discussion.
What about the host, Jim?
I think the host is the most wonderful of all.
No, that's not true. Now you've gone too far. All right, Jim. We'll see you back. Thanks so much.
Right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just being silly. All right. So let's go ahead and dive in, and we'll play some clips, and then we'll react to it. The first is a quote about what Zion is. This is particularly interesting to me because I'm reading John Turner's book about Joseph Smith, and Zion had a very specific meaning once upon a time. But let's hear Lindsay Hansen Park's view on what Zion is.
We covenant to build up the kingdom of God. That's what Zion is. And maybe instead of building Zion as a destination, Zion has to be the journey. Zion is a moment when we're sitting with someone who disagrees with us about faith, and we find a way to have a conversation that meets everybody where they're at and doesn't try to change them. I think for me that's where I'm at now. Is I'm not interested in rescuing people. I'm not interested in changing people. I'm just interested in sitting with them,
All right, reactions.
That's one of my favorite quotes
Me
in the
too.
whole. I'm just like, amen, Lindsay. Yeah, you go, girl.
Why?
Because that would solve so many of the problems facing families in the church, right? If you could sit together, have differences, not try to change, not try to bring them back or pull them out, or I think it would just be so healing for the church as a whole, for families and individuals to see Zion as that process of being with each other and being connected, not being the same, not necessarily conformity, because we value in the church conformity so highly, and often more than we value connection.
100%. I think that we talk about unity because I think there's this element of unity in the idea of Zion, but we mistake unity with uniformity, and I don't think that's what it is. I don't think that was ever what it was supposed to be. I mean, if you look at just the world, creation, it is innate. Diversity is innate in creation. It is obvious that if there's a God who created this God loves diversity. and that we've got to find a unity within our diversity, but it's us who gets a little bit squeamish around diversity. Like, oh my gosh, no, that's not safe. That doesn't feel okay. And there's a discomfort in sitting with people who are not like you. And that is a skill that we have not even begun to start talking about, what that looks like to make space for other people.
And I think there's a good reason for that. I think whether it's a questioner, doubter who wants to talk to his family about the problems with the truth claims, that becomes almost a virus that can be contagious. Or if you accept a same-sex married gay person into your ward and you start going, whoa, their love's a lot like my heterosexual love, and they're really nice and kind. Just that familiarity and love can infect you to question the church's doctrines around gay people and same-sex marriage. Or a feminist, if you start associating with a feminist, heaven forbid, you might start really believing that women and men should totally be equal, even in the church. And so I think church members come by their suspicion of anyone who's not Orthodox. I think they not only do they come by it honestly, but I think that's bizarrely one of the most dangerous things about this documentary in particular, because by showing an empathetic side, or even showing empathy to questioners and or Black people or women or LGBT people, or even suggesting that leaders can be imperfect, aren't they potentially spreading the virus? Beau, I'll give you a chance to respond.
Yeah, absolutely they are. That's why it's amazing to hear faithful people, say the things that they're saying and say the things out loud that so many of us have felt and thought for years. I think one of the beauties of the documentary is that they're speaking to a need that we all have, and that is to see people and to be seen. If we can just see and be seen, like at the end of the day, like if we can just bring that into our families, into our friends, into our community circles and not fear that, then empathy can come in and do its work. And that's really what, I think that's why they positioned that challenge or that statement at the beginning, because this process of Zion really is to be able to see and be seen.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Is it a virus? Sure. Like this, it does infect you. But here's the thing. It's going on anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, in every family that has someone come out as LGBT, for everyone who starts to have doubts, we're not stopping the virus by not listening to these people. It is there. I mean, yeah, sure. Are we holding it back? Sure. But I don't know that we're getting to our goals. We're not getting to what the deep invitation of the gospel of Jesus Christ is about. It's hard work, and you have to be willing to face what is there. I came on here in 2021 to talk about contemplative Mormonism. And if I could sum up what that is, contemplation is meeting as much reality as we can bear. That is a different thing than apologetics. And I think that's something that I haven't seen talked about this documentary. And we don't talk about it much in our culture, which is that there is a way to stay in this church that isn't apologetic. It was actually the whole reason I wanted to come on and tell my stories, because I do not consider myself an apologist. I have zero interest in apologetics. It actually bothers me. I don't want to do all the mental gymnastics and everything that it takes to just make it go away. And I'm also not for ignoring things and just saying, oh, it doesn't matter. Throw it on the shelf. Just be faithful. That doesn't work. And not everybody in this documentary is in the same place, and they're not even talking from the same place. Some people are doing apologetics, and some people are not. And there's this strain of that is willing to meet each other, that really does want to build Zion, that wants to meet the criticisms, wants to wrestle with the criticisms, with the critiques, wants to give fair voice to all of it, and give fair voice to the Orthodox and where they're coming from, and see what we can build together.
Yeah. I'll admit, and Julie, you may feel similarly, that when I started Mormon Stories, I had this naive hope, or this hope
Mhm.
that at some point the church could mature enough
Mhm.
to tolerate diverse voices and even critics, if they were always given with the intent of alleviating suffering or helping the church heal and grow. And maybe there was a point where the church just wasn't ready for that. But I think I share that vision that you mentioned, Jana, but also I think that Christ lays down, which is leave the 99, go after the one. Let's face everything, and we're all going to grow, kind of like Lindsay says, like Zion, if we can just face everything. Do you relate to that, Julie?
Yeah, I relate to that. Yeah. And it's, I have less hope of that right now, which is sad to me, because it's, but that's my hope for the church, that as a group, it can mature like mature adults, and recognize, like Jim was saying, recognize the mistakes, just own it. Like that's what we expect adults to do, is like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. That was a mistake. What can I do to repair it? I don't think that's too much to ask an organization to do, and to take care of the least of these. We talk about it, but we don't do it very well.
Yeah. Well, in that sense, this documentary is kind of a step in the right direction, I think. Let's go to the next clip.
It's funny, because my first instinct goes towards defending the inconvenience of it. That is, in my understanding of religion, the nature of religion, to push people deeper into thinking about their beliefs and the doctrines and the practices and the culture of the church.
One of the things we have to do, it seems to me, is to be able to live in paradox, to live in tension, live with a certain amount of uncertainty. I think that's what it means to live by faith.
Any expectations that everything needs to be tied up in a nice, neat bow violates the very principle of agency that the gospel plan is founded in.
The world is not clean and pure and black and white. It is by necessity confusing and contradictory at times, because that's how we grow. In the church, we see doubt as a sin. Doubt is a virtue.
We need to have doubt in order to have freedom. So we need to be more willing to lean into that discomfort and not just run away from it or think that the Spirit has fled us when we're experiencing some growing pains. If we only understood that some of these questions of faith lead to great growth in our connection with the divine.
The gospel has to be picked up and lived all over again from the inside out by every generation that comes. It's never enough to just inherit the forms of religion that worked for our parents in their times, in their contexts. Part of what it means for the church to be not just true but living is that we are perpetually faced with the task of having to start again.
Oh,
I mean, that was the moment that I was speaking to earlier, right? You get to that moment, I'm like goosebumps. I'm starting to tear up, and it's just like, I love all of those people, and I love what they said. That's exactly what it is, right? That's it.
Does that make you want to go back?
Oh, it definitely made me, like, the first time I watched it, and then even the second time, it definitely made me think, like, no, that is it. That is the journey. That is the journey of Mormonism, through our own spiritual journey, using the church as a vehicle for that.
Yeah.
If there was a clean period there, I think that's fine. But there's a big fat comma instead of a period. And the comma is that nobody's asking it to be a clean, little bow, like tie a bow and it's all clean and perfect and infallible. Nobody's asking for infallible people. Like nobody's expecting that. And we sometimes tend to use that language of like, oh, well, you're expecting perfection. I was like, oh, no, I'm not expecting perfection.
That. Oh my gosh.
No.
Just decency, not perfection.
Exactly.
I hate when people say that.
So you're saying it's kind of a straw man.
It is a straw
to
man.
say that critics want perfection.
Nobody wants perfection.
No, we're not expecting that.
It's just like apologize when you do something wrong.
Yes.
If you hurt
Just be a
somebody.
grown up.
Yes.
Just be a grown
And that's it. We're not 5 years old.
Right.
Yes.
And sometimes we act as if we are 5 years old
Right.
when we
Yes.
have these conversations.
Yes, very much so. And the whole structure of the church, the way that it's set up, being it's a bottom up, right? We're on the bottom and they're top down,
Mhm.
and there is no conversation,
Mhm.
right? There just isn't. And so if we look at it like a marriage, like who's the couple that are the podcasters? You're all friends with them. Valerie.
Valerie Hammer.
Yeah, them,
Nate
right?
Hammerkers.
I love them, right?
Yeah.
I remember a couple years ago when they started talking about what if we saw the church as a relationship? And I'm like, well, then this is the worst relationship of my life. If we look at it that way, right? This is an abusive
It's
relationship.
Very immature.
Yeah,
It's
Very
immature.
immature.
very. And so as much as I love that end of the first chapter, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, like I love this.
Sign me up.
Sign me back up.
Yeah.
I'm also just like, wait a second though. Like there's a comma and a very important sentence that we need to address.
Well, and that's the tension, right? Like
Mhm.
I'm drawn to that too. Who doesn't want this? And you'll hear this like, well, I would love that kind of Mormonism if I could have it. Well, yeah, I'd sign me up for your church.
Mhm.
And that's the thing. We do yearn for it. And no, we're not there.
No.
And that is the problem. Like, and I think we need places where it can be that.
Yes.
Now, in some places in the church, if you're in a very specific word, if you're in a place where your specific leaders are going to be more open to that kind of thing, we are able bottom up to build some of those spaces.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's within the church building on Sundays. Sometimes it's in little groups outside. Sometimes it's in the hall. Sometimes it's in the parking lot. We're able to do that, but we are not everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's really, really sad and painful when you have this vision and you think, I want to go do this and build this. It is not that easy. It's painful. You're in the minority, and it's soul killing.
Mhm.
I'm so sad.
Yeah.
Because like I want that church to exist, but that's not what the leaders want, And so it does exist. I have a sister who's still in the church who's like, my ward is true. I have the true ward, right?
Mhm.
Because
Mhm.
there's that love and acceptance and variety, but it's like that's not what it is.
Yeah.
And it's hard to keep hoping for something that isn't happening.
How would you describe how it is, Julie? And thanks for being vulnerable.
Yeah.
If it's not that, what is it if you can share.
It's a lot less mature. It feels, the church as an organization feels like an early teen. Like I'm gonna, I have to be right, or I have to, like, it just, there's not the maturity
There's
of
one truth.
right.
I
Like
know the truth.
very binary, very black and white.
If you're
I'm
gonna-
right. I'm not going to apologize. No, you're the jerk. I'm not, I'm a good friend. You're not a good friend. And I'm right. You're wrong. It just sometimes feels like that. And
I'm out of here. If
yeah, I'm out
you're
of
out
here.
of my life.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, fine. We're not friends anymore.
Yeah.
Go away, John.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's such a beautiful vision that I've had for so long. And just to not have it come to fruition is so sad.
It's heartbreaking. Yeah, it's like me coming to you and saying, I'm in pain. I need help with this thing. And as a friend, I come to you and say, well, let me just tell you why you're wrong.
Right.
Mhm.
Let me just tell
Yeah.
you why you shouldn't even be asking that question.
Right.
Like that is not ministry. That's
Right.
not even the gospel.
So I love this vision for it, right? And that's what you get when you go to a Faith Matters or whatever. It's like, yes, like let's do this.
Mhm.
Let's be the change. And a lot of it, as we'll get into it, a lot of it is like stay so you can be the change. I remember when I was 32, I was a new bishop, totally overwhelmed. Carolyn Pearson was in my ward and she called me and said, hey, could we have some time together? I'm like, yeah, of course. And so she took me on a hike. And we just went on a very simple hike together, a couple hours up in the fields. She blessed the field. She blessed me. We spoke to Heavenly Mother. Like it was the most beautiful, and here, she's training me. I didn't know this at the time, but she's training me. She's inviting me to think bigger and to think outside of the orthodoxy that I had adopted, in my young adult life. And so that was all beautiful. And in the Oakland stake that I was in, we push the needle. Like it's like the mission of the stake is to show where the church could be in 15 years. You got the Berkeley ward, Oakland ward. It's like, it's wonderful. So to contrast that, and Julie, to build on what you were saying, like what actually is the church, the progressive, healthy relationship and conversations are mostly happening outside of the church. Once you get in the church, like Patrick Mason said in one of his clips, he talks about how being at church has a different purpose, right? He didn't say it's confirmation bias. He didn't go into that, but it is true, because as soon as you start bringing this conversation into the four walls of a chapel, what happened with me was, I got blacklisted. I couldn't speak in church anymore. I got released from a calling. I was everything. Every time I then got a new calling a couple of years later, and every time I was teaching, the entire bishopric was in the room to make sure that I was being monitored. The stake president was showing up when I was asked to speak in church. Like, so you think, and then being called into the bishop saying, hey, specifically, 2 members of our ward have come to me saying, you are destroying their testimony by the comments that you're making in elders quorum or in high priest or in Sunday school. So that's kind of like on the outside, it's like, yes, let's explore this. This is wonderful. But let's not forget that on the inside, the purpose of church is confirmation bias. The purpose of church is to all remind each other that we have the one and only true church and truth out there.
And whenever I hear leaders say this, I just want to call BS that you are actually damaging that person's testimony, because the person who is going and telling on you, to them, their testimony is just fine.
Yep.
They are uncomfortable and they're worried about everybody else.
Yep.
You know, but the truth is that in my experience, in all the people that I've talked to hundreds, thousands probably at this point, of people who start to have questions. The voices that end up getting excommunicated often, you know, the people who are saying, hey, let's talk about the issues, and that are making all of the Orthodox people super uncomfortable. They are actually helping the people who are vulnerable have a longer runway to see if they want to stay in the church, if that is a natural fit for them or not. They are saying, oh my gosh, someone is in this church and they're saying that thing. The only voices I've ever heard say that thing were out of the church. I thought that was the only path.
Yeah.
So voices like that are actually keeping people in. And it just blows my mind, but the leadership does not see this. They do not see that these people are not taking people out.
No, not at all. And proof of that is the comment about the CES letter, right? The conversation that you had. Like, the church has all this data and proof of how the CES letter is leading people out of the church. The CES letter has led 0 people out of the church. 0. It's incapable of leading people out of the church. It's a PDF. Okay. What's leading people out of the church is when they process the content of the CES letter, AKA real Mormon history. Then they go, this is different than the church I am a member of. Hold on. And when they process that, it can lead them out of the church. But that's not what the church does.
Julie, you were nodding when Jana was talking about, do you want to?
Well, I was just thinking of Jacob Hansen always telling me that I'm leading people out of the church. And the feedback that I've gotten is that, like, oh, thank you for helping me stay. I realize it's not black and white, or I can disagree with something, or women aren't equal and let's do something about it, you know? So I was just going, yeah, that's very familiar to me.
Absolutely.
That's what people say about me.
And there is a faction of people that not only would maybe vilify the Johns and Bill, Real and RFM kind of people, that they actually think that the progressive Mormons is worse.
Yeah.
We are wolves in sheep's clothing.
Oh yeah. Korahor.
Yes. And we are so insidiously dangerous.
Yeah. Amen. And Julie, when there was a time where you and I were texting, and I was sharing with you how when I was giving my liberal elders quorum lessons, Beau, back in the mid 2000s, and the bishop was getting complaints, and then the podcast started, and then I was getting called in, I would bring the bishop hundreds of letters from early Mormon Stories listeners saying, John's helping me stay. John's helping me stay. And they can't wrap their brain around that idea. And when they excommunicate us, tens of thousands leave
Yep.
as a result.
Yeah.
That's just facts.
I mean, that I saw that with Natasha's. You know, I had front row seat for Natasha's excommunication, and there were thousands of voices saying she has helped me stay, and thousands of professional. There were 700 therapists, LDS therapists, who had signed a thing saying that there's got to be a distinction here between our professional lives and our personal discipleship, and none of that mattered. None of that mattered.
Yeah.
In healthy family systems, the kid who's acting out is the one who has the most to teach the family.
That's right.
And I see, like, John, you're like going, hey, we're not dealing with doubt. Or Natasha's like, hey, sexual shame is a problem. Or Sam Young, hey, these worthiness interviews, bad idea, you know? And it's like, in healthy families, the parents go, wow, we really need, we could really work on that. You know, that, thank you for that
Thank
input.
you.
Yeah, like that can help us heal. And so my vision has always been to have a church where it's like, we thank the John Dehlins. We like, thank you for calling this to our attention. We can grow because of you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that's like my ideal church, where we thank people who call out the problems, because we can become better and closer to Zion.
So this highlights a little bit of a tension, constructive tension, that Bill Reel and I had when I was on his show with RFM, because I think especially for people that either were traumatized by their time in the church, or especially people that felt like they were either kicked out or excommunicated or whatever, or people that were raised super orthodox and then just felt like they just bought into the binary that it's all or nothing because that's what they were taught.
Yeah.
So then they're like, well, I can't believe all the yes, so it's got to be no. They get really angry when they hear liberal or progressive Mormons talking about carving out a new path or a new approach to Mormonism or a nuanced Mormonism. And on the one hand, all of you are saying that's not the church today. And I think that's kind of what Bill Reel was also trying to say. But for me, that I didn't like that position, that because the Orthodox line has always been the one that the church leaders advocate for, or because Brigham or Joseph taught it one way, that's what it has to mean to be Mormon. What I think a lot of some more angry sometimes or damaged ex-Mormons want to say is, sorry, Patrick Mason, sorry, Thomas McConkie, sorry, Jana Spangler or Maxine Hanks, that's not the Mormonism I was taught. That's not what the Brethren would sanction. So no, that's not a legitimate way to be Mormon. And I don't, for some reason, and maybe it's because I'm 20 years or 30 years down this road, I really hate that. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's how humans work. I don't think that's how organizations work. And I don't think that's how any organization gets better, to say it all has to be exactly what the leaders say or what it originally was, and it can't ever evolve. Because there's all sorts of companies and universities and countries and marriages and people who just got better, but they got better because they were allowed to evolve. So what do you guys think about that argument that, sorry, that's not Mormonism, so Thomas McConkie or Patrick Mason, that can't be Mormonism because that's not the Mormonism I was raised with, or that's not what the Brethren say over the pulpit? Who wants to take that?
I would say yes, and they're not wrong. It's but it is also, there's more to it. It's boundary maintenance, whether you're coming from the Orthodox side or you're coming from where Bill and RFM are coming from. And I watched that exchange, and it's boundary maintenance. Who gets to decide what it is? Well, yeah, for the way the church functions, the leaders get to decide. That's the way it's set up. That's the structure. But then I get to decide how I interact within that. And there are people who want boundary maintenance. No, the progressive Mormons shouldn't exist. They're causing problems all over the place. They're living in a fantasy land, depending on what side you're
That's
you're
Jacob
talking
Hansen and some ex-Mormons,
It is.
right? It's
It's
both.
It's the
both.
same
Mhm.
dynamic.
It's both. And what progressive Mormons, the ones that I know, are trying to say is let's stop with the boundary maintenance and let's draw the circle bigger. You're trying to draw your circle that only includes your point of view. Can we draw the circle bigger? And I will draw the circle to include you, who are trying to exclude me.
That's how I feel about Jacob's criticisms of me.
Yes.
I'm like, I'm fine with you being in the church, Jacob.
Yes.
Leave me alone.
Yes.
Right. Like
It's not a me versus you.
it's like it's big enough.
It's big enough
But
for
it's
all
big
of
enough
us.
until a leader says you're out. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So it's kind of we get to decide and also they get to decide.
And Julie, you may have heard me tell the story, but I'll tell it here on Mormon Stories too. Like there was this point when my brother Joel was like super high up in the church. He was besties with most of the quorum of the 15. He was working with Elder Holland, and I had played tennis with Elder Holland at BYU. I dated his daughter at BYU. So I had taken a class from him. So I had some relationship with Elder Holland. But once my brother started working with him, Elder Holland reached out to me for 2 lunches. And in the very first lunch, I asked Elder Holland, he's like, do you have any questions? Is there any way we can do better? What could, and it was a private lunch and it was at church headquarters. And I was very grateful to be there and very honored that he was getting my feedback. And I was trying to think about what's a question I could ask that would be valuable. I wasn't going to say like, is it true Joseph Smith was a polygamist? I just thought I was going to embarrass my brother and embarrass him. And we all know the answer to that. So the one question I thought of was, it took me months to come up with this. I said, Elder Holland, do you want people like me in the church? He could have said, no. This was 2009, 2010. This is a good 5-6 years into Mormon Stories. And also, this was the time where I was speaking out about Mitt Romney running for president, and I was on Good Morning America, and I was willing to be critical of the church. And what he said to me is, we want you in the tent. We need you in the tent. He literally said, I would have 100,000 Joel and John Dehlins in this church. And he said, I don't even care if you're in the farthest corner of the tent and half of your rear end is sticking out of the tent. We still want you in this church. And then he said, all I ask, and this is kind of reflects what Patrick said in this documentary, is that you're willing to like point your tent in the direction of the brethren and give fair consideration to what they say. And we want you in this church. And then the other thing he said was, the ripple is strongest. You throw a rock in the pond. The ripple is strongest closest to the rock. We believe that you'll have better results the more you listen to us. But if you want to stay on the outside, we've got no problem with that. We still want you in the church. So Julie, what do you think about the idea? And this may be more tender for you, and I don't mean to be condescending. I'm just older, but like, I think I'm older. I'm pretty sure I'm older. Yeah.
I think I'm older than you.
No, I'm okay. Well, I don't mean to be condescending regardless, but it obviously you're not being excommunicated, but like 10 years ago, as far as I know, 10 years ago I was. Yeah. So I was getting the heat 15 years ago, more than maybe some of the heat you're getting now.
Yeah.
But all that is to say that like, I understand the mindset, especially when you're getting the heat of like, they hate us, they don't want us, that's not the church. But like, what do you think about the perspective that maybe they're allowing Restore? Restore's got 5,000 people attending this Progressive Mormon General Conference. They're allowing lots of different voices. A lot of these people who participated, Terrell Givens is a church employee, and he's participating in this documentary and in Restore and on Faith Matters.
There's 70 at Restore.
Yeah.
Like there's members of the Quorum of the 70 at the Restore conference listening in.
So what do we think, and Julie, I'll ask you first, but what do we think about the idea that they do want a big tent, they do want progressive Mormons, they're even supporting it, they just can't say it over the pulpit, and then maybe they've got a certain set of red lines that people can't cross?
Well, maybe the top 15 do, but I think you get down, I think that fear really drives the regional and local leaders. Like they're afraid of getting in trouble. They're afraid of, right? And so if the leaders at the top don't say it over the pulpit, it's not going to get to the bishops and the stake presidents and the area authorities, right? So maybe they do at the top, and I believe he was sincere in saying that, and that's what everyone would say, because that's the right thing to say, but that's not how people act. Right? Like, we really want you, as long as you know.
And I would imagine there's a percentage of bishops or stake presidents that would hear that story and go, yeah, I don't know if he really said that.
He was just being nice,
you know,
John.
because it's not, this is not, our leaders are not trained.
Yeah.
They're not trained in many things other than business administration, frankly.
Yeah.
They're not trained in dealing with this kind of stuff. So if they're not setting if they really have that feeling at the top, then yeah, they gotta let someone know.
Yeah, but those conversations are always in private. They're always over a lunch. It's always like, I was told not to tell you, but I'm going to tell you something that Elder so-and-so said, and it's going to blow your mind.
Yeah.
Always.
Yep.
That's how it transfers.
Yep.
And the critical answer to my own question to you, Julie, is there's a good cop, bad cop scenario where the brethren might, publicly facing or even in private at the top, say very affirming, backslapping things, but then use the mid-level management as the hammers.
For
sure.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
Well, that's why when you get in private, also sometimes, like the audio that was leaked from Elder Holland in that dinner of him just literally banging the table of how furious he is with people who are leaving the church. And so you get both sides. You know, I think he was saying what he needed to say at your lunch.
Yeah.
And he may feel that way too. He may want it. I mean, I think that the church is facing a serious problem with the Jacob Hansen membership, right? The membership who took a break from church because President Nelson said to wear masks and get vaccinated. And they're like, well, then I'm out. Like, there is that faction of the church that is very strong. And that's why Jacob Hansen's so popular, right? And so they have this balance of like, how do we keep the ultra right and how do we keep the progressive or orthodox and progressive? How do we keep them both?
So just to close out this section, so Julie, can you hold right now that the church, even the top church leaders, support and want, even the progressive wing that you were for many years, in my mind, a face of, that even if you got some heat because of Jacob Hansen or mid-level management, and I don't know how much you've even talked about this, so I'm not speaking out of school.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
You're
like,
fine.
Can you hold that maybe they still, and by the way, there is the tendency, like with Sam Young or Natasha, of like taking the advice, but then excommunicating the spokesperson.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, that's what I was thinking, is like, they'll say, yeah, we do need to do better with doubt. And then they come up with excommunicate you and then publish a bunch of books at Deseret Book on doubt and right. Or like Kate Kelly and like, oh, we need women to be more prominent in general conference. So they're actually listening, but they can't accept you, the messenger, right? Like, we'll take the message, but we have to excise the messenger. And I
think they have to do that because they claim to be communicating with God.
Yeah.
So they can't make it sound like they're taking feedback from you, a woman, nonetheless, right?
Yeah.
So they're going to have to take the feedback, but punish the messenger so that they can keep the perception that God's in command.
Yeah. I just think fear is playing such a big role in the church right now among Orthodox members, of like, afraid my kids are going to leave. I'm afraid this, I'm afraid, they're going to read the I'm just afraid. Leaders are afraid. And so when there's a culture of fear, it makes it really hard to have open dialogue. Like this, this series is showing. When you're just scared and holding on to everything, there's not a curiosity and an openness to other people's perspectives. And I bet the top 15 aren't as fearful as like lower down.
Could be
the food chain.
Could be. All right. Well, let's go to part 2. So part 2 was mostly, I think, about Book of Mormon historicity, which I thought was cool that they're hitting that one head on. Let's go ahead maybe and play a clip or two from that. And then this is the one I have. This is like a pet. They're all big concerns for me, but this is one that I'm going to be drilling on a little bit more. This is Jeremy Reynolds.
The Book of Mormon is at great pains itself to insist on its own authenticity and historicity, the actual authorship by Nephi and subsequent prophets. I think that if the Book of Mormon is fiction, then Moroni was a fictitious character. If Moroni was a fictitious character, then he never appeared to Joseph Smith. If he never appeared to Joseph Smith, then the entire edifice of the church just crumbles and collapses.
Okay, so we're going to be talking a lot. So what was your reaction, Julie?
I was like, exactly.
Yep.
Exactly what he said.
Well, like I was like, why would anybody include that? Beau, what do you think?
No, it's same. I mean, they were saying things that like out. If you just took that clip, it'd be like like major consequences for saying these things. But then all of a sudden it goes like number 2, the Book of Mormon was the most frustrating chapter for me. Like one of the most frustrating because it was just like, we're going to state a challenge or a problem. And then we are just going to pummel it with apologetics, some of which were so incredibly weak. And I want Jim to come back in and talk about this because Jim comes back like a month ago, right? And Robert's like, oh my gosh, we forgot archaeological facts in the Book of Mormon. Hey, Jim, could you drum up some bullshit facts that have been so debunked? But we'll talk about it in a way that everybody can be like, yeah, see, it is true. See, there is archaeological evidence for it. As long as you don't scratch and sniff.
Yeah. You mean like Nahum and Chiasmus?
Come on, you guys.
Yeah.
Like
that's just been debunked for so long that it was like, really? That's the best we can do? Isn't there better? Aren't there better arguments?
So I had a tough time with that, right? Because I loved the Book of Mormon. And there is this idea that you could take the Book of Mormon and say it's not historic, right? And this is position there. It's not historic at all. It's just a book that can bring value to your life, that can spiritually bring value. I can accept that. Absolutely.
There's
parts
truth,
of it.
There's truth in it. It doesn't have to be literal to
just
be valuable.
Like almost every other book.
Yeah.
Well, this goes back to what the first clip we showed with Thomas McConkie mentioning, there's a discussion that can be had where you think it's historical and I don't think it's historical. We could have a really great discussion of value. I could imagine in a gospel doctrine class where we don't even know if what we believe about it historically, but we're having a really rich discussion about how the text inspires us and what it's bringing up, what issue it's bringing up that I'm seeing in my life, like that's where they want to go. And I think that's important. If we're going to do big tent Mormonism, I think we need to get to more of those kinds of conversations rather than getting in the fight club about who's right and who is it not.
Either way.
And also don't leave it behind. It's interesting. We've made a big deal out of our historicity forever. So it's not like you can just tell people, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And there is that chain link. If it's fiction, is it this? And only if people sit down and say, well, this is what it means if it's fiction. This is what it means if it's not fiction. This is what it means if it's partially historical. This is what it means if, what does translate mean? I mean, there's value in that, but that discussion alone can actually help us get to another place of what is this in our lives. So they all belong, but I don't think it helps us to go back and forth with who's got the best argument over it, because it will satisfy no one. If you want to believe in Nahum, you're not going to listen to the debunking of that. You are going to be like, nope, it's there. It's real.
That's why go ahead and leave it as this can be a spiritually uplifting book that if you believe is historic, great. And if you don't, that's great. Who cares? It's just, it can be a spiritually uplifting book.
Which I think the documentary says.
It does.
But it says other things. And so, first of all, I'm just going to say, for whatever reason, I disliked Terrell's comments more than anyone else in the entire documentary. Do y'all?
I felt the same way.
Did you?
Yes. And I love Terrell and I've been inspired by his work. So I was the most frustrated with some of his comments.
Oh, just wait till we get to the
polygamy one. Oh yeah.
He was number 2
Did
for
he
me.
just say that?
There was someone who bothered me more.
Okay.
Do you want to say or do you not want to say?
Sure. I mean, it's later in that, and I don't even know his name. It was the one who started a company.
James.
Josh James.
Josh James.
Okay.
It is, it's the microaggressions.
Yeah.
And Terrell has the microaggressions. That's what's bothering me about him. And it's bothering me when someone deems to tell you disagree with me. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why you disagree. Let me tell you why you made the decision that's not mine. I really have a problem with that. And we are expert at it, both in and out of the church. We are expert at this.
We'll get to that one. Let me just, I was trying to. I wish Jim were here to explain why they played that clip with Terrell saying either the Book of Mormon's historical or the church is a fraud. Why were they using Terrell as a bad example of like rigid Orthodox Mormonism that is fragile?
No,
like what? Because that's clearly not what the documentaries ultimately
that's why
say.
chapter 2 was such a curveball, because chapter 2 was a double down on the Book of Mormon is so special. We're the only ones who have it, and it is the keystone of our religion. I mean, that's what that
And it's
comment
historical.
was.
Okay.
And it is historical,
Well,
by
and
the
it-
way.
and it
Yeah,
frames
you're right.
What?
Yeah.
It framed other people in a way. I just, Maxine is a friend of mine, and she explained this on the Mormon book reviews, if you want to go listen to her speak for herself on this. But it framed her in a way that her comment seems to be commenting on the historicity of the Book of Mormon, and her comment was not about the historicity of the Book of Mormon.
So she was taken out of context.
Yes.
All right. Well, let's hear a little bit more, because I'm going to actually go into a little bit of detail on this one.
To say that Joseph Smith just made this up, just sat there and read it off when he's 24 years old with no learning to speak of. I do not think, as a historian, you can say Joseph Smith could have written that book. There are sections in there that Joseph Smith could not have made up. There's something historical about it.
Okay, and I want to let us comment on that, but I've got a couple more clips that I want to play first. So there we have Richard Bushman, Harvard/Columbia level historian, expert on Joseph Smith, saying no scholar, there's no way Joseph could have made it up, and there's no scholar that would claim that he could. I'm gonna go ahead and play the next clip as well. This all drive me crazy.
I don't like the word translation. It's clearly a channeling of some sort inspired by the gold plates.
He always went back and revised his revelations. He even revised the language of the Book of Mormon. There's a kind of implicit recognition there that the language that he was using to try and communicate what he was receiving through revelation was never adequate. He was always frustrated with the inadequacy of language. Translation is always a creative process in which the translator is a part of it. And so I think this speaks to something deep within Mormon theology, that we are co-participants with God.
Then I found out that many of the animals and plants and technologies mentioned in the Book of Mormon didn't exist in the Americas during the time the Book of Mormon took place.
There were no horses in pre-Columbian America. There were no steel in pre-Columbian America. It's not a historical book.
I'm always reminded that as a Greek student, learning the word hippopotamus, of course, meant horse of the river. So the Romans called a hippopotamus a horse. That was their name for it. So one could imagine, right, modern skeptics who didn't know much about antiquity saying, well, the Romans obviously invented this because there aren't any river horses in Egypt. You use names and terminology that are part of the resources available to you. So I don't know what horses in the Book of Mormon were. Were they llamas? Were they the horses that are now extinct? But all of the questions about silk or scimitars or steel fall into the same kind of category. They're just not really serious issues.
While he was serving in the United States Senate, my father, Bob Bennett, wrote a book.
So a couple things. First of all, I think everybody in the world loves Patrick Mason, dear friend. What do we feel about this pivot of the church that Joseph Smith called it a translation? The Doctrine and Covenants professes Joseph Smith as a prophet, seer, revelator, and translator. He has a translation room in the Kirtland, in the School of the Prophets and later in the Kirtland Temple. We've all been told it was a translation since time immemorial. Converts to the church are taught by missionaries that it's a translation. And now all of a sudden,
every painting depicting a clear translation from plates to, the Book of Mormon handwritten.
So what is going on? Is this gaslighting? Like, how in the world are we now questioning? And of course, the apologists have been doing this for 10 or 15 years. And I'm not calling Patrick an apologist per se, but what is this technique of now saying translation now means revelation? What do you guys think about that?
Wasn't that Terrell that said that?
Patrick said it too. They
So-
kind of
okay,
said it together.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think the facts, as we know them now, don't support translation. So we have to make up something that makes it make sense. right? So it's like, well, he didn't have the plates with him. Okay, well then he looked, it was a rock in the hat. Well, then he must have been channeling. Let's call it channel. But that's not what I was taught.
Yeah.
So we have to make it make sense somehow. So let's change what words mean to make it make sense.
It's also not what Joseph wrote.
Well, it's not what he thought he was doing.
What he wrote and how he presented it. Like it wasn't I channeled an ancient prophet named Nephi.
Well, why have the plates?
Right.
Why have the plates? Exactly.
Well, I'll try. I'm going to try to put on my really generous hat here and say, you know, if I'm in the details enough and I'm open enough to see that the historical record is not jiving with the story we've always told, you know, maybe I'm not making it up, but I really am searching for how can these things come together? And how can these things come together in a way that preserves what I believe and how I am in this whole project, and that's in my religion, in my life, in my identity. I mean, this goes so deep, right? So I think it's important, even if it's not the ending spot, it's important for these people to start throwing out, okay, what if it's more this? How does that land? Let's have that be part of the conversation. I want it to be part of the conversation. And I want people for whom that just makes absolutely no sense because of XYZ. I want them to bring it to the table and say, well, what do we do with this? Now let's wrestle together with this. You know, that I think we're all so uncomfortable in that space that we want to just go to the answer as quickly as possible.
Yeah. And what does it mean when we're changing the meanings of words or the 200-year history of explaining? Like, is that apologetics? Like, I wish they would have just left this entire part out. Because to change the history or change the meaning of words or to fundamentally change the narrative to try and save a historical book.
This to me is another sign of immaturity, right? Just say, oh, we got it wrong. We were telling a story that actually wasn't how it happened. And now we have more information. And this is actually what was going on.
But Bernstein Benson did call the Book of Mormon the keystone of our religion.
It still can be. It still can be. Like
But
it can be an important.
What percentage of Mormons leave the church when the church admits the Book of Mormon isn't historical? Is it 10? Is it 30?
How many are leaving now because they're still insisting that it is and there's no evidence to support it?
I don't know. But it would be more. I mean, you look at Community of Christ.
Yeah.
You make too many changes, you lose 70% of your active membership.
Yep.
So, I mean, it believe it or not, Julie, it could be worse.
No, totally.
Well, I think it's all a huge problem. I mean, I think we actually, to speak for redefining words, I think we need to. Sometimes we get caught in a word and we just wrestle over it and trying to fit something into it. And we do need to redefine some things and say, well, maybe the way we've approached this isn't always great. What would it bring to the conversation if we looked at it in a different way?
But acknowledge it explicitly. Like we're changing the meaning, not trying to be right, like sly. Just 100%. Say like, oh, we got this wrong.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Okay.
That's exactly what, no, say it, preach. I mean, this is what I'm saying. We need more transparency. I think so many of us, and this is a deep psychological thing, we are so afraid to be wrong.
Yeah.
And you're a church employee and you're trying to be more honest with this. And you know, if you go one step too far, it's going to cost you your employment, and people who don't understand what you're doing are going to come after you.
Yeah. You're
in a pickle. Like, we have to be able to make small steps. And yes, it's not enough. It's not enough. And a lot of people are going to be in pain over that on both sides. But we also have to be willing to sit with those micro steps, not just accept them, not just say, yep, that's it, but to say, I like where you're going with that. Here's some problems with that. Have an adult conversation.
Yeah.
It's part of the overall journey. I think that we just see, it's like when I was a kid, I learned it like boiling the frog, right? Like if boiling water is going to jump out. So what are we doing? What are they doing? Nobody's trying to kill the frog here, right? It's just,
I was going to say that metaphor is problematic.
No, it is problematic, but it's just the one notch at a time, right? You have to go from divine translation from golden plates to co-authorship, from co-authorship to authorship.
But acknowledge
the
that it's changing, right?
And be
Don't
honest
just
about
go,
it.
well, oh, we've always known it was a rock and a
Exactly.
hat. What's wrong with you? Why didn't
Yeah.
you know that?
Yeah.
You know?
The first time I ever
Exactly.
heard rock in a hat was from a friend who was a Jehovah's Witness who was teaching me the reality of the Book of Mormon when I was a kid. And he's just like, well, no, like, dude, he had like a rock he put in a hat.
Mhm.
And I'm like, you're an anti-Mormon.
Nuh-uh,
We can't talk
nuh-uh.
about this anymore.
You know, I actually heard about it in one of Tarot's books,
Yeah.
By the Hand of Mormon. That's where I learned about it.
Many learned it on South Park.
On
Yes.
South Park. Yep.
Yeah.
That was
Yep,
the more
for
fun
sure.
way to learn it.
Well, when I was bishop, the essays came out. And so President Criddle, our stake president, amazing person, he used the third hour and of every ward, and he would go ward to ward and present the essays to the ward members, literally like slides on a screen, presenting it and saying, you need to study these. Okay, this is real Mormon
That's bold.
history.
That's really bold.
As our stake president. Okay.
Wow.
And then I would go when he came to the Walnut Creek Second Ward. It was great. But it was also like eye-opening on a lot of things. And I went to my office afterward and I sat there and there was a line out the door and members one after another. Like, why would President Criddle do this? This is not spiritually uplifting. Why is he talking about this stuff? This is not good. And it was eye-opening.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
And then the second part of that clip was Terrell basically saying maybe horse doesn't mean horse. Maybe
Yeah,
horse
come
is a
on.
taper.
Oh, gosh.
Chariots. You're going to put chariot on a llama, on a hippo. Come on. Like, read the Book of Mormon. They were horses.
Yeah. Well, and if there's one anachronism, it means it's not historical. If one of them
Yeah.
still, like, all you need is one.
Yeah.
And so apologists are like, oh, look, we've checked off all these. We found, and it's like,
The
well, there's
number of
still 50
anachronisms are decreasing.
remaining,
Yes.
you know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's like, it's still, there's, if you have one, it's a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
And all of this is back to definition, all of it, right? From Thomas's, how do you define Mormon to how do you define a horse? It can always go to like, I guess it depends on how you define that.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay. You're right.
And
It is.
and to be strike a positive note, the fact that this is for believers and they're acknowledging the historicity problems, acknowledging the horse problem, that's groundbreaking.
Yeah,
Huge.
that is.
So
Yep.
so you got to give them credit for at least introducing the problems.
Mhm.
And it's one of the most important and sensitive problems. Book of Mormon historicity, like
Yeah.
temple, like a female ordination, like those are top three. I'm thinking.
Yeah.
What do y'all think?
That's a big
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah. So credit for that. But then, in my view, Terrell just jumps the shark.
Yeah.
So
For sure.
so let's go.
I'm
to
always
the-
reminded that as a Greek student, learning the word hippopotamus, of course, meant horse of the river.
Did I already show this clip?
Yeah, we saw the hippo one.
The hippo
So
clip.
what? But what he ends up saying, maybe I didn't play the whole clip because what he ends up saying is, I'm going to replay it because
Yeah.
it's important what he
I
says.
have never found anything
This is
that,
it.
to my mind, poses a serious threat or a serious challenge to the fundamental assertions about its authenticity given by Joseph Smith. And contrary to what is often the popular opinion, I think there is an abundant wealth of evidence that substantiates its historical claims.
There are a lot of people who
That
Okay.
tells me more about Terrell than it does whether there are substantial problems to the Book of Mormon.
Why?
Because it tells me that he has a big need to have it be at least partially historical. And when you are in that place, it's really hard to see that there are substantial problems,
Yeah.
substantial
Well,
challenges.
he claims that there's substantial evidence, and
Right.
I have yet to find any.
Right.
Let me play
Substantial
that
evidence.
clip
And
because I've got that
and
clip.
that's telling, we're talking more about us. I always say this, like, people's view of the Book of Mormon and Joseph Smith and whatever says more about them than it does
Yeah. Yeah.
the reality.
I think we have a clip on his claim of abundance of evidence. So let's see if that is right.
Isn't that
I
what-
have never found anything
Is that
that,
the
to
same
my
one?
mind, poses
We already
a
played that.
serious threat
Okay.
or a
It is.
serious challenge to
So I'm
the
repeating
Well,
that.
and then he goes on to say abundant evidence. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That quote, I have never found anything to my mind that to my mind poses a serious threat or serious challenge to the fundamental assertions about its authenticity given by Joseph Smith.
Yeah.
I think that quote is irresponsible
Mm.
and deceptive if you have any awareness of the broader scientific community.
Mhm.
And he is smart enough to know that. And so I don't ever want to judge someone's intentions or motives or even accuse them of lying or deceiving. So there's got to be some way he's wordsmithing to where he feels comfortable saying that and feels like he's being honest. But let me just play one clip from Michael Coe. He is a Yale, he's passed away, but I've interviewed him twice on Mormon Stories. He's the world's foremost archaeologist on Mesoamerica during the time of the Book of Mormon. And there's no greater authority on Book of Mormon historicity, in my view, who would be objective and knowledgeable about the Book of Mormon than Michael Coe. And to me, Michael Coe gives like literally the perfect answer, not just destroying Terrell's false claims, but also endorsing the spirit of this documentary. And I don't think you guys have seen this, so I'll roll the clip. What would you, let's just say someone isn't asking you to opine about spiritual or religious matters. They're basically saying, help me, Dr. Code, to decide whether or not I can rely on the Book of Mormon as an ancient record, because my entire life and my children's lives and my grandchildren's lives are going to be based on this religion. And if the Book of Mormon isn't what it claims to be, then I don't want to build my life and my children's life and my grandchildren's life on this book. But if it is what it claims to be, then it's the most important thing I could ever build my life on. What counsel would you give these people?
If that's what it rests on, it's not resting on a firm foundation. I mean, I as an old guy who's seen a lot of the world and who once had a big Christian background, if you believe that the Mormon religion gives you a set of values that you and your children and grandchildren can profit by, for God's sake, don't leave it. But the whole idea that it's all going to depend on the truthfulness of the history, so-called history in the Book of Mormon, I said that's a bad foundation. If the Book of Mormon and its interpretation and the way of life that's come out of that in Utah and other heavily Mormon areas is a good one, stick to it. But don't hang everything on the truthfulness or untruthfulness of that document, because in the long run you'll be sorry.
So you're saying stay Mormon if it makes you happy. We can stop. But I in my early interview with Michael Coe, I'm like, okay, let me name things in the Book of Mormon and you tell me if they were there during the time period the Book of Mormon claims. Silk, no. Wheat, no. Barley, no. Steel, no. Horses, no. Golden plates, no. Like, he destroys any chance. And the whole LDS discussion series, DNA, Anachronisms, Deutero-Isaiah, like, it's the most ridiculously unscientific, unhistorical 19th century document ever written, and everybody knows it. So what the bleep is Terrell doing here? Right?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
So-
and he knows better.
Does he? Like,
I think he does.
but that means he's deceiving people intentionally.
I think he's choosing his words very carefully.
Okay.
I mean, and I don't know. I would have to have a conversation with Terrell to know what Terrell is doing there. But I will use his own words later in the documentary against him in this place. And this is, I do respect Terrell a lot. But he admits in the polygamy episode that if you are not willing to see the problems with this, then you're morally oblivious.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if you're not willing to see the problems with the Book of Mormon, you're oblivious in other ways.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but it's what
You're a science denier.
right?
Right?
What are we
Intellectually
willing
oblivious.
to see? What are we willing as human beings to see? Terrell has carved out a place, as far as I can tell, and I don't know the man, but he's carved out a place where we can say polygamy was wrong, and hold on to our testimony, our belief in the way that we do it, I think that he's not prepared to do that with the Book of Mormon. And that's a spiritual wrestling that is not there right now. And so I think when a person is there, they can't see it. I mean, I remember when I was in my apologetic phase, I had a very strong, very robust apologetic phase, which is probably why I hate it so much now, that where I was like, well, that, those Book of Abraham problems, I mean, there's this other document theory, the multiple documents. And I mean, it was like so you're saying there's a chance, I mean, you're in that place. And so, yeah, do I want to redefine hippopotamus if that makes me be able to hold on to what's near and dear, and I'm not ready to rip off that Band-Aid? Like, who knows? And again, time has gone by. I don't know where Terrell is today, but what's he doing? We don't know.
But he's speaking as the thing that's hard is he's speaking as an academic with a PhD, telling sincere questioning members, ignore all of the predominant scientific consensus, along with the majority of faithful believing scholars that also say the Book of Mormon is a 19th century document. He's saying, ignore all of that. I've never found even one problem that I find is credible.
And there's a preponderance of evidence for it too, which is just not, I would like to see it.
I think what he's saying is I'm ignoring all of that. I don't know if he's telling us to ignore it.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's taking it that far. I think I think we hang on these people's words to see, is there a place? Is there a place that I can go here with you?
Yeah. It's like, you're smart. How are you doing it?
How are you doing it? And for a lot of us, that's enough. For years, that was enough for me. A smart person said it. So I can go there. I don't have to worry about it.
Terrell's smart, so
so there go. But all it tells me is that he can ignore a lot of things.
Yeah. And I guess we can also, I'm super grateful to Robert and Jim for doing this. They didn't have to include this clip. And I think their documentary would have been way stronger if they had left these clips out of bad, horrible, misleading, deceptive Book of Mormon apologetics.
Well, I think chapter 2 altogether. Just if I were to cut one, that would be
only because it was done so badly, not because it's not important.
It's very important.
Yeah.
But
everyone I've talked to
hit the cutting room floor.
Everyone I've talked to is dissatisfied with this particular one.
I have one more example just because this is a hobby horse of mine, but I think
it's clear to me that the Book of Mormon isn't just a plagiarized document. I think that's overly simplistic. It's overly reductionistic. It doesn't take into account the inner complexity of the book. Does it have borrowings from the King James Bible and possibly from other ideas and sources? Sure, this can be part of Joseph Smith's mind as a translator, but it is a unique and complex and rather stunning work.
He's back to translation.
Who's saying? Yeah. I forgot.
Who's saying what?
Sorry.
No, who's saying that it's pure plagiarism, right?
Yes, who's saying that I've never heard anyone say that it's a purely plagiarized book. So that feels like,
it's
a bit of a straw man.
Yeah.
And the only benefit of the doubt I want to give Patrick is maybe that was taken out of context.
Absolutely.
Maybe Robert said, what would you say to someone who claimed the Book of Mormon was plagiarized? And in that sense,
gotcha.
But if Patrick's offering that in response to the credible criticisms, but Patrick came on my podcast and said the Book of Mormon is a 19th century document that's inspired. So I guess I want to give Patrick the benefit of the doubt.
Well, and if this was 6 years ago,
he could have
changed.
I mean, there's a lot out of context in this thing. As someone who was used in clips all the way throughout, in context that I didn't know was going to be the context. I can see that.
Because for the record, no credible thinking person that I respect is claiming the Book of Mormon is a plagiarism.
Right.
They're claiming that he drew, Joseph Smith assembled it from a gazillion different sources, and they can identify lots of specific sources from which he drew, but nobody's thinking that he copied it from Solomon Spalding or someone else.
And given that he's saying it in this, I think it's important to say that.
Yeah. All right, one more, couple more things.
It's either a work of genius, of untutored genius that's hard to match anywhere, or it's inspired.
And everybody gives Richard, everyone loves Richard Bushman like Patrick Mason. I think I didn't totally hold space for the fact that he really believes that the Book of Mormon's either Joseph Smith's a genius or it's inspired, but there's no other choices between those two. And he even goes on to say that no scholar can explain it. I'll play that.
Haven't
Even
scholars
most
explained it?
critical
Yes.
scholars
This is Maxine.
of Joseph Smith and his work all admit they can't figure out
All?
how he did it, how he produced such complex, sophisticated, midrashic books of scripture that actually comment and clarify the Bible in ways that are so complex. It would be difficult for today's scholars to reproduce the same thing.
And I watched I watched the Book of Mormon book reviews episode where Maxine expresses regret for how she expressed that. So in all fairness, I think Maxine would take those words back and say those things differently.
Yes.
If she had the chance. But it's ridiculous. And I'm just, Julie, you were saying, what were you going to say, Julie?
No, I was just saying, just surprised that she would say that. And I love Maxine, have a ton of respect
course.
for her, and that was shocking.
But recently I threw this question to John Turner, who's a neutral, pro LDS, non LDS Mormon scholar. And I just posed this question to him, and people all need to update. Richard Bushman needs to update his talking points here. Maxine, Terrell, everyone needs to update, because here it is right here, if you didn't know it before.
So I don't think the Book of Mormon is like genius level, could only come from God, right? And, a lot of those arguments, they have less to do with the literary merit or even how profound the text is. People more often point to the complexity of multiple editors, authors, and things like that. So I do think the Book of Mormon, it's complex. I certainly grant that. I don't think it's so complex and so profound that Joseph couldn't have dictated it. And I don't think the length is something that could not be accomplished as a dictation within a couple of months. So I guess the short answer is, this is pretty good, and Joseph was talented enough to do it. I don't think the book is so remarkably complex or intricate or profound that it could only have come from God. But I also don't think it's so wretched that if Joseph produces it, it says nothing about his talent. I do think it is indicative of a certain amount of theological and literary talent, but I think Joseph could get above that bar.
Isn't John Turner great?
Yeah, he's awesome.
100%.
Yeah,
Do you get the sense he's anti-Mormon there?
Definitely
Even
not.
It was just like,
anti-Joseph Smith?
here are the facts.
We need more of these voices from outside weighing in on these things. We have been going back and forth.
Echo chamber.
Turning against each other in this for way, way, way too long.
Yeah.
I welcome these outside voices that have a little more
perspective
to bring to this.
And for the record, John Turner published a biography on Joseph Smith with Yale University Press. It's a fantastic biography. I'm doing a 30-part series on it. We're on part 14, I think. But he's great, and he loves Mormons, and he loves the church in many ways. I have to play. I guess Bob Reese sometimes rubs me the wrong way as well. Let me play his ridiculous little banjo analogy.
Reproduce the same thing.
For Joseph Smith to have written the Book of Mormon would be like some country kid with a banjo who could pluck out a few bars of Yankee Doodle Dandy on his banjo, being able to write a complete symphony in chorus with all kinds of intricate themes and integrated ideas.
And thanks to Julia for grabbing that clip. She grabbed all these clips. I went ahead and just asked John Turner to respond to that specific argument, and here was his response.
Well, I don't think so, and I think we also have to be. I haven't read that argument at length from him. But I would say, this is the early 1800s. There are a fair number of Americans without a lot of formal education who accomplish impressive things in terms of writing. And Joseph is not at that level. But I do think there's a difference in literary attainments, say, between somebody like Joseph Smith and somebody like Brigham Young. Like Joseph has more of an education within the household and a little bit outside of it. His ability to write is stronger. I think when you look at Joseph's letters, when you look at his later discourses, I think you see the same sort of engagement with the Bible and with narrative and ideas that you can find in the Book of Mormon. So yeah, I think he definitely, I think he was up to it.
I hope we haven't beaten a dead taper. Any final thoughts?
So a final thought for me is on the Book of Mormon piece is that it's, I guess I'm disappointed that they're still using false binaries to present an argument. That's very disappointing to me, right? That it's like back to Hinckley, either the Joseph Smith is the prophet of God or he's a scoundrel. Either the church is true or is the greatest, fraud known to mankind. Like I was literally in the room on my mission when he said that, like looking at him saying it. And so, these false binaries that we're all raised with, it's really hard to shake that. And so here we are in the Book of Mormon chapter going back to false binaries. It's either this or it's that. And it's like, no, it's far more than either of those.
Yep.
And disappointingly, it's some of my favorite
Yeah.
people theoretically, Patrick Mason, Richard Bushman, Terrell Gibbons, that are used as voices to do this. And I'm disappointed. But I also get it. If there's a third rail, in other words, something that will get you excommunicated, it's claiming the Book of Mormon isn't divine, right? That's like probably one of the top three things. So I can see why Bushman and Mason and Gibbons maybe won't even let themselves go there because maybe the stakes are too high. They can't. Yeah. But it's deceptive. So yeah, that's feedback to right.
Which is challenging with any production like this because 90% of the people that were interviewed in this are receiving money from Mormonism, the broader Mormonism, authors, podcasters, church employees, whatever, you name it.
Endowed chairs of Mormon scholarship
are receiving
funded
money.
by rich Mormons.
And ex-Mormons are making money from it too.
That's what I mean,
right?
across all of Mormonism, across all of Mormonism, right? I mean, your patience, like, it just is. It's an ecosystem that we've created. And so that is something that we do have to like kind of keep in the back of our mind.
There's
is that
motivation for it being true or not true.
Correct.
100%. And I just always just roll my eyes when I hear anyone either say Joseph was completely incapable.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, and I kind of find it ironic and hilarious that the people who follow Joseph Smith want to make him the most dumb.
Yep.
Well,
it's
in
the
order
Tad Callister, right? So it's just like, he's a country bumpkin. There's no way in the world. It's clearly God.
Yes. But, I also don't rule out inspiration, whatever that source is, what you can call it divine. I don't rule that out. And I don't think you have to be a historicity person to see some of that. And the truth is, on that note, no one knows. We'll never know one way or the other. Was there some sort of inspiration going on in this or not? Who knows? The question is, are you feeling inspiration from it? If you are, great. If you're not, there are other things that will inspire you.
And the section ends there. I think it's Adam Miller that says something like, I don't know about my testimony is not based on the historicity. It's but do I have good encounters with the divine and am I inspired by Jesus?
Yeah,
absolutely.
he's like, this is what brought me to Christ, so I'm going to stay here.
And I
Which
will,
is fine.
and I will fully acknowledge that a lot of people have found Jesus through the Book of Mormon.
Absolutely.
A lot of people have felt the divine through the Book of Mormon,
Wonderful.
and that's
I
not
have.
nothing.
Yeah, wonderful.
Great.
Whether it's historical or not. Like I've
Yeah.
had really great experiences with the Book of Mormon.
Me too.
Absolutely.
Yep.
For sure.
Okay. All right. The next episode is on it's LGBT part 1. There's a lot of clips we could play. I think it did a good job of talking about how hard it is to be gay or lesbian and Mormon. And then I think when it really hit hard was with the 2015 policy. Do y'all agree? Maybe let's play that clip.
Well, because that then went into prophetic like fallacy and
Mm-hmm.
who got it right, who got it wrong. Was this revelation or policy?
And there's two entire parts, but let's play some clips from part 3.
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has come under intense scrutiny following their new official orders against homosexuality, baptism, and children. The new policy change states that same-sex couples will also now be considered apostates, saying it will no longer bless or baptize children of same-sex couples until the child turns 18. Once a child turns 18, he or she will have to disavow same-sex marriage. Then they can be blessed and baptized by the church.
Somebody used the word.
Yeah, like I don't know if y'all agree, but I think the November 2015 policy is top 3 things in the past 20 years to cause people to leave the church. So the fact that they're retelling that story and keeping it alive is significant. What do y'all think?
Yeah, that was a huge, personally, that was a huge blow. It was the first time I was like, okay, Jesus is probably not in charge here, because he would never, like, this is not Jesus. So what is happening? And that, along with the essays, it was kind of like right after the essays came
they were
out.
like 2 years apart. They're super close.
Yeah. I had a testimony that it was not true.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then they go on to which is bold, to play the clip of current prophet President Russell M. Nelson doubling down and
clarifying that it wasn't policy, it was revelation.
Yeah, so let's play that as well, just because it's so significant.
In an attempt to mollify that demographic within the church, at least 1 or 2 of the 70s started to make statements suggesting that this was just a temporary aberration. Even saying, look, this will change and it will change soon, so don't sweat it. But shortly after those cracks in the facade began to develop, Russell Nelson, apparently acting independently, meaning that his colleagues in the First Presidency and the Quorum of the 12 didn't know he was going to make such a statement, made a statement in a satellite broadcast from Hawaii that, in fact, this was not a policy, that this had the force of revelation.
The recent additions to the church's handbook, consequent to the legalization of same-sex marriage in some countries, it was our privilege as apostles to sustain what had been revealed to President Monson. Revelation from the Lord to his servants is a sacred process.
I love the church so much.
I mean, isn't that crazy bold?
Yeah.
For not just the filmmakers, but for anyone involved in the documentary to be in a documentary that's calling out a current prophet.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ask Nemo how huge that is.
Yeah.
Right? Like you were saying earlier, like you can't attack the Book of Mormon. I mean, the number 1 is loyalty, right? That's the fuel
that's right. That's bigger than
the engine runs on. And so you attack the prophet, current prophet, 0 tolerance.
Well, and criticizing policy is actually apostasy.
That's true.
So
yeah, we've got some friends who can prove that.
Yeah. So they're treading, I don't know. I don't think they're like, there's probably no way the church is going to excommunicate anybody.
No.
Because why? Why are you saying no?
Oh, because this is doing more for them. They're doing the dirty work here.
Well, and it's not trying to weaken anyone's faith, even though it's more transparent than the organization of the church is. The intent is not to weaken faith.
Yeah.
And that's, I think.
But I think Maxine Hanks would say that was true in '93 when she published her book on feminism.
I
right?
think most people would have been excommunicated.
But I think the leaders won't see this as weakening faith. And I think the leaders saw Maxine as weakening faith. And I think they're not going to see this as
That's weird, because what this basically says is the prophet got it wrong, the Quorum of the 15 got it wrong. And I'll even play a clip where they say that the quorum doesn't have unanimity. I'll play that really quick, because that's also significant.
Do that anyway.
He also said in that general conference talk that the proclamation on the family was doctrinal.
The family, a proclamation to the world. It qualifies according to the definition as a revelation.
He even uses a grammatical howler in there.
And it would do well that the members of the church to read and follow.
That's not Boyd Packer. He was very precise. He wrote his talks out. He practiced them. This one, it looks like he spoke this far from the script and they went out on a limb and tried to canonize it.
The church removed that part of his talk from the published version of his talk. Why did they do that? It must be what many of us have actually found out from conversations within the church, which is that the brethren themselves, and I'm talking about the Quorum of the 12 Apostles and the First Presidency, the brethren do not have a unanimous position on the proclamation on the family. There are, according to sources that I've talked to, there are apostles that do not believe that the proclamation on the family should be canonized. There are others that do. So it is possible in the future that the status of the proclamation on the family could change.
It's interesting that we tout as one of our articles of faith the principle of continuing revelation. As a people, as an institution, we are proud.
We can pause it there. What do you guys think? Isn't that bold?
Yeah, it's super bold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you're putting it right next to it, right? It's like, this happened, God said this, and then 3 years later, he changed his mind.
Absolutely.
And we're going to show you that happened right now with receipts.
And there were a lot of people who left the church when it was rescinded, not because they
Yes.
didn't agree with it,
Of
but
God's
because
children.
there was no recognition
Mm-hmm.
and no apology and no transparency. It was just throw God under the bus in both ways.
Correct.
God is playing around with us like a cat and mice.
Yeah. And no accountability for the lives lost and the
Absolutely.
families lost during those 3 years.
Absolutely. No reckoning. And that was as hard for people as for many as
Yeah,
the
I
initial
think so.
policy.
The phrase "the doctrine of the family" I never heard until the family proclamation. People trying to promote the family proclamation. I mean, did you hear it growing up?
No.
There was no doctrine of the family. That wasn't a thing.
Nope.
And so I just think that's so interesting that, we've created this doctrine to fight against gay marriage.
It's illegal. I think it's at its core a legalistic argument because you can't argue religious protection
right
if it's not doctrinal, whatever thing you're arguing for. So I think Oakes and others had to create the proclamation on the family and this doctrine of the family so that then they could have legal standing to fight against same-sex marriage or to have the right to discriminate against
Well, and
LGBT.
they tout that later on, I think in chapter 4 in the next episode, where they talk about how Utah of all places passed new laws that are very inclusive for LGBTQ community, right? And it was like celebrated. And at the same time, they also put in language that allows this religious freedom to discriminate legally. And so it's like, we'll give you the ability to get an apartment together as long as we can withhold blessings from you.
Yes.
That's the way I read it.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really quickly, here's the clip on the reversal, which I think is powerful that they admitted it.
Of God's children.
So now we go 3+ years into the future, and again, out of nowhere, there is an announcement that policy had been reversed.
According to CNN, the Mormon Church said in a surprise announcement on Thursday that they will no longer label same-sex couples as apostates and will allow their children to be baptized into the church without special approval from church leaders.
Please disregard what we said 3 years ago. And that may be unprecedented in the history of the church. It's also caused a lot of heartburn for some of the more orthodox members who were locked into the idea that once something has the seal of revelation pasted on it, it's immutable. Clearly, it wasn't.
I'm reminded of Gilda Radner on Saturday Night Live. Y'all are, maybe Julie's the only one who will remember. Gilda Radner used to have this skit on Saturday Night Live where she would say something ridiculous and then someone would correct her and she'd say, "Oh, never mind. that feels like a never mind.
Yeah,
to
never
me.
mind.
Definitely.
What were y'all going to say?
Well, it's also classic like church behavior, right? We're going to make this big announcement because we received revelation from God. We're going to have bishops read it over the pulpit. I was instructed to read that part of the new handbook over the pulpit in church.
Really?
And I did. And then I said, if this upsets you like it upsets me, then come talk to me. Right. And you remember Sane, who gave her interview. She said that was the first time she ever saw a priesthood leader actually like say the thing that she was feeling. And so, I mean, we had active couples in our stake that like were families in our wards that now like they're apostates. And so what the church does, they big push to announce the revelation, the new policy, and then it just kind of disappeared. It wasn't a huge announcement. It was all of us churning it up, but they don't do that. They just let it disappear. That way they don't have to apologize. They don't have to say we were wrong. They don't have to say God's playing games. They just throw them under the bus and let's just all move along.
It was revelation when they implemented it, and it was revelation when they took it away. House always wins.
Yep. House always wins.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the damage done in those 3.5 years, it just is heartbreaking.
Yep. Devastating.
Heartbreaking. Just, I mean, you've heard clients, right?
Absolutely.
People not wanting to live, people. Yeah, it was just so. Jesus was not in that policy. Like, suffer the little children. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And it was so obvious.
Yeah,
I think
right.
that's
It was
what
just.
it was so obvious.
Yeah, and I think the thing with the first policy was so many active members were like, "What is happening?" And I mean, I remember crying for like 2 weeks straight. Like, what is happening? This is not. This is not okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And weirdly, if I'm remembering right, Thomas S. Monson was kind of out to lunch and senile at this point. And there's a pretty much a consensus that it was Nelson and Oakes that kind of rammed this through.
Yeah.
And again, no accountability because we even know who likely did it.
Yeah.
And it's the current, guess what? It's the current prophet and his right-hand man.
Yeah. Who now have doubled down with the anti-trans 2 pages policy in the handbook. Like what other topic in the entire handbook has 2 dedicated pages to it?
So I guess in terms of the documentary, we're saying this is amazing that they showed all this.
Yeah.
Yep. Put it in one
that
place.
they put it in, they keeping this story alive because Mormons forget stuff.
Oh yeah. It's a very, we're goldfish, right?
in the
We forget
past.
very quickly.
Yeah.
I also want to give credit to the church here too. Okay. Give credit to them that they made a huge mistake in 2015 and that 3 years later, a lot quicker than polygamy, a lot quicker than blacks in the priesthood, they overturned their own mistake. They didn't apologize. There was no justice. There was no, but
they changed it.
They changed
Yeah.
it.
But
And
they
kudos
changed
to
it.
them.
Yeah.
They learned from it rather
at
quickly.
great risk. I mean,
at great risk.
At great risk.
Many, many members.
But I think it was presenting an existential threat. I think this policy was presenting an existential threat. to
You
the
cannot
church.
come between people and their children.
Yes.
You're going to lose.
To
The
that
church
degree.
will lose.
To that
You
degree.
cannot deny children baptism, blessings, or priesthood. And then say, well, they can do it when they're 18. It's the same
Yeah.
thing. It's like, well, then why don't we just baptize all kids at 18? Right? Like if it doesn't make a difference,
Absolutely.
why are we baptizing at 18?
And to think that does not make a difference to a child who is wanting to be active in the church, that does not make a difference to their experience in their youth program. Please.
But Jana, they are doing it with trans kids. They're still coming between parents and their trans
Oh,
kids.
they are.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's a big omission that people have noticed in this documentary is that the trans is
Was
not
left
even
out.
it's
Yeah.
completely left out.
Completely left out.
And again, filmed many years ago, but they absolutely are still doing it with trans.
Yeah. And also there's a few times where we can give the benefit of the doubt, say, hey, it was filmed 6 years ago. It's a labor of love. I think it's all true, all wonderful. So why is it that the one topic that Robert called Jim and be like, hey, we got to get some historicity stuff in there on the Book of Mormon. Can you go ahead and just zoom this in
Why
real
not
quick?
trans?
Why
I
not
need a
trans
couple. I need
issues?
a couple of this.
Agreed.
Like versus trans.
Agreed.
Versus the Instagram debacle of we're the most, we give more authority to women than any other church in the world. Like, how are these things not covered oh, because it was 6 years ago. No.
Yeah.
No.
Agreed.
We know because Jim said, yeah, he called me and said, oh, we forgot something. Let's go ahead and put a couple
No,
history things
it's a
in
huge
here.
omission.
I mean,
It's a
but
huge
I can
omission.
see the trans issue is so explosive,
It's so
especially
explosive.
the culture wars right now.
For sure.
Yeah.
I can see Jim just saying, for the benefit of the project overall, it'll create more heat than light.
Maybe
So
so.
let's leave it out.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
could
I could
also
see
have
that.
positioned though as like there are still things that are looming, like our trans kids, trans brothers and sisters, where we hope to see the day that.
Yeah.
And then cite multiple, references of how things have changed.
Bo, do you want me to play the clip of the LGBT compromise, or did you already make that point? I've got it ready if you want. Play it real quick.
Remind me which one that is.
Oh, I'll just play it.
Yeah.
You referenced this, but
We simply gave additional rights to
we already
the LGBTQ
It was
community,
like, we'll give
and
you
we
some of
gave
this,
additional
but we
rights
wanted
to the
make sure
religious
that we can
community.
legally,
Okay, I just want to make sure.
discriminate in our church.
Yeah, I thought this is really open-minded of them to get
Yeah.
on board with this. And then I saw the back end
read
deals
it.
and I'm like, oh, that makes sense now.
Yep. Now it makes sense.
Now it makes
Like,
I
sense.
can
we'll
see
give you
Oak's
this, you
fingerprints
give us
all over
this.
it.
Yes.
Yep. That's
We-
exactly what it was.
Because we've got to protect the institution.
Religious.
Yeah.
really quickly, let me play some quick comments. Julia says, happy anniversary, Mormon Stories. This month is the 20th anniversary of Mormon Stories.
Oh.
So I'm horrible about celebrating my own podcast's anniversary. So thanks,
That's
Julia.
amazing.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
20 years is a
Yeah,
big
Yeah,
deal.
that is a
a
huge deal.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Julia, for mentioning it. A couple more. Thanks to Kevin Pancake for the support. And then M. Gunter writes, don't forget to like and subscribe so YouTube pushes this panel to as many people as possible. Thanks for the support as well, M. And also, yeah, you can even forward a link of an Inconvenient Faith. Do that first. Share an Inconvenient Faith with all your believing family and friends, your bishops, your bishopric members, your elders quorum presidents, your relief society presidents, stake leadership. Can we just say blast this documentary to everyone?
This should be the
Groundbreaking.
3rd hour, 5th Sunday in every ward. I know that doesn't exist anymore, but it should be
Well, now
for
it's
every
just second
ward.
hour.
Just
They
second
just-
hour.
second
Yeah,
hour.
do the 2nd hour, 5th Sunday. Like, oh my gosh, I would love for this to be distributed throughout the membership.
Yeah. Yeah. And then in addition, subscribe to Mormon Stories, like, comment, and share
And
this
donate.
episode as well.
And donate.
Oh, thank
And
you.
donate.
Thank you. I'll take it. Okay, a couple more really quickly. And then we'll go back. So MTG Danny Boy writes, what criticisms do they have of you that you believe are fair versus what criticisms do you have of them? I don't even know who
They and them
They are.
Yeah. So we'll need a little bit more specificity to answer that question. But thanks for the super chat. Thanks to Salad Spoons and to Kevin Pancake for becoming new members on YouTube, as well as Hildegunner Aged's daughter. I don't know how to pronounce these. And then Alex Scott writes, thank you all for covering this. As a dad of 2 LGBTQ plus kids, this means the world to me. So thank you, Alex. We're really glad that you're finding this useful. And Doug Vincent, that's a familiar face. Love me some Mormon Stories. Thanks, Doug, for the continual support. Okay, so those are some of the comments. We're making okay velocity progress. We should speed up a little bit, maybe. Everyone else is
We're at what,
laughing.
3
By
out of
Mormon
9?
Stories.
Yeah, it's still the 4th,
By
right?
Mormon Stories
Yeah.
standard.
We're
all
going
right.
8 hours, right, John?
No, we're going to try and do this in 3. Hopefully, we'll try.
Right.
All right. So we go into the next section, which is the LGBTQ part 2. I believe Robert says that this is his favorite, one of his 2 favorite sections. So let's just play maybe a clip or 2 or 3 from that and comment.
Older ideas.
Even the church, which said in its website, mormonsandgays.org, this is not a choice, immediately began hedging and saying, well, it may not be a choice, but you're going to be held accountable for what you didn't choose to be.
You know, that it's even a debate whether or not it's a choice is kind of crazy.
I mean, so that's Greg Prince, but also Brandon Flowers, who is a believing Mormon, devout believing Mormon. They're basically saying the church's position of, is it a choice? Is it not a choice to be gay? they're basically saying that's a ridiculous position in 2025 or 2020 or 2010.
Agreed.
Yeah. Any comments on that? I guess they're just calling that out.
Yep.
All right. Then they quote me from a study I did for my PhD or my dissertation, which actually is an interesting finding.
Yeah.
Julie's
Absolutely.
applauding. You're my fan today, Julie.
I'm
I love
giving
it.
John some love.
Thank you. Thanks for that. All right, let's play that clip because I do think it's interesting.
That we're still talking about that.
In 2011, I conducted a study with Dr. Bill Bradshaw of Brigham Young University to determine the optimal outcomes for LGBT Mormons. We surveyed 1,612 LGBT Mormons, and we were able to divide them into 4 main identity groups. The first group was those who denied their sexuality, the ones who just pretended to not be gay or found a way to convince themselves that they weren't gay, even though they were. The second group were those who compartmentalized, who publicly would present as heterosexual, but then they had their own private lives behind the scenes. Those 2 identity groups fared the worst in terms of depression, sexual identity distress, self-esteem, quality of life, etc. The third group were those who just abandoned their religion altogether and left the church. They definitely had better outcomes than those first 2 groups. What surprised us was this fourth group. In this fourth group, these were LGBT Mormons who found a way to be openly LGBT in their congregations and to remain active in the church. But what we were able to find was that those who did not have to choose between their religiosity and their sexuality, but they could integrate them together in a lived LDS experience, had the lowest depression, the lowest sexual identity distress, the highest self-esteem, and the highest quality of life. Jana, I'm seeing a lot of head nods from you.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've worked and I've known a lot of people that are trying to reconcile their, their identities within LGBTQ and then also with their faith. And that is no small thing. And everyone's got an opinion about their lives, about what they should be choosing. And I've heard people say, which one of my arms would you like me to cut off? Because they're so deeply part of me, both of these. And we make it nearly impossible for people to make that happiest choice. We make it nearly impossible for them to make that choice of incorporating and integrating all of who they are. I think the vast majority of us we couldn't even fathom having to choose between our lives living and loving and connecting with people and choosing to create families with the person we love and our faith. Can those of us who are heterosexual even get our brains around what kind of a choice that would be? It's horrific for people, anyone who is in that place. And I've seen people make all of these choices and I've seen people be happy making all of those choices. Actually, I think it can happen, but statistically we're better off when we can be authentically who we are and then have a place of belonging, being exactly who we are. And we are terrible at offering belonging. We're great at inviting people to be with us and fit in and don't make us uncomfortable. Be with us. We'll make space for you as long as you just fit this particular mold, whether it's LGBT issues or doubt or anything else. But we are not good at offering belonging. Bring all of who you are and see what we can benefit from in being with you. So it doesn't surprise me at all that is the happiest way. And it's a very small percentage. Why?
Because it's really hard.
We are not helpful in it.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got, the beautiful story, dear friend, John Gustav Rathel, love him. And his story is going to be challenging for anyone, wherever you are, and heartwarming wherever you are.
For those who don't know
right?
what she's talking about, do you want to, basically
Go ahead.
he was gay, Mormon, return missionary, all the things, was excommunicated, married his partner, gay partner, and then years later felt called back to attend church, and he attends church faithfully as an excommunicated gay Mormon. I think to this day
he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, and And I mean, and there are people that are able to do that. He's fully embracing both to the fullest that he is able to, because he still hopes. It says in this documentary, he hopes and believes that he will be able to be baptized someday. I don't know. No one knows. Jury's out. But I do believe that people like him, and it takes an enormous amount of love, trust, humility, and really strong conviction of who he is, that he arrived at in a spiritual way, in a connection with God. Like, I just think that there are very few people who can hold on to themselves in that way, given the current setup and attitudes. And he is also, again, church roulette. He's in a place that really embraces him, really embraces his. He's in Minnesota, and he really his husband is embraced.
I think his husband, who's never been Mormon and is black, attends church with him.
Yeah, and I think not always, and he has no interest in being part of it. That he's embraced by the people, he's embraced by even like area authorities in the area. Like, they have a unique situation. Good luck doing that in Utah. Good luck doing that in certain places, you know?
Other reactions?
No, just
I mean,
what you're saying.
Beau, you were in one of those wards and stakes that was trying its best to welcome LGBT people, right?
Absolutely.
Oakland, Bay Area.
To the point where our stake president, once again, amazing man, called all of us bishops together and just said, you have to stop giving temple recommends to gay members who are together with people. Like, you just have to stop, because what happens is you give it to them, they come to me, I can't give it to them, and now it's my fault.
Don't make me the bad guy.
He didn't say those words exactly. And he was very LGBTQ affirming. Like, this is a very progressive, very good man. So I don't put it on him whatsoever. Obviously, I put it on the institutional church. But yeah, I mean, we had many families in the Oakland stake who were totally, we had a member of the High Council who was openly gay, temple worker, right? So like, it was as much as you could progress in that's what was happening then.
So in 2025, and I'll have you weigh in on this too, Julie, if you hear a documentary saying, hey, and it's me saying it, by the way, hey, be gay and Mormon, that's the best outcomes.
It's starting to happen. It
is Charlie Bird
and Alpine, right? He and his husband are active in their ward, and from what I understand, totally accepted and
so is it healthy and safe to recommend this?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think we have to be so careful. There are so many families and friends and leaders around people that are trying to encourage people. Well, look, you're going to be happiest if you do that. Well, there's a reason it's a small percentage.
It's bishop roulette, right?
It is bishop roulette. There
is
is so much and it is not healthy to tell a person you need to do this because you're going to be healthy. You're not going to be if you're not in one of those wards. You're going to be traumatized.
Developmentally, the person has to be in a place where they want that and they can tolerate the tension of trying to hold two contradictory parts of their own identity. I mean, that's hard work.
And let's not hold it up as you are morally superior if you're able to do it.
But also there's going to be wards, like let's just say Southern Utah, Utah County, Northern Utah, Rexburg, parts of Idaho, that are going to be hostile.
Absolutely.
And potentially, I don't want to say violent, but definitely, gay, same-sex married Mormons are still getting excommunicated in 2025.
Yeah.
Right.
So you face the possibility of being excommunicated if you try and do what John Gustav Rathal does.
Yes.
Or what Charlie Bird does.
It shows the bias of the documentary. And rightly so, right? It's like, hey, if you want to stay in the church, let us show you a few examples of how we do this. Right. You don't have any interviews of someone who I was a return missionary, married in the temple. Now I'm, left my family, but I'm with my husband for 20 years. Thank God I left the church 20 years ago, or thank God I was excommunicated because I've never been happier. Like you're not going to get that.
Group was the ones who left and embraced their LGBTQ identity. Right. So the message I got from that research is like, don't compartmentalize or be in denial. Whatever way you go, you have to. You don't have to, but it's healthiest to embrace it.
And we have to be careful who that message is going to. Like I love that study, and the people I want to listen to that is the church. I don't want to put that burden on the LGBT people. Like, here, now this is what you need to aspire to. No, we need to care about what is good for people and what makes them happiest and healthiest and most connected to God and on a gospel path of, being a good person and being Christ-like and transforming and doing all of the things that we aspire to. I want the church to listen to that. We need to give that one to the people in power, not to the people without the power.
And they've got a thing coming also that they're beginning to address with this. So I was on a hike with a very close friend, totally Orthodox, totally active member of the church. And we were back in the hills in Moab, like just the two of us all day long. And we were diving deep on some stuff, but I'm always very careful, very respectful. I'm not out to like break anybody's testimony or introduce them to stuff that, they haven't learned or haven't dug into. But I asked the question, is there anything that would be like that thing where you're just like, I can't be a member of this church anymore. Clearly God's not at the helm. That was my question. And he said, yeah, of course. And I was like, really? And I'm expecting, whatever. And he said, if the church ever changed its policy on gay people, and they just accepted it, and there was like gay marriage was okay, I would know that God was not running this church.
And there are a lot of people who feel that way.
Well, that's the same as giving the priesthood and temple ordinances to Black members of the church, right? People left the church then.
And it's the same thing as we're getting rid of polygamy, or we're doing polygamy, or any big thing like that is going to do it.
Yeah.
So I think that they know that.
Right. Giving women the priesthood would absolutely do that.
Totally. So they know that that's kind of, that's there. And so they got to start like, slowly warming that water.
I mean, would we be better off if we had not changed the policy about Black people in 1978? Would we be better off?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we've got to not be afraid of the ripples in order to do the right thing.
Agreed.
Let's play one more clip, and then I'll ask you a final question about the LGBT stuff, and we'll move to race and women.
And I had this journey that God had been with me on, and I knew that I was,
that
I was okay with God, and that I was with the person that I was supposed to be with. And I was like, how does that work? Like, I know the church is true, but the church says this, and that doesn't fit with what I know is true in my personal life. Ultimately, I can't reconcile it. I can't deny that there's a conflict, and I can't personally reconcile it. All I know is I have these two truths in my life, and I hold them both. And I trust that things will work out. We need to come to a place of true unity and love. And when we're in that place, then we'll be ready for whatever the Lord has to reveal to us about this. So from my point of view, there's a time that's going to require some patience on our part.
So patience is the theme. I want to hear your reactions to that. On the one hand, I'm like, that's the pinnacle of spirituality, like holding two opposing truths. And in a culture that literally pathologizes you and makes many want to die, I'm going to stay committed to it and faithful in it and even loyal to it, and just be patient until, the church catches up with what's true. On the one hand, I want to say that's amazing. Do y'all have similar feelings and thoughts, or different feelings and thoughts?
Different. What I was just thinking, I'm just struck by how sincere he is.
Yeah.
And how his personal relationship with God and Jesus is driving the ship, not the relationship with the church. And I think that's really important for people who are trying to hold two opposing truths. Like, they have to either leave or go deeper in their spirituality personally, and not necessarily with the organization, if that makes sense.
100%. This brings up big thoughts for me. I recently, and I'm terrible with names, so someone might have to help me with this.
A person who?
So I listened to a podcast. This is going to seem out of left field, but it was on Ezra Klein with the New York Times with
the trans congressperson.
Yes,
Yeah.
Sarah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can't remember her name, but it was one of the most poignant, heartbreaking things. I cried through it because I have this heart to want to just fix it all now. Like, can we just open our hearts and stop excluding people and meet people where they are and all of this? And she has such wisdom spoken in what it takes to be patient. And she made a comment like, we can be morally pure in this and say we need everyone to see us right now, and we will be doing that from the gulag. And it's a heartbreaking reality of this work, whether it's civil rights work or any kind of social justice or anything, it is heartbreaking work, and it is painfully slow, and it is too slow for people in pain and for people who are losing their lives. And we don't have a choice, because if you try to go faster than the center of gravity of whatever group you're with, it's going to break, and it's going to go really, really badly for the most vulnerable people. And I hate every part of that. Yeah. And yet it is such a wide. I encourage everyone to go listen to that conversation. It was mind-blowing for me to hear someone speak to that with such courage and also such vulnerability, being in that position. So that comes up for me when I think of this and the patience that we need. And all of that can be used as a weapon. We could use it as a weapon and saying, well, you just need to be patient. Because what we're trying to do is not sit in the pain with somebody. But I don't know, when I was baptized, it's my understanding that part of that was to mourn with those who mourn. And we suck at that.
I was just thinking that we're so bad.
We are so bad at it. We want
chop, chop, forgive, move past it.
Let me explain it in a way that will make you stop needing to feel any pain.
Because I'm in pain when I see you in pain, and I need to get myself out of pain.
Exactly. And it's just, it comes in the way of everything. And I think Christianity has become this cult of innocence. That's Nadia Bowles-Weber who said this. We want to be pure. Everyone wants to be pure. We want to be morally pure. When we leave the church, we want to be morally pure. We want to point out how the church people are not pure enough for us. And it makes it so no one has patience for anyone. We've got to get messy. We've got to get dirty. We've got to get patient. And we've got to stop telling other people what they've got to do in this fight.
Moral superiority.
Oh my gosh, we're so good at it.
So I don't know John, the guy who's speaking on it. I love him though.
Yeah.
Like I just love him. And there's a couple of things that came to mind. So I, a few years ago, started what I call the Beau Bible. So it's just a note that I keep track of, like the things that bring me really spiritual
People
depth.
are going to request that now, by the way. John, send me the Beau Bible.
Hey, this is a work of love over many years.
You need
One
to
day.
publish it.
So the second thing, okay, the number 2 entry in it is a quote from F. Scott Fitzgerald. The test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold 2 opposed ideas in the mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. And that's what he's doing, right? That's what John's doing, and I love that. And when I watched this specific segment, yes, as part of the LGBTQ chapters, but you could just copy and paste, stamp this on every single one of the chapters, because the process that he's going through of becoming spiritually independent and spiritually confident is what we all need to do, and what I had to do to go from a pretty spiritually immature person, even though I thought the opposite.
You're religious, but not spiritually
Very much
mature.
so. So
Yeah.
spiritually and emotionally mature to be able to say, this is what I feel is right. It's contrary to what the brethren are teaching. I'm not going to do it out of rebellion. I'm going to do it out of respect for myself.
Amen.
And then to do that again and again and again, with each of these topics that we have dissonance over. And he just told that story so perfect. So he's like, copy and paste it on every single one of these topics, because that's how we become spiritually mature.
And emotionally mature, right?
Yes.
Integration is mental health. When you're an integrated human being and you can hold all the parts of yourself. And so it's, beautiful example in what John has said.
When we can meet all the reality we can bear.
Yeah.
Yes. I love that.
It's beautiful. And I do worry. I remember I stayed in the church 13 years after I stopped believing. And at some point, I don't think that was healthy for me. I tried really hard. I almost felt a relief sometimes that I got excommunicated because it was so hard psychologically to stay in.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm trying to think if I was gay or lesbian or trans, trying to do that.
Yeah, if you're in a marginalized group who's misunderstood.
Yeah, I was a straight white male.
Yeah,
right.
Right.
Yeah.
So that is it, you know, I go back and forth. Is it irresponsible to give this message of like, well, there's John Gustav Rathel, there's Charlie Bird, have patience? Is that literally asking people to kind of lay down on the railroad tracks?
But I think what you were saying about is important, that that's not just a message for LGBTQ people. It's for all human beings to integrate the disparate parts of ourselves. So it's
Absolutely.
that is one path, but we can never say for another human being what the path is for them, or to be patient, or that's for us to learn and for ourselves.
And I share your concern, John, because it's way too often used as a weapon, I know what's best for you. You can do this. See, these other people are doing it. And there's just not enough personal circumstances taken into consideration. And that is a discernment every single person needs to do. And we need to let people do it. We need to support people doing it. And we need to support them in their decisions and believe them when they are feeling called to any particular decision. This is like discerning a divorce. Like, it's very similar, you know? No one can tell someone else whether this is the best decision for you. And you don't know yourself. All you can do is take a step and see.
Yeah, this is a common theme throughout the whole thing, though, right? It's like, of course, they're giving the examples of the people who are staying in and making it work. So one thing I did is I downloaded all 9 episodes of the YouTube videos, and then I ran them through AI to create a transcript, and then I brought the transcript into chat so that I could ask chat a few questions. One of which was around bias. Actually, like 100 of them were around bias. and I just wanted to know from a data standpoint, like what was the bias and how much so, and so on. And so one of the specific prompts that took me a little while to get to was the bias of celebrating those who stay in versus celebrating those who leave. Not just recognizing, but celebrating. Like Jim said in one of the first comments, right? Jeremy wrote the CS letter, and it was valid that he left. I read the CS letter, and it was valid that I stayed. Like, that's great. It was 20 specific comments of staying in to 5 specific comments of celebrating leaving. Right? So 4 to 1.
Yeah.
4 to 1 is the data.
Makes sense.
That feels right.
That feels right.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, of course, in the LGBTQ, in all the chapters, they're giving those examples of here's how you stay in. That's why it's an instruction manual. I just think it becomes dangerous when we get to chapters 3 and 4 with LGBTQ to show the only examples that you show are happy, thriving people in the challenge, in the striving, in the tension.
The exceptions. They're the exceptions.
They are such the exceptions. And we're touting that now to say, this is the way to do it. Now they're saying this is a way to do it. But nonetheless, I just think that's the only chapter where it can become dangerous.
And 5. I mean,
With race.
Yeah.
We'll get
think,
to that,
yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah. So in Robert's defense, I don't think anyone in the film is saying gay people need to stay in the church or should stay in the church, although it can be weaponized.
Yeah.
When an Orthodox member sees something like this and says, see, which is what you're saying. So I don't think that's the intent of the filmmaker.
No. But that's also what Mormons and gays did. All of those interviews were people who are, here's how we're making it work. You go to Faith Matters and you listen to that BYU instructor, I don't remember his name, who has like 100 kids, he has like 6 kids, and he's like, I'm gay. I'm openly gay. I've got a huge Mormon family, and I'm in the church, and I'm married.
Are you talking about Ty Mansfield?
Ty Mansfield, right? And I'm sitting there just like getting lower and lower, and my seat just going, oh, this is not healthy. This is one very unique option that's being touted as everybody should do this.
No, and it should have a big red warning
or everybody
label.
Could do this.
It should have a big red warning label saying this could be very hazardous
to
your health.
Yeah.
And your odds of making this work are extremely low.
Well, any real conversation about this, we have to be really responsible with in lots of areas. But I know Tom Christofferson had that same feeling with his book. His book is necessary. His book is so helpful for people to gain some understanding and acceptance. John Gustav Rathal's story is really important. Like, and they did it different ways. But I know that caused heartburn for people. I know it caused heartburn for Tom Christofferson to have that. He saw it used as a weapon against young gay people. And that was not the intention. So it's tricky to have these kinds of conversations. And because well-meaning people will use it as a weapon, we can use toxic positivity in the same way for people with doubt, like just leave it alone. I don't know. All of it's super tricky because people who are in that doubt place also do need to hold on to some positivity, which is hard to do.
For sure.
So all of it's tricky.
Yeah, it is.
And I guess kudos to the filmmakers, because what's the LGBT bias? It's literally that the church has gotten it wrong.
Yep.
Yeah.
That the church is not healthy for LGBT people, and that the church needs to improve and hopefully will someday. That's pretty bold. That's a pretty bold message for faithful, active church members.
Agreed.
To be sending.
Yeah. And while it's not a great ratio, where else are you getting 5 to 1?
Totally.
You're not getting that in the church.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So I guess now the next topic is race, and we have to find a way to go faster, or we're not going to have time. So really quickly, talk about a marginalized group, that it's not healthy for them to remain. Darius Gray is one of the first people I had on Mormon Stories podcast. He was an African-American, a Black journalist that, you turn it, Julie, clockwise. And then, sorry, Julie had to go step out for a minute. Darius joined the church as a Black man who was a journalist before the priesthood ban, which is crazy, amazing and also crazy. And this is him talking about when he was passed the sacrament.
He's such a star in this, by
Oh
the
my
way.
gosh.
Yeah, he's a total star.
This is my favorite episode, actually. This whole
the race
episode.
one? Okay. Well, let's just play a little bit of Darius just to give people a sense.
I am reminded of a Sunday sitting in sacrament meeting in an LDS chapel, sitting in the center section on the aisle and having the sacrament presented to me, and I partook of the sacrament. Then I reached for the sacrament tray to be able to pass it on to the person next to me. And the good brother who held that tray quickly withdrew it so that my hand could not even touch the handle. And he reached around me and passed it to the next person.
What a story to share.
Oh, man.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll play just for the sake of time.
Do you have the other ones too? Like, I think the other quotes are really important too.
Good.
Which ones?
Well-meaning members, like things that they said to him about. There was the sacrament, and
maybe
there was
I think I have next clip.
2 or
Let's
3
try the
others.
next clip,
Yeah.
As you would encounter and talk with individuals, comments such as, "Well, Brother Gray, you're living so righteously, I can see already you're starting to lighten. And if you continue to follow the gospel, your skin will become lighter and lighter." They saw that as a compliment. I did not.
All right, so pause there for a second. I love, so it's so easy to get, Mormon culture, like this weird cultural stuff that, like, who knows where that came from, I'll tell you exactly where it came from. I'll tell you exactly. It came from President Kimball at state conferences and regional conferences, parading Native Americans who'd been placed with white families and joined the gospel and showing how their skin got lighter.
Yes.
That's exactly where, from a prophet, seer, and revelator, that's where it came from. And so for him to then receive this from members of like, oh, wow, like your skin's getting lighter. You've been a member for how long? This is amazing. Like, that's real stuff, man. That's not just crazy people with old ideas. That's people listening to their prophet.
Yeah, and for those who don't know the history, the first presidency of the church signed a declaration in the 50s affirming that the priesthood ban was doctrinal.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
and Bruce R. McConkie and Joseph Fielding Smith published books published by the church, sold by the church, called Mormon Doctrine or Doctrines of Salvation, affirming that Black people were Black because they were less valiant or fence sitters in the pre-existence. And there's a whole series on this called Second Class Saints, based on our amazing book called Second Class Saints by Matt Harris, where we dig deep into this. It's a great series. Highly recommend it, but it's horrific. The church's history with race. And the members were literally just following the teachings of the prophets.
Absolutely. And I think one of the reasons I loved this episode so much is it's full of truth telling. And it's full of truth telling that challenges our inherent bias that all of us gained just by being born and into this and being raised in it and hearing those things. And there are implicit messages that just get deep into our psyche. We all have them. And I don't know, this gets into my definition of what a prophet is. This episode is full of prophets speaking truth.
Meaning Darius and Sisters in Zion
and all of
Sisters in
them.
Zion.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They are truth tellers because they can see something the rest of us can't see inherently. And so we need to listen to these people. I think that's what a true prophet is.
Yeah. So having said that, there were a little bit of apologetics that sat wrong with me. And I know that in the modern era, maybe I'm not allowed or supposed to have opinions about this, but I think it's bigotry to like not have thoughts or response just because you might be responding to a minority group. Like we have to be able to talk about this stuff. So even though it some might be hurt by this, I'm going to play a clip that was a little bit hard for me to hear.
Well, the Book of Mormon, they talk about this curse of black skin. I think that the curse of blackness is countenance. I've seen some very white people that were very dark. You don't get to determine or you don't get to decipher for me what something means. And I'm not going to allow you to place something on me that God didn't.
Take that same concept and think about the white people that have left the church. If that was a true skin color, white folks would be back in the church so fast because they would turn Black. How many white people that turn Black because of their unrighteousness from leaving the church will come, oh, hell no.
I love that.
Lord, this black skin, I can't take it. They be back.
The Mormons.
So on the one hand, just to be clear, I have no problem with people interpreting the Book of Mormon how they want to. And I'm not opposing her interpretation. What I do have a problem with is apologists that say the Book of Mormon, when it said skin, it meant tattoos or furs that they were wearing or countenance, instead of it literally meaning dark skin.
This is new theology.
It's new.
This is new theology. This was not taught my first 50 years of life. And I heard it about 5 to 10 years ago. People started floating this idea, and now it's become really popular. But
the curse
was countenance, not actual skin color.
Yeah.
When it's pretty clear in the Book of Mormon that they're talking about skin color.
Yeah.
Well, and I want to acknowledge the difference between a white person or an apologist or somebody who is trying to soften that message or make it go away, which is dishonest, and somebody who is directly affected by it, saying, you don't get to interpret this for me, and I get to interpret it in a way that is more in line with what is Christ-like, right? So big difference. But
it's a much better interpretation.
Well, it is.
I mean, I hope that's what it means. Like,
and I would be fine with someone saying, this is the way we've interpreted it, and it is so messed up.
Right.
It is so messed up.
It's so racist.
It's so racist. This is not how God feels about his children, their children. This is not okay. And also, maybe we can start recognizing that there's a better way to look at this.
Yeah.
And better use of the language. But let's not forget. Let's not forget where this came from.
Yeah.
Let's not back away from how painful that's been and how harmful that's been.
Yeah. I'll play a clip that quotes Gordon B. Hinckley's Little Flicks of History response, and I want to see what you guys think about this.
Brigham Young said, Cain slew his brother, and the Lord put a mark upon him, which is the flat nose and black skin.
Orson Pratt has advocated for black male voting rights in 1852, and Brigham Young stridently rejects that with racism. He says we just as well give mules the right to vote as Negroes and Indians. And what we're trying to do today is to make black people equal with us, and my voice will be against that all the day long, he says.
We now, in fact, have a speech in 1856 where Pratt, an anti-slavery speech where Pratt actually says that. There is no proof that Africans are descendants of Cain. He's suggesting that multi-generational curses are not a thing. God may, in fact, in the Bible, curse a generation or curse a person, right? But that's specific to that time and place, and it certainly doesn't pass down through the generations. In other words, he's really sticking with the second article of faith that, people are punished for their own sins and not for Adam's transgression.
It's behind us. Look, that's behind us. Don't worry about those little flicks of history.
Yeah, so on the one hand, with the Gordon B. Hinckley, it's kind of like a sandwich. With the Gordon B. Hinckley quotes, it feels like this documentary is kind of dismissing or downplaying the problems. And then that's, in the middle of that sandwich are quotes that are basically saying there were church leaders early on who weren't as racist as others. So anyway, I don't know. What did y'all think of that segment?
Gordon B. Hinckley's quote of don't get bogged down with these little flicks of history is so incredibly dismissive to people of color who it impacted, right? It's easy for anybody who's not impacted by it to say, don't bother, well, women vote. Who cares if they didn't vote for, hundreds of thousands of years or what? You know what I mean? It's just like, you can't say that about another group when you're the one that's not impacted.
Yeah.
It just feels really disrespectful, dismissive, and hurtful.
Absolutely. So minimizing to say little flecks of history. This is actually the bulk of our history.
Right.
And we have to reckon with it. I just, don't know if it could be dealt with in a 60 minutes interview.
I wonder why they included those clips. You know what I mean? That's what I'm wondering. I guess we would be speculating.
Well, and it could be a lot of things, but it could be that they just wanted to show how inadequately we've dealt with it.
Okay. And that's a valid.
And it could be that to show really, you can't just say, because a lot of people do say, well, it was just how the world was. Everyone was racist. And so that's actually challenging that to say, actually, there were people who were not. And we need to reckon with the fact that Brigham Young
was
and it wasn't just that he was a product of his time.
Yeah. I love the part too where the sisters in Zion, where she said, "Oh, so God wants a big
I'll
church."
play it. Let me play it.
It was so good. If the church allowed Blacks to have the priesthood before 1978, because of the social climate of the time, then people wouldn't have joined the church, because of how people felt about Blacks. And immediately I'm like, okay, I will repeat back to them. So here's what you are saying to me. God wanted a big church full of racists instead of a smaller church full of non-racist Black, brown, and white people. So God needed to cater to the racists so that we could have a big church of racists.
One of the hardest.
That's probably the best soundbite of the whole series. It's
so good
because it's like it just shows how that apologetics does not make any sense.
Yeah.
Right?
100%.
And then once again, copy and paste that across almost every episode. right? Oh, the Lord wanted a big church of homophobes, right? Or
Of men.
haters,
Of
or
men.
of
A big
men,
church of
right?
men.
misogynists.
Of
Yeah,
misogynists,
Yeah.
right? Than a small church of, and then it
Mhm.
begs the question of like, well, if this is Jesus's church, why isn't it leading all of these things versus following 30, 40 years behind?
Yeah.
There's a really moving part in this chapter, this segment about the fake apology that Jonathan
my
Streeter
gosh.
published. So
Mhm.
we won't play that just for the sake of time, but make
Oh.
sure you
That's
watch
brutal.
these because
That was so that was the most proud I was of my church. I was
Absolutely.
like, we've turned a corner. Like, we're healthy. This is like the dream of what the church should be. And
when the fake apology was
I
issued,
was
and
like,
you thought it was real.
I thought
the
it was
fake
real
apology?
for the hour that I thought it was real.
Right,
You know,
right.
but I was like, this is my church. Like, I'm so proud. And then it was, I can't imagine being a Black person and like, the gut, I mean, it was traumatic for me, and I'm, you know, privileged as they come. So that was awful. Like
It was kind of darkly brilliant.
Well, Jonathan
right.
Streeter is one of the smartest people. I mean, he's just so brilliant. And that was just dark.
And it
was
looks
just
so real.
Yeah.
It was just perfectly.
Yeah.
It was perfectly done.
Anyway,
And
check out that.
Yeah,
part.
don't miss that.
It was, and also it caused a lot of pain.
Yeah.
Oh no, of course.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it does shine a light on, I mean, if the church could just see how many people, not just Black people, like your experience, Julie,
Women,
like
LGBT
so many of us are just like, oh, maybe this is something I can trust this organization. Maybe this is something that I can be proud of being part of.
Right.
Like, take the hint. Like,
yeah,
it is a good thing. I mean, back in early 90s, when I'm at the business school at the University of Utah, I remember them in a PR class just talking about how brilliant it was that you know, when companies would take responsibility for harm, and how they were always so afraid that was going to make their stock price crater, but then it actually ended up doing the opposite. I wish the church could understand this.
Yeah. Yep. And then we get into prophetic fallibility.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's why we can't go there.
Absolutely. But I wish we could understand the healing power of truth and being trustworthy.
Gotta end with Darius just really quickly, but his "Don't Let Nobody Turn You Around" is again applicable
There's
to
an
all.
old civil rights song, and it basically says, "Don't let nobody turn you around, turn you around."
Don't you let nobody turn you around. Don't you let nobody.
And I'll bring that to the memory of these individuals. Let them know, if you have a testimony of this faith, if you have had that and you joined and have felt that you were in the right place, don't let these circumstances turn you around. Don't let people run you off. Hold your ground. Hold your faith. Be hurt. Acknowledge it. It's real. Have a voice. Speak to it. But don't let yourself be turned around.
Don't you let nobody turn you around. Don't you let nobody.
So should we all go back?
Such complicated feelings with that, with that, right?
Yeah.
Because once again,
Yeah.
it ends on this, you know, here's how you don't leave. And gosh, just had to
It's
sit
such
with
an
it.
individual journey that it's like that's good for him, and I know
Yes.
a lot of other people of color that doesn't work for that. It's not best for them, and so
It's both an important part of the conversation. It is how people do it who really want to do it.
yeah.
And also, it doesn't mean you should do it.
Yeah. And that's why Darius and Eugene Orr and the Genesis group in general is so important, right?
Absolutely.
It's so important as that safety blanket, as the let us show you how to walk this path that for 150 years we weren't welcome to walk.
Absolutely.
And that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Well, the next section is women, and
So you two.
Oh, we got this. John and I will do this.
Let's go to the clip.
Bad joke.
One of the
I guess.
deepest problems that we're facing within Mormonism today is the fact that women aren't able to know in the same way that men are. For example, women's even personal revelation could be contradicted by a priesthood leader, someone who has authority over them. I think this is deeply troubling because it can actually work to undermine women's confidence in even just private revelation and personal inspiration. But then that grows to a much deeper level where women have to second guess themselves. They don't have this, what I would call epistemic confidence that they should have, but they learn to be reliant on men and on the structure of the church.
I made decisions for my life based on what I thought God expected of me in terms of career, being married, having children, supporting my husband. It was always a supporting role. I started to feel the deep pain of being in an organization where my opinion would always come second. I could always be overridden by a man. And there's never a space where a woman has an equal say, where her input can carry the day.
Well said, Jana.
Very well said.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what Deirdre said, it shakes an epistemic confidence. I've never put it in those words.
I know.
She's
It's like,
very
that's
smart.
a brilliant way to say it.
It is. She's brilliant. But yes, there's this. I see it in my office all the time, and it's not just the women, but it's really bad with women.
Well, men are given permission to continue to self-develop, at least career-wise or education, or and women are rarely the main character in their own life.
That's right.
And like you said, supporting character. And I think personally, my experience, I was just rebellious enough that as a teenager, I didn't follow the prophet. Like, I made that conscious decision to go, well, God's telling me to go to school and to start a business and to write songs, and the prophet's not going to answer for my life. So I've got to do my life. And it was in that moment that I was like, I'm the main character. And I had to claw my way through the cultural baggage to do that. Like, it's just, I mean, literally clawing because the world's not set up in the church to support women being the main character in their life.
That's right. And then what it does for someone like me, who I needed God to be proud of me. That was like my reason for being. And there are a lot of reasons for that I won't go into, but it was really important for me. And so I was going to do it the right way. And I was going to follow. I mean, I grew up, I was a teenager in the 80s, when this was a very strong message from Ezra Taft Benson of what we were supposed to do. And I was convinced of it. And I now look back and I'm so sad. I was super judgy of people like you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I felt
my
it.
sister was, I'm sure.
Like, that's the clawing and
right?
Like just trying to cut through all of the judgment.
And it didn't just come from men. It was coming from women like me, because I had bought in, I had sacrificed so much. And it's been one of the biggest things that I have had to reckon with in the last few years is people like me, the women like me who really internalize that message, how to make it hard for women like Julie, who were able to make themselves a main character. I was very judgmental of that. And it's something that I've regretted since. I look back and I've had to do my own grief work and mourning over what I gave up. And also this, like, I've had to go through all of the emotions of what I thought about someone like Julie, and now deal with like, oh, I wish I could have had that. I wish I could have had that at an earlier age.
Right. And I don't I think sometimes it gets boiled down to like, did you have a career or not?
Yes.
And
It's
you
more
can
than
be a
that.
stay-at-home mom and be the main character and be doing your work
true.
and have passions and be living your dreams. And
It's a really good
right.
point.
And you can also have a career and go to school and not be developing parts of yourself. So
100%. I mean,
yeah.
I'm a person who would have chosen a career. So it
Yeah.
comes across that way when I say it.
Right.
Because
right.
that was
'Cause
my
that
story.
wasn't what you went against your
I went
internal
against my
compass.
internal compass.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I absolutely want to honor, there are women who are called to doing that and to doing what I was able to do. And there are women who want to do what I did.
Yeah.
And
I was
aren't
always
able
jealous
to.
of people who were like, so couldn't wait for the next soccer game. And I'm just
Right?
like, I'm going because I love my kid. But
Exactly.
like, this is the last thing I want to be doing right now.
That was me.
And yeah, I was
That was me.
jealous. I'm like, I wish I could want what or the prophet tells me God wants me to want, but I want that and a lot of other things. And so that's selfish. Right?
Absolutely. And I'll just say one thing about that epistemic,
Yeah.
women do come into my office just honestly, for some, it is so, I'm sure you see this too,
Oh,
Julie.
all
Like,
the every
right?
client pretty much.
Right? Where it's like, well, tell me what you want.
What? Never thought of
And
it.
literally they sit there and cannot figure out what they want.
Yeah.
Because it's actually a muscle that has to be developed
Right.
developmentally over time, and it gets shut down.
Yeah. Yeah. So I tell the women in my practice
Mhm.
every day, check in. What do I think, feel, want, and need?
Yeah.
Like if you can answer that just any given moment, like you're developing a self,
Yep.
that's good.
And if you think that is easy, it is not.
Right.
It is not. People are, how do I trust myself? How do I do that?
Like you practice.
How do I do that? Yeah.
And I have trusted myself for whatever. I think it's rebellion, really. Like I just go, well, I'm just going to do what I want to do. And I've never regretted it.
Mhm.
Never.
It's
Like when
amazing.
I've been practicing that for 40 years. And so for the women out there, like it's worth it to do that work, to be in charge of your own life.
Absolutely. I didn't start doing the work. If it makes anyone feel better, I didn't start doing that work until maybe my 40s.
Mm.
And I can say with confidence today, it's been so worth it.
Yeah.
Like there's a freedom that comes from trusting yourself that just opens up possibilities that you just can't even believe. And that is feels so dangerous to Orthodox people, men and women.
Mhm.
It feels so dangerous.
Well, it is because you might choose the wrong.
That
You
is-
might,
yeah.
go
Or you
against
might choose. I mean, this is the thing we've got to leave room for. When you can actually choose to be part of the church,
you might leave.
You might stay with joy.
Yeah.
And not just out of duty.
Right. If you don't have a choice, there's no.
If you can't say no to something, you can't say a full yes to something unless you can say a no. That's a problem for everybody, not just women. But
Julie, I have a question.
Yeah.
Everyone who kind of starts to feel the heat of possible church discipline,
Yeah.
you can usually kind of reduce it to one or two things.
Mm-hmm.
Was it your messages around being a woman in the church that might have been the biggest causes for the heat you've experienced, or do you know?
The two things that my church leader mentioned were criticizing policies. So there were two policies, because I don't criticize the leaders. Like I consciously don't do that. And I don't say the church isn't true or, anything like that. But I did say that the trans policy that you talked about, I said, this is really harmful and perpetuates stereotypes. And then I said when they were cracking down on garment wearing, that was last year. I said, this feels really targeted to women because garments are made patterned after male underwear, not female underwear. And so of course it's going to be harder for women to wear them because they're not patterned after women's underwear. Right? So I criticized those two policies, and those were the two specific things that my state president brought up.
But as I experienced, the reasons they give you are often going to be different from the real reasons.
Right.
And so do you have suspicions about how much you got in trouble for your messages around being an empowered woman and women's role in the church?
I'm sure that's part of it, right? Because
what would be the
people
things you
are-
said that maybe
just
got you in
this
trouble?
message for women of like, this is actually your life. You're the only one who can live it, and only you can live your dreams. And like, you don't have to be a mom. You don't have to get married. You know, and if you don't, you're still as valuable. Just kind of women's empowerment and empowering women to make their own choices. Also calling out that women are not equal in the church. Like it's just a fact, you know? And it's like, well, I've always felt equal. Okay, that's great. And you're not. Like, we can quantify it, you know? And just kind of saying that women are not equal, even if you feel like it. You're always trumped by a man. Your revelation, your decisions, there's always a male. And someone just today said on a Facebook post or Instagram post, like, so you're saying that women have no voice, you know, and when you're talking about the largest women's organization in the world, I said, run by men, like overseen by men, you know, that's just an example of there's even the top female leaders are overseen by men.
Yep.
And that is not equality. That's not an equal voice. And so I'm sure all of that, because I kind of say the things that a lot of people feel or think, but don't know they can say.
And did a lot of believing women reach out to you and
yeah.
say they agreed or felt the same way?
Yeah. Or like, no, I've had so many people say, like, I went back to school. You know, you encouraged me to go back to school, or you encouraged me to start painting again, or you and your work encouraged me to, you know, go back to work that I love or whatever. So yeah, I feel like in some ways I've been able to make a difference. That feels good.
And then in some sense, my instinct is that one of your biggest offenses was gaining too large of a following.
Right.
If
no one cares what you have to say, then the leaders don't care. Right. But yeah, it was really, people started coming after me after I got to over 100,000 followers. It was like, okay, who is this? And what is she doing? And you know, she's weakening faith. And yeah.
Yes.
Beautiful. I'm loving this. I know Beau is too. All right, let's go to the next clip.
Meetings at church.
If you look at a picture of our leaders, it's all dark suits and then like 4 colors of pink, purple, red, and yellow. And it's 4 women sitting up there, and they'll put a little spotlight on them to say, see, we're not sexist. How many women go and speak at men's meetings? I have been taught by men my whole life, men telling me how to be a woman. I can go on LDS.org and Google woman, and it's mostly men telling me how to be a woman. You don't have any talks, any at all, from women in the church, women in leadership telling men how to be men.
And so there's just sort of.
I love that.
Yep.
I love that quote.
100%. Because we have, you know, when it's the women's session of conference,
of 3 men speaking,
exactly,
and a couple, maybe 2 or 3 women.
If this is a women's organization, let the women speak and let the women's inspiration be the message.
And I've had to undo the message of self-sacrifice given by men to women, because that's a message men need to hear. Generally, it's not a message women need to hear. They're already self-sacrificing. They need to hear, take care of yourself. And so that's an example of the problem of having primarily men speaking to men and women, is that they're saying things that actually can be hurtful or damaging to women's development.
100%. And I think we have a problem because the women typically, not always, but a lot of the women who are chosen to lead are women who have taken in the men's message about how women should be.
Yeah.
So I don't even think it's enough necessarily just to say women need to speak. We do need that.
Yeah.
And also, we've got to also excavate within ourselves the messages we've internalized. Right. And see, it's not an easy thing in an institution like ours to find that genuine women's voice inside us.
Right.
And there's going to be a wide range of that. I'm not saying there's one right way. We need them all. that we've got to be aware of the influences that have gotten deep in us with our inherent bias again, you
Right.
know?
Right.
So how can I ask a question?
Yes,
Please.
you may, Beau. You may speak.
Questions are allowed.
Thank you. How do you process the current church leadership, right? Who are professional women who've had careers, own law firms, you know, and now are out on the tour going, no, like they're not saying I disobeyed the prophet.
That's right.
what they're not saying.
Yeah.
But what they're saying is, you know, you can be all of the things, girls.
There's huge uproar
yeah.
about that.
Yes,
Yeah.
there is.
Yeah. Like how dare you hold up someone who, like, I sacrificed my dream of being a doctor to stay home because the prophet told me to. How dare you become an attorney and a successful one at that, and then be held up as an example. I think it's a step forward, right? I think just anytime we have variety in terms of who we hold up as examples, I think that's good. But I think it's been really painful and has felt kind of gaslighty to women who followed the prophet and gave up on their dreams. Jana?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I want people like you, people like Camille, to be, you know, to be highlighted. I want my daughters seeing that. I want people having that permission to say, hey, I am following what I want to do.
Right.
I want that. And also, again, it's without context. We never give the full context. We never have the full conversation. We just want to put this out there, like you said, without saying she was being disobedient to do so. You know, which good on her. I'm glad she was. And I wish I had that. And to bring balance to all of it, again, I would want us to highlight women who were so excited for the soccer game to be really celebrated for the choices they were able to make that felt really good
with
to them.
rigid gender roles. There's no choice,
right?
And so you, like you were saying, you can't do it joyfully because you have no choice. It's just like, well, this is just your path. And I think it's the same for men too. Like you are to be the provider. You are to be the priesthood holder.
Absolutely.
And rigid gender roles hurt everyone.
Yeah.
Because you cannot choose, consciously and freely. There's punishment if you're not choosing the mold.
That's right.
Love it. This next clip actually deals with a situation that I think, Beau, you have insider information on, just because I think it happened in your neck of the woods. So let's go ahead and roll that.
And they felt seen and powerful. Sadly, although the practice didn't cross any
actually,
boundary provided.
Why don't you give a little context? Because I think the clip doesn't give the context for this.
So Amy Jensen's the first one that we're going to hear from. I love Amy. She was the Young Women's president. And when I was the bishop, we had sister wards that shared, we shared most resources. Amazing person. Love her. Also shows Carolyn Pearson in this segment. Shows our old chapel in Walnut Creek. It's great. And the reason is because for many years, multiple generations of bishoprics, the Berkeley ward, the Oakland ward, the Lafayette ward, like the wards had, it wasn't official, right? But it was like special assistants to the bishop. And it was a female bishopric. It was women who sat on the stand every single Sunday. It was women who were in all of the priesthood leadership meetings, who were in the councils, who were not just giving input, but they were seen as like a female bishopric. And it was beautiful. And it's just like the way it was for, I'm not gonna say forever, right? But for like a long time. And it just wasn't an issue. It was celebrated. And then a general authority newly assigned to the area started visiting wards, and he started seeing this happening. And he waited until the Oakland stake president was on a 2-week vacation. He came back to the stake, visited it, had the women come off the stand, and announced that there will be no women on the stand. Not just not your female bishopric, no women will be on the stand. And then he went to the Palo Alto stake and did the same thing. And I believe the San Mateo stake and did the same thing. And so any stake that he then heard had women on the stand representing any type of authority and leadership, he came through and just swept them off the stand. Then any bishop who put resistance is now released. They're gone.
No.
Yeah.
Seriously?
So I won't get into personal stuff. I have a friend who was bishop and it was very against this happening, and he is no longer bishop.
Wow.
Yeah. So part of a bigger thing for sure. So Amy, totally active member of the church, like just wonderful person, was just like, where did this come from? What is happening? We were doing something very good to show our daughters that you can lead, you can have power and authority in this organization. And you just came
No, you
from,
can't.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
Just kidding. You can't.
Never mind.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, never mind. This was not sanctioned. It didn't break the handbook. There's nowhere in the handbook that says that.
Fear-based. It's fear-based, right? That person didn't want to get in trouble from the person, the man, and
For sure. And the 70 oftentimes do the dirty work, right? They're the hardliners who come in and do the dirty work so the brethren can come in and be soft and gentle and loving.
I don't know whether I can let the First Presidency and the Quorum of 12 off the hook, because it's hard to imagine the mid-tier general authorities doing that level of intervention without running it by the higher ups.
Maybe. There was a gap in time where he came and saw and then came back weeks later strategically when the stake president was on vacation and started making these changes.
But that could have been what Kurt McConkie or some president of the 70 told him to do.
Totally.
You know what I mean? Yeah. All right, well, let's go ahead and play the clip that we have.
Oh, and by the way, Amy didn't know she was going to be in this documentary.
Oh.
So I texted her. I'm like, you're amazing. She's like, it was a total surprise to me.
Oh, we got the footage from somewhere else? Or?
Yeah, she's been all over from women on the stand.
Women on the stand, yeah.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and play a little bit of that.
And they felt seen and powerful. Sadly, although the practice didn't cross any boundary provided by gospel doctrine or by the handbook, our wards and stakes were asked to discontinue the practice of having all 3 women's stake organization presidents sit on the stand during the stake conference, and to halt the custom of inviting Relief Society presidents to sit on the stand during sacrament meetings.
Many women in the Bay Area are left questioning the reason for this latest edict.
This whole thing just really took me by surprise.
At first, it was painful. For the last 8 years in my stake, women have been on the stand in different capacities. Just as a reminder, hey, women are represented, right? It's just a good visual reminder.
I do not believe that the brethren in Salt Lake understand that what's going on with women is a big deal.
Like, how do we make this better? How do we...
It's such a, it just shows how women, it's like, we'll celebrate any little tiny thing, like
Crumbs.
And then it's like, take it away, right? I mean, sitting on the stand, it's not hurting anyone. It's threatening male authority.
What are we so afraid of?
Right.
Like, literally, I mean, I know authority, but really, what are we,
women are going to take over the church.
What are they afraid of?
Yep.
What are they afraid of? What's going to happen?
You might think you have authority. You might think you have a voice in this organization.
And I just don't quite understand it. And I don't know if all the men understand it either. Like, we need to be asking this question.
Yeah.
We need to be able to talk about this.
It's such a small, it's not saying ordain women. It's not, it's like, have our female leaders be recognized by sitting on the stand.
Yep.
It's a crumb.
Yep. I'm just baffled.
And the documentary makes this point that we don't even talk about it. I'll go ahead and play that clip really quick.
Sister Joan Chittister, who is a Catholic nun, I heard an interview with her where she was being asked about the fact that in the Catholic Church, the women do not have priesthood. And I really resonated with what she said, which was, it's a separate issue whether women are ordained to priesthood or not. The big problem is that we don't even talk about it.
And I remember, just briefly, when the ordained women stuff was happening, they ran a poll of what percentage of Mormon women actually wanted the priesthood. Mm-hmm. And I remember a higher percentage of Mormon men wanted Mormon women to have the priesthood than Mormon women.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Do you know why?
No, tell us. Yeah.
Well, this is according to me, but I've talked with thousands and thousands of women because they're afraid they're going to be doing everything.
Yep.
So if men were partners at home, more women would be thrilled to have the priesthood, I think. But they don't want to do the things that men are doing and do everything that they're doing. So I think if there were more partnership in the unpaid labor of family life, then women would be a lot more willing to step into that.
Yep, I think so. And I also, speaking from someone who was very threatened by ordained women when it came out. Like
Jana.
I know. I'm telling you, I am not a born feminist. I came to this late in life, and it really took me doing some deconstruction work to even get there. Like, I was raised in a very conservative family. My politics were very conservative. I was a Republican delegate as recently as 2010. You know, so I come from. I really kind of have a finger on the pulse of what some of this is, right? I think there is also this thing, and we see it whenever some policies we haven't liked or understood get changed. You'll see a certain number of people fighting against it. It's the same thing as the women who fought against women's suffrage.
Right. More women didn't want the vote than did.
It's the women who fought against the ERA. It's the women who, because when you have accepted, you've done the work to accept that all is right with the world and this is the order of the universe.
Or the order of God.
Yes. It is really hard to accept that actually things were just not great. And psychologically, it feels better to feel like everything is right in the world than to accept that it may not have been great. So I heard women, you know, when things change in the temple and become more equitable, that was really hard for a lot of women. When kids could start calling from their missions and they could talk once a week, that was hard for a lot of people because they'd internalized that there was some virtue in only letting people talk to their kids twice a year. So, you know, I think that's it's a hard thing to accept.
Yeah.
And you've come up with all kinds of, you've done the mental gymnastics and you've come up with all the reasons why this is better this way.
You've endowed it with virtue.
You have.
And that's hard to undo.
Absolutely.
And you have stories. Out of necessity.
I had stories. I had
Yep.
stories that
and
women that wanted priesthood, it was a selfish thing. They didn't really understand the priesthood. They didn't understand what it was about. Definitely, I've heard these messages all the time as well. Then we'd be doing all of the work. And I mean, there's so many damaging messages for men and women that come out of patriarchy. And we've just internalized them all. Like, you know, men just wouldn't show up for anything if they didn't have the priesthood.
They're not as righteous as women. Women don't need the priesthood.
Please.
They're more righteous.
Right? It's so damaging.
Put me on a pedestal, please.
I hate the pedestal.
An untouchable pedestal.
I hate it.
What did y'all think about the inclusion of this one clip in the documentary entitled "I Don't Have to Push It All"?
In the workplace, women have to push really hard to have their voices heard. A lot harder than you have to push here. I don't have to push at all. People are asking, what do you think? I sat down in my first meeting, an executive director's meeting, and I thought, well, I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to observe. And I got, well, Sister Johnson, what do you think? Very first meeting, very first day. And it was sincere interest in what I thought about a particular point.
Like, why do y'all think that was included? And what did you think about that quote? That was a church leader, right?
It's supposed to be positive, right? But who is it that someone has to be showing interest, and that someone is male? Well, the men I was around, they listened to me, right? But it's, the irony is, it's right. It's still, I'm allowed to speak because a man is interested in what I have to say.
Yeah. But what happens when that woman has an opinion that the man doesn't hold?
Yeah.
Not just a like, you know, let me give you some insight into this. And they're like, oh, I didn't know that. That's great. No, what if she says something that the men don't want? Who wins?
Right. Never
This will show
occur.
you don't have, I thought this because I was in lockstep with the brethren. And so I was one of those. Well, they always listen to me. Right up until I started having some deconstruction and I was a little bit vocal about things. And then you start to see real quick who's listening to and who's not, and that you have zero say as a woman. I've seen other men, progressive Mormons who have been able to have more influence because people will listen to them. Well, you've been a bishop. I'll listen to what you have to say. If I say it, everyone is just giving you the side eye and the eye roll and she's dangerous now, So exactly. It has to be initiated by a man. She would have just sat there if the man hadn't said, what do you think?
Yeah. So good. Like, I'm glad that happened, but
very glad it happened.
Still at the mercy of men.
Absolutely.
And in my experience, everywhere else in my life, I feel empowered. I feel equal. I feel like people value my voice, except at church. The only place.
That was the other part of Joan Chittister, what she said that did not get included.
Oh,
she went on to say that. And it was in the context. It was on Being, and Krista Tippett was asking this. And it was in the context of her being a feminist and saying, I'm a feminist.
Yeah.
And she says, I'm looking at these girls that are in first grade right now. And they are going to be living in a world where their voice is going to be valued everywhere but the church. And what does that say about God's love for women?
Right.
Like it is becoming more stark. My daughter, people her
only
age,
place left in the U.S.
They're looking at it and like, why would I want to?
Well, there's the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Well, it's religion.
Well,
Religion's the only place left.
It's religion.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine the difference if Sister Johnson in her interview had finished instead. So she finished with the quote was, Sister Johnson, like, what's your input? Imagine a meeting in which somebody was moving things along, right? It's like, Sister Johnson, what's your decision?
Exactly.
Right.
Makes all the difference.
Absolutely.
What have you
decided? Could never happen.
Yeah.
What have you decided?
Yeah. And I think the younger generation of females are not having it.
That's right.
Right.
No, they're not.
Are young women leaving the church at a higher rate than men?
Yes.
Right now?
Yes. Women in general.
Yes.
I mean, in my family, boys are in, girls are out. It's just right along gender.
And we're just going to blame that on they're following the world.
Right.
These people are following the world.
It's not the church.
It can't be us. It can't be
There's not equality.
No.
So what did y'all think of this? And we'll end this section with this quote. What did y'all think of, and not to put women against women, but what did y'all think of the Maxine Hanks? It's all there in Mormonism.
Really unfortunate. Today, you see a lot of feminists leaving the LDS church and going to other churches and being ordained or getting ministerial training or undertaking formation paths in other traditions because they think it's not there. They think they can't have that in the LDS church. Well, what I learned on my path after going through ministry training and ordinations in other traditions was that it's all there in Mormonism. Women have more ministry, more types of ministry, more levels of priesthood, and a more complete formation and initiation path in the LDS tradition than I found in any other tradition.
And for those who don't know, Maxine Hanks is one of the September 6th. She was excommunicated for publishing a book on Mormon feminism. And then eventually after that, she rebaptized. I just want to give that context. That's Maxine Hanks.
Like 20 years
September
later.
6th,
Yeah.
What did y'all think of that quote?
So I have context because I know Maxine. And so,
I know her too, really well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one thing that I would say is she sees it in the structure and in the history
and theology.
Yes. I would say she recognizes that is that we don't see it today. So it's more of this idea of let me show you from my experience how there are paths to ordination in other traditions and that she participated in, and that there is more available here if we would just see it. I think that's the part that she wasn't saying. So it came off as sounding a lot like the who was it that said it on the Instagram, that just the woman that said,
oh, I know,
Yeah,
no
Anette
other
Dennis.
church.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, there was just a mess, right?
We have
I slid a page of that into here because I could not.
Well, it sounds the same.
It sounds very much.
Says
the same.
there's no other religious organization in the world that I know of that has so broadly given power and authority to women, and that's J Anette Dennis.
Yes, Anette Dennis.
Crazy couple of weeks watching that blow up, and every post ex-Mormon or Mormon feminist showed up on that thread. It was so awesome.
All of us were
It was
there.
so awesome.
We were all there. Yeah, and because we need to give that idea pushback, and it's a both and. I think in a certain way, what I in conversations with Maxine, where she's seeing this is the variety of callings, the lay ministry. There is a breadth there of what women can do that you
Preaching
don't
and
find.
sacrament meetings,
absolutely,
teaching lessons,
and talks and things. There is a lot there even today.
Yeah.
However, there's a big but to all of it. What Maxine is seeing is not seen by the church today.
It's not realized yet.
It's not realized. It's not seen. It's just, if we excavated more fully our history, there are seeds of it.
Yeah.
And it's there in ritual. It's there in ritual, in our temples, in lots of places that we are not seeing.
Right.
So, I do not believe that Maxine would say we've arrived.
Yeah,
she's publicly corrected it too.
Yes.
Like she's come out since then on the one with Steve.
Mormon Book Review.
The other one we were on. Yep.
2 years ago, I officiated my daughter's wedding, and it was really profound for me because I realized, like, oh, I have the authority from the Church of the Internet or whatever, marriage ordained ministers, whatever. Then I experienced like I could actually do something that was unique for my child. And that was such a cool experience. And it was such a stark contrast to go back to church and
right.
You're giving me an idea. Like the church could allow women to perform temporal marriages right now, right?
Absolutely.
And encourage it.
So I have performed a couple of weddings myself, and the experience was that there were people that were in the church that were family members of the people that I was marrying, who were very, very uncomfortable with them choosing a female officiant.
Right. And you don't hold the priesthood. And what's interesting is my husband at the time was the bishop, and they asked me to officiate. She's like, he's going to walk me down the aisle and then pass me off to you. And then you're going to officiate. And it was really,
it's amazing.
Awesome.
It was like, oh, I get to do something actually, that's unique.
Absolutely.
It's official.
Yeah.
You get to have the final word.
And my kids are like, Mom finally got the priesthood. Okay.
and this stuff, I think that I never fully appreciated how important this kind of representation is for your girls to see you doing something like that. Even back to the women on the stand, I had such an emotional experience. Both of these things happened really close together. And it took me completely by surprise, but it was the first scouts who were girls in Utah who received their eagles, and there was an article on it, and then within a short period of time, Kamala Harris was sworn in as vice president, and both of those moments, I just was reduced to tears. Because I didn't even understand until that point what that meant to me, because of what the absence of that had done to me, and to limiting myself and my own opportunities and what I thought I could even do.
And you don't even know you're missing it.
I didn't know I was missing it until I saw it,
Yeah.
and I just sobbed.
Beautiful.
It's so important. It's so important. And I just don't think that men in the church can understand this because they've always had it.
Yeah. Read Dear Mormon Man, What Would You Do by Amy Alabest.
So good.
That is the thing. because I was right in this, and I was not. I mean, it's the thing that, like, it was a moment in my life. I sat there after I read it. I couldn't talk. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move.
So profound.
And I just sat there for 15 minutes. Like, what have I swallowed my entire life?
Yeah.
It's a devastating moment.
Yeah.
Followed by some liberation, but it's devastating.
Mm-hmm.
My wife and I had two moments like that where my wife sent me something to read or reread with a new light, with no filter.
Yes.
Okay. One was Doctrine and Covenants 132 a few years ago.
Oh, that's a moment.
And I said, and I was in Oakland working. She was in Salt Lake. She's sobbing. She's like, just read it. And I'm like, honey, I've read it. I've taught it in seminary. Like, she's like, just hang up and read it word for word, not just
From
the first 30 verses,
to end,
the entire
beginning
thing,
to end,
and then call me back.
Yeah.
And that was that moment, right? And then another
Yes.
one was when I read the Dear Mormon, Dear Mormon Man, and I just cried and cried because I now saw how ridiculous this is.
Yep.
It's insane.
I
and
had
it's today. It's now.
It's 2025. I know. It's
I had
crazy.
3 of those moments. One with feminism, with women. One with LGBT stuff. And I believe Bill was listening to a Mormon story. It was that moment, and then it was a moment understanding racial tensions and racial experience when I was at the Center for Action and Contemplation, listening to an incredible woman, Barbara Holmes. Just moments of like, I can't believe I never saw this.
Yeah.
So before we move on, I want to go to the last page that I put in the deck. I do want to hit on what I'm calling a missed opportunity. And of course, there's so many missed opportunities. Like, I played a little game also. Like, I almost put a slide in of like, what would episode 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 cover, right?
Nice.
And there's so many good things. But this one, I feel like, was one of the largest missed opportunities to address the Annette Denning Instagram debacle.
Yes.
Okay. And so, and I don't mean debacle being the whole situation. I mean debacle and how they treated it. Okay.
Yeah.
And so if we go back to that slide, I want to run a little bit of data on it. So once again, I'll read the quote. This was posted to Instagram as a quote from a meeting that she had taught at.
Yes.
And she's in the highest, she's like, I guess you could say the second highest authority in the church is this person. The quote is, "There's no other religious organization in the world that I'm aware of that has so broadly given power and authority to women." That was last year, March 17th, okay, in a Relief Society devotional. Then the church celebrated it by posting on Instagram. So the church averages 200 comments per post, and they post a lot, okay? They're very active on social. And they average about 200 comments per post across all of them, outside of this one. I removed that from the data set. So far, this has 17,200 comments on this one post, 16,200 shares. Okay, so we're talking 66x average of engagement. Then I had AI run an analysis of the comments. 90% of the comments disagree with Dennis's comment. 90%. And the vast majority of that 90% state they are active. You know, I'm the Relief Society president. I'm the Young Women's president. I am a temple goer. I am a tithe payer. I'm an active member of the church. And this is not true type comments.
Yeah.
Okay. So here we have, with these 17,000 comments and it being in Wall Street Journal, and, you know, like, we have what I'm calling the largest collective female voice ever in the 200-year history of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
It was historic.
Historic.
I remember feeling that, like, we're talking about the hard things on the church's page.
Yes. Amazing for
so cool.
everyone who follows
cool.
it to follow along. I mean, my mom was calling me. She's like, I was up till 3 a.m. reading every single comment, Beau. Like, the women are finally getting a voice, right? Like, amazing. And somehow the largest collective voice of women in the church didn't get included in this documentary.
Yeah.
And then when I listened to Jim Bennett, and Jim's like, oh yeah, you know, Robert needed me to make a couple comments on the authenticity and historicity of the Book of Mormon. So, you know, we zoomed in and I recorded these little things and, you know, it's okay. I'm like, So you're going to go back and be like, oh, shoot, we forgot historical Book of Mormon comments. Let's get that. But you're not going to put this in? I don't understand that. I don't get it. I don't understand how they didn't lead with this. It's like the biggest, you want to know what active LDS women feel?
Yeah.
Go read the comments.
Well, and beyond just this documentary, to the point of we are not talking about it, that this hasn't spurred conversation within the church from higher levels. I mean, no one even knows if anyone actually read it. I mean, Anette Dennis, I believe, did make a post.
But what she said was, we will pass this on to church leaders.
Yes.
It was like,
she denounced herself as
you're
a
not
leader.
a church leader? I
Right.
thought you were a church leader.
Right.
It was so telling.
It is.
We'll pass this on. We'll make sure that the
pass it
people
on.
who matter actually, see this.
And A, did they? And B, yes.
What was the result?
Does she not count?
Yes.
But there's been no follow-up. There's been
No.
no, like, we heard you
No.
and
I know somebody who is a progressive member, pretty dialed in with some of the brethren, and somebody actually invited her to HQ to talk about the Instagram thing, because she's quite social, or quite prominent on social media, and asked her about it. And she's just like, well, I think it's pretty clear. Like, just read the comments.
Yeah.
And the general authority who was there entertaining this conversation said, okay, but tell me about Julie Hanks.
I know.
And pinned this whole thing. He wanted to pin this whole thing on Julie.
Wow, I didn't realize I'm that powerful.
Wow.
This is what I heard. Okay. So interesting response. What a fascinating response.
Seriously?
That you
Thanks
get
for
the
sharing
most
that.
voices ever in 200 years, and they're going to be like, who's that bitch who started this fire?
Just because we love a scapegoat.
Do you know that
we love a scapegoat?
Do you know that my comment on that had like 5,000 likes just on a comment?
On a comment, and almost 600 comments to your comment. And that's why you were pinned at HQ as here's the fire starter.
Okay, well,
not Dennis gaslighting everybody.
The fire.
Yeah, the fire's definitely been burning.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was very telling when I heard that story of like, wow, that's how they're reacting to this. It's like, who's the problem here?
Well,
whose fault is this?
What's the problem?
It's the scapegoat mechanism. Like, when we cannot psychologically take it in and have a real interaction with it.
Yes.
That's the first thing humans go to is a scapegoat.
Yeah.
They could have said, let's call her in and see what she has to share,
let's
because
call
she's
Julie.
been a
What can we learn
therapist
from
for
her?
LDS
Yes.
women for 30 years.
Exactly.
Wow.
You
What
might
can we
actually know
learn?
something.
Exactly.
There may be something to learn.
And
By the way,
maybe your
she's
voice has
active
value.
and faithful.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep,
Let's
last
get
year.
her input.
Right. No. No, let's call her in.
Yeah, exactly.
It's one of the problems with hierarchy is we start to think we know more.
Mhm.
And this has been one of my big messages in all of this thing is that you have to look to the margins for the wisdom of what is going on. The margins are the people, the ones without the power are always the ones who can see the evils in the system or the things that aren't working in the system. And it's not a knock on people. If you're in charge and you fit the demographic and you fit all of the things, you're can't
blind.
see it. You can't see it. You literally cannot see it. And we need to have this sensibility where we start saying, what are you seeing? And there's got to be a humility of what can I learn from you? Not that God's going to tell me everything that needs to happen. We've got to start like working together to find our collective wisdom.
What if God is telling them through that right? Like through women's
Instagram.
voices.
We gave you a clue.
Yeah.
And they get lots of clues. They have 50 full-time employees that serve as an internal agency to show the brethren the data and what people are looking for and what they want. They spend $50 million on retainer to Bain as an agency to, get the data around what people want and to feed that back to the brethren. Like they know.
Yes.
They know.
And they utilize it
Yes.
in ways, but they don't want to be open about it.
For sure. And that's why I thought the Instagram post was so important because it's like, this is just raw, straight from real women.
That's right.
Like their lived experience.
And how many
today.
channels do just average women have
Zero.
to
Zero.
leadership?
Well, now Instagram.
Yeah. if they read it, if they pay attention to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So thank you for entertaining that.
No, it's good.
Thank you.
It was such a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
And Julie, just for those who don't know, whatever you want to share.
Yeah.
I don't think there's probably a lot of people that don't even know discipline wise what's happened or what your status is. What do you want to share about
that? Just that I was called in I had a stake president a couple of years ago who called me in with the area authority. And then in last winter was called in again, talked to by my bishop, and stake president read the definition of apostasy, gave those 2 examples that I shared earlier. And I gave him 500 letters of like how I've helped people stay in the church. And then nothing has happened since then, and I've moved. So I don't know nothing else has happened. That's all I've heard.
But that's the penultimate step to being called to disciplinary council is being warned.
Being warned, right. And I was warned. And so.
Has that made you want to be more careful or cautious about what you say?
No, because I've stopped attending. So I just was like, I don't want to play this game. Like, I'm a 56-year-old woman, and I'm not going to have somebody tell me what I can and can't say. I'm not playing.
But they kind of drove you away.
Yeah. Yeah. I felt really mistreated.
Yeah. That makes us the same age, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That's right. We've talked about this.
Yeah.
I think you're like a month younger than me or something.
Yeah.
So
in summary, women, how we feel about how the documentary treated these issues? Do we feel pretty good?
I mean, it gave a voice to important things.
Okay.
Yeah. I gave it a B. Solid B.
Nice.
Yeah.
I just had this thought. This is a bit of a side thought, but where in all of Mormonism in 2025 is there a show where thoughtful people trying to be fair talk about the happenings and the policies and the standards and the history and the practices of Mormonism?
Yeah.
Where in the world does that happen?
I haven't found it.
Yeah.
Is that like, I'm just sitting here loving this?
Yeah, well, that's what you tried to do a couple of years ago, right?
With
And then
Patrick
Patrick
and
got so much
Jana,
hate
yeah.
that he had to pull away. And then Patrick actually like rebuked the community on Mormon Reddit and just said, like, this is not healthy. This is not good.
Yeah.
He posted and said, like, shame on you, basically.
But is it weird that it doesn't just exist?
Doesn't exist.
I mean, and it makes me crazy. When I heard about that project, I was so excited.
Me
I
too.
love the 3 of you,
yeah.
your voices, like that could really move us forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I think while we have this heart to want to do that, we don't, they're just certain people get really squeamish.
Yeah.
About
it's fear.
It's
right?
fear. It's so fearful to give a say to all the sides. I don't know.
What's the in or out, right? It's like everybody's trying to gauge, like, is he in?
Is he in?
Is she out?
Yeah.
Is he in?
Yeah. And I actually wasn't thinking of Patrick or Jana at all. I'm just thinking of what does it say about the church and its culture.
Yes. That's me too.
Where there's no adults who are having a weekly or a monthly conversation about what's going on. What do we think about it? How do we feel? What's the good? What's the bad?
Yep.
In all of Mormonism, that does not exist and pretty much never has.
Nope.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's wild.
It's sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we could do that, that would give me a lot of hope that I don't have currently.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad y'all are here to do it.
I do want to say before we move on to both of you. So it sparked because I'm reading some of the comments on YouTube, and one of my young women who lives in New Zealand now commented on it and just said, Julie, I love you. You are the best. You have inspired me as a woman. Okay. And I know that for both of you and also sister-in-laws. I grew up in a family of all boys. Okay. So like once I got married, I married into a family of almost all girls, and I got to experience like girls on a different level, and it's awesome.
Yeah.
And I've learned a lot. And so many of the women in my life just so appreciate you and what you do in your voices. And the church doesn't give you that voice. They're not going to give you that opportunity or authority. And so you take it.
Yeah.
And you do it on your own. And I just do want to recognize to you and those who did speak in this chapter, like just thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah,
It means a lot.
It does.
That's my heart is to make a difference for women with an LDS background. Like that's
You're doing it. We have Orthodox family who would never listen to a Mormon Stories. I mean, God forbid, right? But they follow you, right? We're always looking like when you post on Instagram, like my wife and I will look like, who liked it? Interesting. Okay.
Well, there's a power to people on the edge of inside, edge of outside.
Yeah.
You know, that it's just close enough that people can listen.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So have you noticed anything since coming out? When you did that Q&A, I think you're on an airplane or something.
Oh yeah. Well, I was in an airport for 12 hours. I did a Q&A and I wasn't planning on announcing that I'd stepped back from the church, but someone asked. And so I just kind of put it in this 50 Q&A thing. And, but people.
No, it was like you lit a match.
Yeah. And I was like, what happened?
I think that's where I learned about
it. So what has happened since then with your following? And have you seen a decline? Have you seen a rise? Has anything changed?
Not much has changed. Not much has changed. People have been extremely supportive and understanding. And I feel like I was pushed out. Like I've just been mistreated by people online and bullied and harassed. And then when church leaders that are friends like call me in, and I just feel like it's just not okay.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I love the church. And I don't know where I heard this, but like food critics don't hate food. They love food.
Yes.
Movie critics don't hate movies. It's like they love it. So they're trying to go, oh, this is the best part. And oh, don't waste your time on this. And I feel like that, like I love the church.
Absolutely. And we don't make a distinction between people who don't love the church and who really just want to criticize and people who critique from love. There is a distinction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the church. I love the people. And,
Same.
And so I want to make things better from inside, outside,
100%.
Halfway in, halfway out.
I would not do what I do if that were not my motivation.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's nice to feel like, so thank you. It's nice to feel like, some days it makes a difference, So
it does.
You.
It definitely does.
Thank you.
Yeah. And thanks to both of you for sharing everything you've shared so far. I'm learning a lot and I really admire your wisdom and strength.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah. Well, we're not done in Mormon Stories fashion.
Around
I said
hour
we'd be done in
12.
3. We're almost at 4. Do we want to do polygamy real quick?
Sure.
You got to go?
I probably have, and I could maybe do 15 more.
Okay. All right. We'll rush through it. So obviously the church talks about polygamy. That's episode 7. I'll just cut to the chase. They've got Fiona Givens and others. Go ahead.
Play tarot.
Play
tarot.
tarot.
For sure.
That's like the clip from this section.
Yeah.
So we could do like the big clip here, the big clip on the next one, and then talk about prophetic fallacy or
Yes, absolutely.
and close it up.
So so here's the clip that put everyone up in arms. It's the Tarot Givens clip. We'll play it.
I think anybody for whom polygamy is not a problem is to some extent maybe a little bit morally oblivious. It should be disturbing that Joseph Smith married women without his wife's permission or knowledge, that he married underage girls. I don't think that any of those problems are or should be deal breakers. I think that it is most troubling to those who have unrealistic expectations about the nature of prophetic infallibility and fool.
So first of all, it's ironic that Fiona is included in the section because she worked for BYU and was basically forced out for talking too much about Mother in Heaven.
Yeah.
And yet she's somehow a spokesperson for, women's related issues. But at the same time, I admire her and I respect her in many ways. And it's good that she was included. So teeing this up, 2 things. Number 1, polygamy shouldn't be a deal breaker. Thoughts on that?
Well, the juxtaposition of if you have any moral, I can't remember the language he used, but
Morally oblivious.
if you don't have a problem, you're morally oblivious, but it's not that much of a problem And it's like,
be a deal breaker.
Right.
yeah. So it feels like, well, which is it? You know?
Yeah. Well, there's a difference between it should be a deal breaker and it doesn't have to be a deal breaker. Those are two different things.
Yeah.
But wait, what is there an argument that says that it should be a deal breaker? Does anyone have an argument for like,
yes.
you can see why for many it is a deal breaker?
Absolutely. Marrying teenagers.
Who?
Who?
Anyone
Fanny
who's
Alger.
Joseph Smith.
Oh, Joseph Smith.
Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith.
Well, you name all the wives.
Kimball.
Yeah.
No, keep going. I just want to make sure you said marrying. Joseph Smith marrying what?
Marrying teenagers and 20 plus women behind his wife's back. That is morally unacceptable.
Yes.
And that is a very legitimate deal breaker.
And using coercion.
And using
to do
coercion and
so.
manipulation and threatening and
then creating theology around it that we didn't even know was created for it, aka temple and families are forever and sealing and all of that created so that you could justify this polygamy.
And
if anybody did that today, it's a deal breaker.
It's a deal breaker. Can you imagine going to your spouse and you're just like,
well, my 21 husbands.
so I got to come clean.
Not only have I had an affair, but I've had 25.
And then I decided to marry 22 of those. But don't worry, you get to have a say in them now. Right?
It wasn't just that.
For the
you'll
next
be destroyed.
18.
Yeah.
Or you'll be destroyed. Yeah, for the next 18, I'd like you to have a say in this.
Yes.
So
but
that's
not
how important
but not
you
too
are.
much of a say.
But if I disagree with you,
But
it's
if you say
okay. I'll
no,
still
you're
do
gonna
it.
If you
be
say no,
destroyed.
But
then
how is
law
it
of
not a deal
Sarah
breaker?
invoked.
Like if I went to my wife and I'm like, yeah, so shoot,
The
I have
14-year-old
had
neighbor
36 affairs, including multiple people who we took in as help around the house
or
and
as
foster children.
foster children and you know, oh yeah, our neighbors who are married to our friend. Yeah, that
Can
too.
we just say, like, it was a huge mistake? And I wonder if that's why he was allowed to, you know, like, if you believe in a God, like, if God's like, he's off the rails, we got to stop this. But then it didn't.
I mean,
Brigham Young made it worse.
I feel like this chapter especially with the Faith Matters approach and with the apologist approach, I just feel like it should have just been like, let's spend 2 minutes laying out the facts so that we can, you know, ignore the flat earthers who are like polygamy deniers, right? And just like, here's the facts, plain and simple. And then Terrell comes on and says, polygamy was a massive mistake and it hurt so many people. Thank God it's over. End of chapter.
Yeah, I will just say that in my practice, I think it's the number one thing that starts women down a path of faith transition, faith examination.
But then that takes us to Terrell's second point, which is it shouldn't be a deal breaker because you have unrealistic expectations of prophets.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's my fault.
So that's the thing. Like, you expect them to be perfect. No, I don't. I expect them to not be predators, to be honest, to like. It's not.
I know, Julie, you've got pretty high expectations.
Like that was. Yeah, I expect them to be honest most of the time. You know what I mean? It's
Funny,
really not.
funny. Like
it's really not that high.
It's not. And this is one of the microaggressions I was talking about.
Yeah.
And that, you know, with the other guy that we talked about, maybe we'll
Yeah.
get to. But it's this idea. It's a straw man. It's a let me explain your experience to you.
Yeah.
And it's done in so many ways, not just around polygamy, but I had it done to me. Like when I finally got honest with myself to say, I don't know if I've had a real experience with God in my life. I mean, I'm in my 40s and I'm like, I don't know if I've had this. And that was the answer I got from more than one person. Well, you just have unrealistic expectations. Are you expecting a sign?
Yeah, exactly.
No, there's so much more to this. There's so much more to this.
Yeah.
And it is not just your expectations that makes polygamy hard.
You expect him to be perfect. Nope.
Even if you
Absolutely
reject
not.
it. Even if you reject it, it can still be a deal breaker.
Even if you left it open, right? Like, let's say they go through the 2-minute soundbite on like the reality of Joseph's polygamy. And then he says, for some, this is a deal breaker.
Yes.
And for others, it isn't. I think we all just need to look inward and ask ourselves, is this a deal breaker for me?
And I think
Okay,
it's fair to
that's
bring.
okay.
I think it's fair to bring up like what are our expectations of leaders. I think that has a place in the conversation, but don't dismiss people.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
By saying that that's the issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll just say there are several deal breakers, and I would even say they reach the level of smoking guns for belief in the Mormon Church related to polygamy. One is that Joseph Smith told at least 2 women that an angel with the flaming sword would kill him if she didn't agree to practice polygamy with him.
One of which was a minor.
Yeah, just think about that for a second. Like, God won't send an angel with the flaming sword to stop Hitler. He won't send an angel with the flaming sword to
but he cares about marrying the neighbor.
Yeah.
You know?
But he will send an angel with the flaming sword to make sure that these teenage girls have sex with Joseph Smith. Like, that is a smoking gun. Another smoking gun is, 14-year-olds. Another smoking gun is like 12 women who are already married to other men. Another smoking gun is when, as you mentioned, Julie, when he finally gives the revelation to Emma after he's already married 20 plus other women behind her back and lying about it, by the way, when he tells Emma that he's been doing it and now he has a revelation. In the words of Jesus, Emma's threatened with her destruction if she doesn't allow. That's
scripture, by the way.
It's in D&C 132 today.
Still there.
The fact that he lied about it all along to the church membership, those are all smoking guns. Don't tell me that if you're going to claim this is God's one true prophet to restore his one true church, and then he's doing all these things, that's a reasonable reason to leave Mormonism by any standard. So I think it's awful that Terrell would think or say things like that. And I do think, if I had a criticism of Robert and Jim, that they just should not have included those segments. They make the documentary objectively worse. So like the polygamy section and the Book of Mormon sections, for me, aren't B's. I'll put it nicely.
Yep.
And I love Robert. Robert, I love you.
Absolutely. Again, like, how are you going to do something within the time constraints of what he's doing here and giving a full, robust look?
Yeah.
You can't do it. It can be, and I want it to be a conversation starter.
Yeah.
For
But
this.
just stick with things like I believe anyway, or Joe. Maybe. I mean, the documentary goes here. Maybe polygamy wasn't of God. Maybe Joseph was a fallen prophet. You don't have to believe in polygamy. Like they all do right.
Yes. Yeah.
Just freaking leave out Terrell Givens from that section, please.
That comment.
Yeah.
That comment. Yeah. And maybe that comment without context. I don't know what context could make it better, but
agreed. It could have been a lot shorter.
Yeah.
Because like everybody in the documentary agreed with that.
I mean, no one was saying
like,
polygamy
it's
was
wrong.
great.
I mean, same with Patrick Mason, right? He said it on
I'm all
Mormon
for
Stories.
it. Yeah. Or God. I mean, we just have to deal with it. The God wanted it. You know?
Yeah.
There was no one, and there are a lot of people out there with that point of view.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, but again, unrealistic expectations. Where would we have had those? And that takes us to the next.
And also, why is that unrealistic? Why is it unrealistic expectation that I would expect my leader of any organization to not
moral.
do those things?
Yeah.
To be moral.
To be moral.
Like.
Yeah.
Or to own your morality and your immorality.
Yeah.
Own it.
Well, I think that
Deal with it.
Yeah.
So painful because we were all, gaslit.
Yes.
And not taught these things. And then once we learned them, I knew those things all along. I mean, how many times you heard that? It's like, what? Absolutely. You're just learning about this now? Come on. I've known about this all along. It actually strengthened my testimony when I learned this.
Yes. Well, I find it quite ironic now that the church is in a place, because of the movement of people who are polygamy deniers, that the church is now in a place of really needing to affirm Joseph's polygamy.
Yes.
I'm like, wow, this would have made my 18-year-old brain spin.
Yep.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's crazy.
I know. It's wild.
It's wild.
It really is.
It really is.
All right.
Okay. So just for the sake of time, we're going to jump to episode 9, which is entitled Leaving to Sin, or something. No, it's entitled High Demand Religion.
Yeah.
It talks about the church asking members to sacrifice, that it's a good thing for the church to be a high demand religion, which I think is actually true. Like social scientists have demonstrated that the more a church asks of its members, the more commitment they feel to the church. And I also think there's a lot of us who are grateful for our upbringing where we had to work hard. And so it tries to make that point that being a high demand religion is actually a good thing. but and this is something I'm just going to say because I know Robert and I've talked to him about it. So there's the classic trope or stereotype that many ex-Mormons or most ex-Mormons leave the church because they want to sin. And I don't
or
think
they can't hack it.
Or it's too hard.
Yeah,
It's
too
demanding.
hard.
Yeah.
And I know that Robert would not say that about the people close to him for the majority of the people close to him who have left.
Yeah.
So I don't think Robert believes that generalization.
So he had Josh James say it.
No, but I think he believes that it's true for some. I think he does believe, and there is this idea of a Jack Mormon.
Yeah.
That there are people that do want to drink beer and they don't want to go to church on Sunday and they want to just have fun in life. You could even argue that's a healthy thing, but I think Robert does believe that there are people who leave because they want to sin, they want to have sex, they want to drink alcohol, they want to smoke weed, they want to get tattoos, they want to swing. And as soon as they have, I think Robert believes that there's some people that they see the CES letter and they're like, sweet, now I have a justification to bail. And I think he does have Josh James say it. Go ahead, Jana.
I had this conversation with Robert. So
okay. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Because I saw some clips because I was one of the later interviews and I saw probably some of the clips you're about to play. And I saw all these sections like here, and I saw all these sections of the documentary as here are some things that trip people up. Here are some things that trip people up. And I had a big reaction to the high demand religion thing. And I said to him, this isn't a reason people leave. People don't leave because it's a high demand religion. And we can have a conversation about whether it's a good thing or a bad thing to have a high demand religion, but it's not a reason people leave. It is actually a thing that keeps them in.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, but I know people that's what they talk about when they leave. I'm like, of course it is. Because it's what you resent when you move beyond the paradigm that says that I made that sacrifice for a greater good that I no longer believe in. Mm-hmm. I mean, if stupid analogy, but if I found out today that I really didn't have to change 7 years of poopy diapers with my 3 kids, that there was another way to make them happy and healthy and hygienic I didn't have to go through that, I'd be a little salty. Like I would probably mention it. I'd probably be a little angry at times, and this is so much worse. Like the amount of our lives we give to something that we don't resent when we're in it because we're doing it for a reason. And it does bring character and it does bring other things, but I'm like, this is not a thing. And that's my opinion, that this is not a thing.
I've never had a client say ever. I've left because I want to drink. You can be a Mormon and drink. I mean, you don't have to leave.
Ever.
No one's ever said that.
Not once.
Thousands
and so
of clients.
I did tell him that. And so anyway, I was very interested to see how he was going to incorporate all of this. But it's one of the things I had the biggest problem with is still the places where that is insinuated. Because I agree with you. I think that there is something in him that really does believe that people leave for that. And we're going to hear.
I just think it's such a fraction of the population. And so to include
and they're probably
that
14
on this.
They're probably 14. They're probably not 50.
For that to be your driving force of like, oh, I really want to go, do these things that I never got to do. And I'm salty about it. So I'm going to let go of this way of life for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like,
and to be fair, the ones who did probably are not in my office trying to wrestle with it. Yeah. So.
But I also think very few of the people that watch this documentary, that bother to watch this documentary, are going to fit in that category.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I think the documentary is missing the mark in terms of its target audience.
The whole Josh James, I was like, when I was watching.
I should play it first.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
and it's deepening the trope.
Yeah.
Let me play the clip and then we can comment on it. So Josh James started a company called Omniture that became $1 billion company, and he sold it to Adobe. And this is his clip.
For almost $2 billion. Yeah, I mean, there's a million reasons you can not do this. Sometimes I find a lot of friends that'll make those mistakes and then read the CES letter and be like, oh yeah, I'm out because of the CES letter. But I know that's not the case. They want to do A, B, and C and not feel guilty about it. They don't want to go to church and not feel guilty about it.
So I mean, does that capture the stuff that upset you?
Yeah, that was my least favorite comment in the entire thing.
Why?
Because it's giving the worst. I want people to give generosity to other people and their experience. And I think that this trope paints people who leave in just a really not a great light.
Well,
Just
very shallow.
Very shallow.
And just not well, it's not accurate.
It's not accurate.
It's just not accurate.
It isn't. It's not accurate. And I know that this was part of, I want to say it was in the Bridges book by David Osler, where he asked a bunch of church leaders and asked a bunch of people who have left the church, what the reasons were. And there was such a mismatch. And this was one of the big areas that a lot of leaders felt like people were leaving to sin, and no one who had left felt like that themselves. So I just think it's perpetuating something. And it is an example of a microaggression. Like, I don't really think that much of you. And so I'm going to paint you in this light as to why you're leaving. You just want an excuse. I mean, who want that?
Well, it's just
that's not great.
It's
to
the
say
same
about another person.
as ex-Mormons say, oh, they just stay because they're blind sheep. Or
100%.
It's just dismissing someone's choice and the
Exactly.
complexity that goes along with making a huge
Actually,
life change.
It's an example of contempt.
Yeah.
Like, I have contempt. I have the high road. I have the right way of doing it, and you don't. But there's more to what he said in another one. I don't know if you're going to play it, that I also have issues with.
Just summarize it that you remember.
So it's when he was saying, I don't want people who are imperfect to leave the church. Like, I want the people who are struggling.
I'll
to-
play that. I'll play
Okay.
that. I'll
Okay.
play that. It's the vanilla milk toast comment.
Yeah. That's the
Okay, I'll play it.
I'm in the right place. I want the people that disagree, that don't like when people are judgmental, that have a hard time with drinking, that are screwing around with their boyfriend or girlfriend. They still come back. And when someone says something to them that they don't agree with, they stand up and be like, no, that's not right. I want those people to stay in and fight. That's what we need. Because if we lose all those people, we're going to be a pretty vanilla milk toast place. And it is going to not do nearly as well as if we had the leaders and the passionate people fighting.
What's wrong with that argument? I think there's something cool about that argument.
I think there's something cool about that argument. And then there's also, it's basically a different version of telling an LGBT person that they have to stay in the church. We don't want it. We need you. We need your diversity. Blah, blah, blah. It's putting the onus on the people for whom it is really hard and they're really struggling to show up and be vulnerable and to go against the grain that way, instead of telling the church, we need to
system.
make space for these people. We need to stop making it hard for them. It's putting the onus on the wrong people.
Yep.
Like, if you don't want a vanilla milk toast church, which great, I don't either. What are you going to do rather than tell you to come fight? Don't tell me to come fight. Make this a place where I want to be.
Place.
But going back to that trans congresswoman that you and I listened to as her client,
yes,
she makes this beautiful argument that maybe what some call wokeness overreached.
Yes.
Like, for example, in this argument that it's not a marginalized person's job to educate everybody else about their marginalization. She makes the comment, who better to educate people about the harms of marginalized people than the marginalized people? When we remove ourselves from the conversation, what civil rights progress has ever been made when it wasn't the people being marginalized who weren't leading the charge on advocating for themselves and educating others? And I'm not saying, I know there's problems with it and there needs to be self-care, but what's wrong with this argument that, like, stay in the church and make it better, and it may be hard and maybe some of you won't be able to do it, but if enough of you do, from the grassroots, we can all change the culture.
Well, this question is exactly why we're no further than we are in social justice, because we all wrestle with this, because it is the traumatized, marginalized that does.
Well, isn't that what the Restore people are doing? Like, that's at least 10, 15, 20,000 people who are staying in their wards and speaking up in elders quorum and speaking up in Sunday school.
They're not drinking and having.
Some are.
I mean,
some are. I know some that are.
Okay.
In fact, that's another criticism of Josh James. Josh James, of anyone in the world in Mormonism, Josh James knows thousands of Utah Valley, Utah County Mormons that are drinking, smoking weed, doing psychedelics, swinging, and are staying in the church.
And
Josh James, of all people, know that.
Yeah.
And Restore that's the
But
the
Restore isn't talking about that.
No.
Right. That's
They're not talking about
doing
that.
it.
But they're
they're
not
doing
saying
it.
come and smoke your cigarettes at Restore. They're not like that's not who they're catering to.
And I don't know that. I mean, maybe more people at Restore are doing that than other places, but I don't think that's unique to Restore.
But I'm talking less about the substances and more about advocating for LGBT people,
Yes.
advocating for women,
But it's-
teaching accurate church
They're
history.
having some of the harder conversations.
But I think your point is it has to be both. Like we have to change the system and we need people. It has to change from the top and the bottom, but just to expect the marginalized to change everything in this big giant system, it's not fair.
Well, and to expect them to do the heavy lifting, but the key is opened from the inside. The lock is open from the inside.
And I would say, Robert, and maybe Josh, I've met Josh once, but what if they're not saying it's your duty?
Yeah.
They're saying if you can, you can help a lot of people.
Well, this is what I would want them to do is I see this. I want you to fight. So this is what I am going to do to help that be easier for you.
And is he standing up in sacrament meeting or elders quorum saying, what can we do to be more welcoming to people who
I can't say Domo during I don't mean to be a Josh James apologist, but I do know that during the Believer campaign, when Encircle was really big, I'm pretty sure Domo bought a bunch of LGBT affirming billboards and plastered them all along the I-15 corridor.
Like that's awesome.
So I think he is putting some of his money. I know he donated a lot to Encircle and to a lot of these causes. And I don't even know the guy.
Good people can do problematic things, trying to do good things for good reasons.
But those
and
are
they just
good
don't
things.
Know. They are good things. It's both. They are good things. And also we have to really be mindful of what we are asking of people. We have to be really mindful of what we're asking of people. And we have to be willing to put our skin on the line. We have to be willing to, if you've got the privilege in the system, you need to be willing to put your body in the game and say, this is what I'm doing to help that be possible for you.
Yeah. I forgot what I was going to say.
Well,
sorry. No, that's okay.
So yes, Jana, I love
excited.
everything you're advocating for, but I'm also going to say Carolyn Pearson, Darius Gray, Greg Prince, everybody in this documentary. It's not just Josh James. Isn't that the most common progressive Mormon thing to say? Is I'm staying in the church to help those, to make the church better.
That's the difference. I'm staying in the church, not you should stay in the church. That's the difference.
Huge difference.
It's what I'm going to do versus what you should do. That's entirely different.
Yeah, I see.
Does that make sense?
Josh's
it is.
entire point would have been much better if it had just been first person.
I hope
I
that
do
you.
this.
I wish
and
that
this,
you.
and this and this. And if you scour the internet, you'll see people talking about how I do all of these things. And I stand up and I give my testimony on Sunday because I'm using the atonement and I'm trying to overcome my vices and my mistakes. And I'm going to be public about it and open about it. And we're all together in this hospital. But that's not what's happening.
Exactly. He's not putting himself in that place to be vulnerable enough to say, and I want all of you to come with me, because you do need people in that place. You do. No movement ever and shouldn't be done by people who aren't in that position.
Right.
So they need to be, and we need there. It is a special person who can do that and stay well.
Yes, and there is a invisible bond between the progressive members of a ward. We all sniff each other out within the week, right? When you move to a new ward.
Yes,
you kind of
do the eye rolls together.
Well, you kind of know.
It's
and nobody says
little
anything,
things.
but if you make a comment, then after church you get the texts and people stopping by. Thank you so much for saying that. Nobody will ever, speak openly. I love all of that. It's great, and that was my experience for a decade. What I will say is, as we've gone from going to church 50 weeks a year to 1 or 2 weeks a year, going to a mission farewell or supporting a loved one as they're speaking or something along those lines, there is this group of progressives within I think every ward, where they're the ones who are actually most salty that we've stepped away, because it's like, oh,
Yeah.
we were making a difference.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you were saying
You
the thing that
abandoned
nobody else
us.
would say. You
Yeah.
abandoned
Yep.
us. You
Yeah.
abandoned us.
Well, because there are so few people really that are willing to even out themselves to each other, first of all.
Yes.
And then there are so few. I mean, my experience was that I would say things, and yes, I would get the texts
Yep.
and I would get the thank you for saying that. But did any of them ever speak up?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Because this is super
It's
hard.
scary and hard.
You
and
lose your
scary and
social
hard.
equity.
You get
do.
punished.
Yeah.
You do. And that came as a surprise to me.
Yeah.
I'm like, where did everybody go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They left me when I was gospel doctrine teacher.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Totally.
You know, I was very naive.
And
opening
it
my
just
mouth.
it takes leadership to do what Josh is talking about.
It
And I
it
actually
does.
love the idea of what he's talking about.
Absolutely.
And there was this 5-year period of time, a 6-year period of time, because the bishop before me that I was serving as first counselor, he really set the mission of like, everyone is on an equal playing ground.
Yep.
Wherever you are in your journey is a-okay here.
Mhm.
And it totally changed the mood of our ward. And like we were talking, what he was describing is close to what was happening.
Yes.
But that's so rare, you
It-
guys. It's
for sure.
so incredibly rare, because you're going to get punished.
Yes.
You're going to get your calling taken away, your
Yes.
temple recommend taken away, your garments taken away, your covenants taken away. If you go up and start bearing your testimony and talking about the things that you're doing and how these things are being overcome through the atonement, like you're
Mhm.
toast.
Yeah, for
You're
sure.
toast. Socially, you're toast.
Mhm.
Calling wise, hierarchy, worthiness, you're toast.
Mhm. Absolutely. And I think, to be fair, John, and to come back to what you were saying with where the woke ideology goes too far and all of those things, I do think that even, and I'm doing it, here's an example of me doing it, is that I'm coming down on this guy, right? When he really does have the right ideas.
Yeah.
And
totally.
I'm coming down on how he's doing it. And I have to watch that in myself. And I've felt it from other people who are marginalized in different ways and in greater ways than I am. Right. And I'm like, no, I'm one of the good guys. I'm one of the good guys. I'm on your side. But I also think it's so important to listen to people and how it's landing with them, because you can see I'm activated, and I'm activated because I've been this person he's talking about. I've been on the wrong side of this. And it's like, you just aren't seeing this whole thing. And I wish that we could have better conversations around that, like we're having right now, where I can say, yes, I see your goodness. I can see the goodness of the privileged class and those people who are open to this and are awake to this and want to help. We have got to have a better way to let people do this work with dignity, and to and not just come down on how they're doing it in an inelegant way. And that has been missing in the whole conversation.
Mm.
It's like I can't even tell you how many white heterosexual men have come into my office since the whole George Floyd thing, feeling very, very picked on.
Mm.
And, anyone on a liberal side or marginalized side is going to be like, let me get out my tiny violin for you. And that's not a great response to people who are trying to really honestly grapple with it. We've got to let people have their dignity for not knowing what they don't know. And we haven't figured out how to do that yet. And we're not going to move forward until we do.
Well, I think, Jana, that sums up the whole point of the last chapter and the thread throughout of like, can you leave the church with dignity? Can you stay in the church with dignity?
Yes.
Right? The ultimate end question.
Absolutely. And in mixed families that I work with, mixed faith families, that is one of it's hard work to get there,
Mhm.
to let your people choose differently.
Yeah.
Differentiation of self. It's
a rough
so
one.
hard. So hard.
Yes, it is.
So I had the last episode mostly focusing on a message that leaders are fallible, which I think is the most radical and risky and dangerous message they could possibly share in the series. And they kind of start with it and they kind of end with it.
Yeah.
Um,
Which is bananas that it's that hard for us to say, because we all know it.
yeah, but it's also probably a lot of, the Mormon church is there's this idea in basketball called scoreboard. You kind of just say, you may not like what's going on, but look at the scoreboard. Like the Mormon church is worth $300 billion plus, super successful, making criticism of authority, a bad thing has probably really worked for them. Right. And we've all acknowledged is the most sacred of all cows, is priesthood authority.
Yes.
So with that, I'll just play a quick clip. So here's what the doc is saying.
Works. There are many who do leave the church when they find out that their leaders are not infallible. I'm sorry that they do that because I don't think that that's necessary. But if their paradigm of affiliation within the church was based on that belief that these men are infallible, then they really have no other choice. The problem wasn't the fallibility, infallibility of the leaders. It was the construction of that paradigm in the first place, aided and abetted by the institutional church, that set them up for failure. That's the issue. If they can shift the paradigm and say, look, these are good men, well-intentioned, and sometimes they get it right and sometimes they don't, but ultimately it's the responsibility of the individual member to figure that out, then they'll be okay. It would be nice if there were an institution that did get it right all the time. An institution that was infallible. To the best of my knowledge, that's not out there, and it never has been.
From the perspective of church leaders.
Oh, you're laughing.
Julie's
Like,
jumping
no
out of her
one
chair.
wants an infallible
Exactly.
leader or institution. Like, stop.
Yeah.
I want just a good, mature, responsible. Like, I make mistakes, own them. Like, this is obviously like driving me crazy.
Yeah,
but that is not what people want.
It's a straw man, you're saying?
It's a straw man.
And it's a false binary. It's either perfection, infallibility, or, it's like, no.
Yeah. We want transparency. We want honesty. We want
And
trustworthiness.
goodness.
We want goodness. We want moral leadership.
Yeah.
I think a lot of believing Mormons would say the brethren are all that. They're kind, honest, good-hearted, hardworking, moral men.
They are,
I
and
would
the
agree.
institution as a system does not always act that way by protecting sexual predators or by hiding money from the SEC or like the individuals, yes.
Yes.
But as a collective organization, that organization doesn't always act according to its own professed values.
And how can we know without the transparency, without the conversation, without more real conversation going on from the top? Like, hey, we're wrestling with this. This is what happened. Instead of, this is our statement, the matter is closed.
Yeah.
Right. Saying, hey, if you have problems with this, we get it. If we this is really hard and we made mistakes and we're really sorry and this must be hurtful to you. Like a healthy, mature adult would do.
Yes.
It's not asking that much.
No.
It's not perfection. It's accountability.
And what they're doing is they're establishing a way to think about this. They're saying, oh, well, you're unrealistic expectations. You're expecting this infallibility and nobody's infallible, right? That these are good men who are just trying their best. And the way that trickles down, it reminds me of a conversation I had with my bishop, one of the last ones, where he just said, he's like, I get it. Like, Joseph Smith made some mistakes, but like, do you expect him to be perfect? That's how that trickles down. They know that. And that's why it ends with this.
Who's they?
The producer.
Okay.
Robert. He knows that. He knows that this idea trickles down to, but like, don't expect perfection. He made some mistakes, but it's all worth it because he did so much. That's how it trickles down. That's how it comes into our wards and into our lives.
That's the treasure in the field.
Yeah, it's the treasure in the field.
I'm going to buy the field.
It's exactly right. And it's like, once you realize that the rest of the field has freaking hidden bombs, landmines that you didn't know about and they did know about.
And also, there's another field over there that has some treasure, and there's some field over there that has some treasure.
Exactly.
And some without as many landmines.
Yes.
Some
Imagine
of them
that.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think that's where it's the whole, it's the way it's framed is not helpful, to say the least, because of this, this binary of infallibility. And nobody's expecting that. Zero. I don't know anybody who's expecting that. But when we actually look at what they did, both historically, Joseph Smith, Brigham, John Taylor, etc., and what their actual misdeeds or infallibility is, when you actually look at it, it is far more than, oh, this person made some mistakes.
Yeah. And I think that gets to it. Like, this gets more confusing. I think there are a lot of people in the church who really believe in a certain level of infallibility when it comes to doctrine.
Yeah.
When it comes to what they're speaking in general conference, like they'll be like, they're infallible. They might, lose their temper. They may not.
Or wear an ugly tie.
Yeah.
It's like, nobody cares about your tie.
Exactly.
That's not what we're talking about.
But there is a number, and it's because there's this conflation that they speak for God, so ergo they are God. Like, they are the mouthpiece. And that is where we get really squishy with the infallibility. Like, we can even go to the Old Testament. Like, I think Patrick Mason was in here talking about Noah's a drunk, and and so we notice these things. And I think we would struggle with that more today if we found out that someone was, a drunk or whatever in the top,
Would we though? Because like hiding hundreds of billions
depends
of
on the
dollars.
sin. If it's on the temple
In secret shell companies, strategically doing it for 23 years.
Because you're afraid the members won't pay tithing if they know how wealthy you are.
And then the leader of that is quoted saying what you just said. Yeah. So I do challenge that.
No, well, I think, but it depends on the sin. I have a hierarchy of these things, and we have ways of giving people the benefit of the doubt. Well, who knew about it? Whose decision? Well, I was just a lawyer. We have these ways of doing it. But if we found out that one of the 15 was a drunk,
yeah.
If we found out that one of them was an adulterer, yes, we would struggle more.
Yep.
We would struggle more with that. So no, I mean, but yeah, it depends on how individual it is, and it depends on if there's a way to
versus collective. Can you say, well, they advised us wrong? They,
exactly.
It wasn't
it depends
us.
if we've got enough scapegoats around it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're very, very. It gets into this really weird place when we imagine that they can be fallible about big things and personal things.
And where does that come from, right? Once again, you can
the
always
organization.
flag
The organization sets that up.
Absolutely.
And so if they could just say, I mean, how cool would it be every conference if they're like, okay, my last conference talk, can I correct a little bit? Like, that came off probably wrong. Or if there was transparency, there'd be so much more trust.
Yeah.
And there'd be so much more forgiveness for mistakes.
Yep.
So why can't we do that? Let me give you a couple of quotes. Let's see
Okay.
if any of these
All
seem
right.
familiar.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Quote time. Whether by mine own voice or by the voice of my servants, it is the same. Doctrine and Covenants 138. How about Brigham Young, Journal of Discourses? When the prophet speaks, the debate is over. Then reiterated by one of the sister leaders, then by President Hinckley. Okay. And then it was reiterated again recently. Let's see. We must learn to give heed to the words and commandments that the Lord shall give through his prophets. Okay. Harold B. Lee, 1970. Ezra Taft Benson. The prophet is the only man who speaks for the Lord in everything. The living prophet is more vital to us than the standard works. The prophet will never lead the church astray. President Hinckley, once again, when the prophet speaks, those who are listening know that it is the word of God.
Yep.
Okay. They were just speaking as a man.
They're just speaking as a man in general conference.
Right.
Multiple times, right? Our current president of the church, our sustaining of prophets is a personal commitment that we will do our utmost to uphold their prophetic priorities and sincerely heed their counsel. So this idea that like, oh, they're men doing their best. I take some, I leave some. Great. That's a very healthy way to Mormon. And I fully endorse that.
Yes.
However, where does this come from? It comes from doctrine and 200 years of prophets saying, no, I speak for God. This is not immaturity as Terrell wants us to think like, oh, you're immature for thinking that God speaks to the prophet and the prophet. No, I'm not immature. the prophet taught me that.
Yes.
And still does. I mean, Sister Nelson said, my husband wakes up in the middle of the night, grabs a pen with a little light on it, and writes what the Lord is dictating to him. That's where it comes from. We didn't make this up.
But to bring it back to the film, isn't the film kind of saying that? Isn't the film kind of saying, yes, the brethren set up this expectation, but members feel free to liberate yourself from that misperception. And I loved how it ended. It's almost sinisterly. It ends with the quote from none other than Dehlin H. Oakes.
Yeah.
And let's play that because I think it's a brilliant way to end.
Whether an exception applies to you is your responsibility. You must work that out individually between you and the Lord. I teach them correct principles and they govern themselves.
If you can get into that space where you believe in yourself, you believe that God can speak to you, then I think you can have a healthy life of faith.
Agreed, John.
What? Agreed what?
With what he said at the end.
Yeah. Except the church, the leaders also teach against that.
They do.
Right? You will never get personal revelation that goes against
That contradicts. And that's how you know you're off the path.
Right.
And I think we've been in this tension since the very beginning. I actually think that as I read I'm no expert, but I'm a lifelong church member, right? But as I read Joseph Smith, one of the things that inspires me about what he was trying to bring to the restoration was this idea of personal revelation, of no mediator between you and God. I think that President Nelson has been very strong in this, trying to tell people to get their own individual revelation. There are many quotes, and there's some quotes from I have some quotes from Bruce R. McConkie, from, Joseph Fielding Smith, I think, some pretty hardcore people that were like, we want to encourage people to be prophets for themselves in their own lives. And I think sometimes we don't recognize, we think, well, you have a higher position, you're higher in the hierarchy, so you know more about what I should do for my life than I do. And it's the exact opposite. If anyone is getting revelation for my life, it's going to be me. If anyone's getting revelation for my ward, it's going to be my bishop. If anyone's getting revelation for my stake, it's going to be my stake president, because that's actually the way this works. And what we're doing in sustaining the people at the top is saying, you get to make that decision as church-wide. And you can have good advice, but we really do need to take this into our lives. And I don't think that's very heretical to say that. I have a lot of voices behind me. But I also, the way I understand it, I think Joseph Smith also, he had that like deep inspiration of that. Like this conviction, everyone needs to be a prophet for themselves. We can all have this. I've been empowered by this. I want you all to be empowered by this. Right up until someone else is getting revelations for the church.
Right up until it was challenged.
Exactly.
And then the priesthood appears.
Exactly.
And then hierarchy appears.
And we've been wrestling with this ever since. How do you balance the keys, the priesthood, the authority with having control of your own life, seeking your own, answers and everything. And honestly, if we as people are not doing that, we are not going to get better revelation as a group. If I'm just giving it all away, I will not grow spiritually. So the quotes of me in here saying we need to wrestle with it and we need to be in that paradox, we do. And we need to not just give it over to, well, that's what they said.
Yeah.
And I think that it's a perfect example of it was the policy of exclusion, because it gets really confusing really fast when you have this and then it's reversed 3 years later. Well, who was getting the right revelation in between there? Was it the people who wrote articles and said, I had a problem with it too, but then I really got right with the Lord. And now I think the policy of exclusion is great. Or is it the people who said, you know what? No, that never felt right in my gut. Yeah. And my personal revelation says, now I do think you have a mess. If you've got someone in that position saying, now I need to tell the church what to do with that. And what we all probably need to do is stop fighting over that and just own our own revelation and say, well, this is telling me it's wrong. And so I am called to help people who are being hurt right now. But we've got to be able to say, I don't feel right about this.
Yeah. Well, that's the comma that's missed here with Elder Oak's quote, with them ending with of all people, for Elder Oaks to be saying that, and the comma being, okay, let's hear the story about the woman who came up to him in state conference, like, my parents received revelation not to pay tithing. Well, they're off.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you know,
there are limits to
in
this.
almost every instance, I received personal revelation. If it contradicts what the brethren are saying today, not last year or the year before, 20 today, I'm out. I'm not worthy of the Spirit. I'm not following the prophet. I'm apostasy, whatever. Like, and I don't mean out of the church. I just mean like, I'm out of line. I'm off the covenant path.
Yes.
Because all of a sudden I received a revelation for me, doing exactly what the brother John, said his process of receiving personal revelation. That's healthy. It's amazing. It just can't contradict the current brethren.
That's right.
Yep.
And you can
keep
hold,
it to yourself.
Yes, that's it. You can hold that opinion, but you can't say it out loud
Yes.
to anyone. And if you have 100,000 followers, you really can't say it out loud.
No, yeah.
Because Julie, I'm guessing you felt that you had inspiration guiding the things you've been sharing with your, following.
Yeah. And that's what I would love to tell Jacob Hansen. Like, what if God's using me just like you feel like God's using you?
Yep.
Or your stake president or your area authority,
Yeah.
right? You probably might have said that, like,
Yeah.
but you
I
do feel
did.
that. Yeah.
I have felt guided throughout my life with decisions, and yeah.
All right. Well, I think we are all in agreement that this is a very important documentary, that it's courageous, that it's going to move the needle in positive ways. So I don't want to end in that way, because I think, can we all just say great job, Rob Reynolds
and it
Jim
models
Bennett?
Absolutely.
It models respect,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't other, which is such a huge problem in the church. Oh, those active members or those people who've left, or there's just so much othering going on, and this really models bringing all sides together in a respectful way, and I think that's revolutionary for the church.
Absolutely. And we need more of these. And look at this great discussion that this has spurred in us. And I hope
It's almost as long as the documentary.
Longer.
I think
Maybe
it's longer.
It's longer.
I think it's longer.
Go watch
That's
the
so on
documentary.
brand.
It's worth it.
Yeah,
It's worth
watch
it.
the documentary.
It's
Watch
so
the
good.
documentary.
Oh, see it midnight tonight.
I know. Exactly.
And don't be thrown off when things tick you off.
Yes.
That's good.
Because you know what? Thank the heavens it's there to be having those conversations.
Yeah.
I hope it opens up more conversations.
I hope so
I
too.
hope
There's
so.
nobody I wouldn't send this to,
Right.
In the sense that I hope that they see it. Like,
Yeah.
I want everyone to see
Yeah.
this. I love that it exists.
Yeah.
I love the people in it. Seeing the different people pop up that I look up to, that I've read, that I've gone to lunch with, that have guided me, and I'm just so grateful for them. So yes, we're all being critiqued.
Absolutely.
But
And I love,
also,
amazing.
I love the audacity of
amazing.
Robert saying,
Yes.
I'm going to do this.
Yes.
I'm just going to put it out there. It doesn't exist, and I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
I love it.
You know what? I would love to hear people like Never Mormons view of this. Like, did it make them want to be a part of it, or was it like, this is crazy? I would love to hear
That
that.
would be very interesting.
I could do an episode. So Never Mormons, if you watched all of An Inconvenient Faith and want to have a panel
I think that'd be so cool.
Oh my gosh.
where
it
we
would be
get your
That is
feedback.
crazy.
I would love that.
What you need to do, Never Mormons, is as you watch it, write the time codes of the parts that you think are most shocking or cool or interesting or controversial. Write the episode and the start and stop time code, and we'll get Julia to put together the clips, and then we'll do an episode.
It'd be cool to do
It'd be
one of
so
those
cool.
call-in ones like you did a while back,
Yeah,
right? Where
yeah.
people can call in and they get 3 minutes to kind of talk about
Oh, that'd be
their
cool.
Maybe we'll
piece.
do that.
That'd be
Super
awesome.
cool.
It's really cool.
Because I'm curious to know, like, does it tip the scales like toward or against from people who they don't have, a dog in the fight. So,
And I want to know how many people this is going to reach, that the documentary that is going to reach, that this is really, really helpful. I mean, I saw in just some comments of people like, man, if I had this when I went through it,
yeah.
it might have changed my trajectory.
Yeah.
It might have, and this is just, it's what I felt like. When I first started having questions, I just longed for someone within the church that could hold space for those,
Yeah.
and not just be like, okay, yeah, you're having
Yep.
problems, but like, oh, what are those issues?
Yeah.
Oh, I can see how that would be troubling.
Yeah. validate. And
yes, like I just wonder how many people will be helped by this.
Let me end with this question. And first, let me just thank Trevinon. He's been moderating the comments from Europe. It's like super early in the morning there. So Trevinon, thanks for your help with moderation. And of course, Julia, thanks for assembling these clips. Let me ask you one last question. Mm-hmm. Alternate universe, you were raised with modern approaches to church history where the gospel topics essays are out there and youth are being inoculated, right? And you're raised in a church where the Restore and the Faith Matters movement is very strong and is growing, which is the way it is right now. The Faith Matters, the Restore Conference is Progressive Mormon General Conference. Mm-hmm. It's big and it's growing. Faith Matters is big and it's growing. And the church is allowing it. And in that way, by not killing it, they're supporting it and endorsing it.
It's revelatory. Anybody who hasn't gone to a Restore, go to a Restore. It's like you're sitting there, I'm sitting there, and I'm like crying. And I'm just like, this is what church should be.
And it's coming up soon. So
I think it's this weekend.
Yeah.
It's
so
26th and 27th.
Oh, okay.
So here's my question to all of you. Like, we all have our scars and our wounds and our baggage and our shrapnel because of what we went through. But it's fair to say the church is trying to course correct, whether it's treating women better, treating Black people better, treating LGBT people better, being more honest in its history, even in some cases admitting prophetic infallibility in the case of Uchtdorf and others. Like, the church is moving in all the right directions. Mm-hmm. So is there any universe where anyone here in the panel would go, you know what? This is a church I could stay in. So in other words, Julie, if you hadn't have been pushed out, Beau, if you hadn't have been mistreated or devalued or misled, and Jen, I think you're still sort of in. So I mean, but okay, so if you had Maxine Hanks as an advocate for the church instead of Maxine Hanks as an excommunicated, whatever, is there any universe where y'all would be, or even today, are like, maybe I should stay? So that's my final question. I'll let Jen, all of you go first.
Okay. Yes and no.
Okay.
So yes, does my heart long for a place where I can be in community with other people who are open-minded, who are open-hearted, who are trying to live the gospel, who are noticing marginalized people, wanting to make space for them? Yes. Like, no brainer for me. I would be part of that. My no is just that we are still in a paradigm with Progressive Mormon General Conference where we're not making enough space for people to have their own individual journey. It's actually my biggest complaint with post-Mormon, Progressive Mormon spaces is people need a space to have their own journey and need to be heard. And what we do is we put the same 10 to 20 people. I mean, this happens with Thrive too. We put the same 10 to 20 people in front as the experts, and people sit there and give their authority away to the new authority. Mm-hmm. And I think that a really robust spiritual journey needs to be more encouraged to have your own personal journey. And because it wasn't any of the things I needed in Progressive Mormonism, I found other spaces that have given that to me. And my life is so enriched because I have outsourced some of my spirituality to spaces that are able to do that are able to help me develop my soul in a way that is divorced from dogma, is not totally divorced from theology, but is divorced from dogma. And I wouldn't have found that without it. So I'm kind of glad that it was dissatisfying to me to find those things that have been so just soul expanding and beautiful for me. Without it, I don't know if I personally, my personality, would have ever had the connection to whatever divine sources that I have today without it. So yes and no.
Okay. All right. Beautiful. Beau?
There were definitely moments watching the documentary where my wife and I looked at each other and were just like, did we make a mistake? Are we making a mistake?
Can we make it work?
Can we make it work?
Now in the modern
which
church.
is what we did for many years.
Yeah.
Right? Many years. And so it brought those feelings back up. That's a very familiar space that we're that I'm very familiar with. I think that, first of all, I have no certitude around would I ever go back or not, because I have nothing but curiosity. Who knows? I'm open to anything at this point. I currently participate in the church exactly how I want to, like in every way that I want to. I go to ward parties. I go support friends, mission farewells. Or baby blessings. If somebody needs help setting up a TV or whatever, like I'm happy to participate in certain ways, and I do still. And and I spent 3 years looking behind the Wizard of Oz curtain and studying the depths of that wizard to a depth that I never would have ever imagined that I could. And in so doing, I stepped out of this, what I thought was a massive, huge, eternal sandbox of spirituality. And as I stepped out of that Mormon spirituality into realizing, like the field, right, that this a massive sandbox. In fact, there's this beautiful beach, and there's just these little boxes that are created along the beach. And I choose to walk along the beach now. And I just can't even fathom the spiritual experiences that I've had now in the space I am. I can't even fathom being like, you know what, actually, I'm going to go put the baby back in, put the toothpaste back in the tube. I'm going to go back into this little sandbox, and this is going to be enough for me. And I know that sounds like there's moral superiority, or there's, I've graduated from Mormon. I know it reeks of all of that stuff. For me, it's more of this massive expansion of spirituality. And I just can't imagine letting go of the beauty that I've discovered and experienced in the last 3 years.
And Jana and Beau, y'all don't see progressive Mormonism being compatible or even supportive of individual spiritual exploration?
I do. I just don't think that I think Faith Matters is amazing. They're friends. I love them. I love what they're doing. It's so important. We don't get anywhere without that, I think. And I think that we can do that individual path within the church too. But a certain personality type, like mine, that just gives all my authority away to whoever is just going to tell me the right thing, it is not going to take me where I need to go. The way they're doing it, yes, it's going to open up more conversation around the history, and we can get more real with it. But spirituality is so much more than that. It's so much more than knowing what happened and what is right and what is true. It's not divorced from it, but there's more. There's more to it, and that is what I really want for myself and for other people. And I think even the church as it is, even without progressive Mormonism, but Mormonism is set up for this. It wouldn't take too many tweaks, but it would take some tweaks to make that available to everybody. I think that's what we need. We've talked about all the things it shuts down for women and for different people in different ways here. I just want to open that up. And I think it can be done anywhere, but we've just got to get out of this. Like, it's only about the truth claims. It's only about, I mean, there was a clip, go look at the clip that Deidre says in this about just, giving each other charity, give each other charity in the way that we're talking about this and the way that we're doing it. That's what I want. Yeah. And I want people to be able to have the dignity of their own experience and to be able to chat with somebody about that and have the other person say, wow, I've never thought about it that way. All of us need that experience, not just, well, let me quote what somebody else said because now they're my new authority. I just think there's a danger in it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I love Faith Matters. I love Restore. There's a danger in it stopping there.
Yeah, I think so. Like that's, I also, it also comes down to like the parts of Mormonism that have blessed my life so much, I still practice. I have brought with me on the journey down the beach. There's nothing holding hard work and honesty and love and and
Service.
these great values, right? There's nothing that's holding them back. They're chained to the sandbox. The beauty that I grew up with and was raised and have practiced my life, I've brought with me. I just don't have to step on the landmines of sexual shame, of cognitive dissonance, of Mosiah 3:19, enemy to God. Like I don't have to be afraid of all these landmines that are in my sandbox anymore. That's amazing.
This is what I always say, and I'm sure Julie is going to feel the same way with her clientele, that I have never seen anyone deconstruct. People deconstruct the right things. They deconstruct the things that are damaging. They don't deconstruct the deep values, the honesty,
Because there's no need to.
No,
there's no need.
I've never had someone come in my office and say, I'm thinking of robbing banks, and I'm thinking now that I don't really need to love my neighbor.
Yeah,
no one does that.
I'm gonna love less now.
Right. I think I've just given a little too much love to people.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't happen. We deconstruct, which tells me something.
Yeah.
That the human soul is deeply trustworthy, especially if you've had a decent upbringing. And Mormonism gives us that.
Yes.
It gives us a really good upbringing that helps draw us to those deep values.
All right, Julie.
Okay,
you get the last word.
Yeah, the question was
take away all the trauma. Take away all the trauma you have experienced in the church.
Yeah.
And being pushed out. Now that you see progressive Mormonism really taking hold, if you were to subtract all the trauma, is there anything about the current progress and direction of the church that might be compelling for you to stick around?
No, because sadly, it's not what I thought it was. And so just kind of like both of you were saying, I'm taking, it's like it was this, and now I feel like I'm living this, and it's part of me, but it's so much bigger that, it would feel like going back in this little, and I've lost trust, I think, with the institution. Like, oh, you're not what you claim to be. And that's really, and I can see all the good things, and I appreciate all the good things it's given me. But I'm having just recently stepped away, like 8 months ago. I feel so light. I feel so free. I feel so happy. I feel so much more love. I'm more in the present. And so it's really hard for me to imagine going from here to here. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I'm curious and open to whatever that could change, but at least where I am now, it's hard for me to imagine that, given the journey that I'm on.
And people ask me all the time, like, John, if you could make the church change 10 things, would then you go back? Like, if the church would say, okay, Julie, I'll do your top 20 things. If the church were to ask you that and then do the 20 things you said,
yeah, but it's not.
Would you go back?
It's not just about doing the things that, or stop doing the things that are harmful. I've just come to fundamentally, it's not what it claims to be. And that, so going back to how, it just doesn't feel like that is possible, but I'm open.
Yeah. I mean, can I say one thing about that I see? And that is that progressive Mormonism is not a monolith. And this is kind of what I started saying at the beginning. There are different ways to hold this. And there is a segment of progressive Mormonism that is just to use a Brian McLaren framing of simplicity, complexity, perplexity, and harmony. They're pretty comfortably right in complexity, which means they haven't really gone to is this what it claims to be? That perplexity stage is a whole different animal. And there are a whole bunch of people at Restore and that Fall of Faith Matters. They have both. And I think they better serve the complexity than they do the perplexity, although they are very open and very empathetic to the perplexity. And some are there. But I think that perplexity is what gets you in trouble with the church.
Yeah.
What's the difference between complexity and perplexity?
So complexity is, okay, you start with simplicity, and you're all about the authority figures and the simple message. Complexity is, well, we can look at the problems. We can look at polygamy. we can look at all all of what's going on in this. And I think all of the conversation most of us have around it is in complexity. Like, we just got to, have some better explanations for this. And there's probably a 10-step plan that can help you get through this. That's complexity. Perplexity is what is this? What are prophets? Is that real? Is there even a God? Is there who am I? What has this?
Internalizing it.
I mean, and it is in a deep, deep place of questioning of like the ground has been pulled out from under me. And that is a different thing. And I don't know that anyone has gotten to the place where we can wrestle with that, because that's the place where that individual comes out. There's no 10-step plan for it. There is only ministry. There is only sitting with you and letting you know you're not alone. There's only letting you go to the bottom of whatever question that is without fear of what that's going to mean, because I trust you and I'm going to be with you to pop out on the other side. That is a completely different thing. This is not just, let me give you some fancy answers about how to cope.
And I will say there are people that are core to the Faith Matters community
who do
I
that.
Have those conversations
privately with. Agreed.
Right.
Privately.
But as a group, there's no place for it.
There's no place for it.
Well, and to their defense, it would fall apart pretty quickly if they did.
Yeah.
So I love what they're doing. They need to do that. And also, it would probably help some people who are in perplexity that are looking to Faith Matters to know that and to be clear about it. Because for me, I could not just do progressive Mormonism. It is going outside that into the places outside of our community that are doing perplexity and a different kind of reconstruction that give me the tools to even survive in progressive Mormonism. I didn't get them within our community. I went outside our community. I supplemented there.
It's like Richard Rohr falling upwards.
Yeah, Brian
McLaren.
Right.
And it's not just them. I mean, that's where I have a deep connection to the Center for Action and Contemplation, and they're doing it. But there's a whole host of just beautifully spiritual people out there that they partner with sometimes, but that are out there writing books and doing things. The Rachel Held Evans, the Rob Bells, there are so many people in that community, and it is so healing and sometimes less threatening than doing it within our community. Because we're young, we're new at this, and we do not know how to hold perplexity. We really don't.
There aren't a lot of religions that do perplexity. I mean, I think
for sure
probably some versions of liberal Judaism, maybe Unitarian Universalists, maybe some extreme versions of Catholicism.
Fowler says the organized religion seeks to maintain stage 3 out of stage 6 out of 6 stages. So they don't exist to do that. That's not their core function.
It's not.
And it seems like it's the mystics, it's the prophetesses outside of organized religion that are the ones that are kind of leading the way for the perplexity.
Absolutely. And there's a theoretical place. Ken Wilber talks about this. Richard Rohr talks a little bit about this. There's a theoretical place where we could have, you'd have to have leadership who understands this whole territory that could hold both. I've actually had conversations with some people outside our faith, pastors who have been able at times, it didn't last, but at times to hold like a progressive church with an Orthodox church together in one place. It can happen, but it takes a really savvy leadership to be able to hold that together.
And it's probably exhausting.
And it probably is. We haven't gotten there yet, but there is a theoretical place where we could have a conveyor belt through development of faith stages, where maybe you meet with these people and then it's just not so painful when you fall off the cliff. There's someone to catch you and shepherd you through. Right now, that's disjointed. You've got to go searching for it yourself. But that's why I say, if I were born in it and I was inoculated, and in some ways I was I'm one of those that I'm like, you didn't learn that? I learned that. I actually knew everything that was in the CES letter before it ever came around. And I'm like, okay, well, yeah, there it all is, all in one place.
But you didn't get perplexed. You didn't go into
it did not perplex
perplexity
me.
until you allowed it to sink in and internalize. What does this mean?
Well, I had to
me
have my own
and
cognitive
for me?
dissonance in my own life
Mhm.
that opened me up to a new way of seeing it. Because it's not about what to see, it's about how to see.
Yeah.
And that's the part we're still not getting to, is the how to see.
And that's where the catchphrase right now of, oh, I read the CS letter and it strengthened my testimony is so hot right now, right? So hot. I keep hearing it again and again. And it's because of the how, right? They're not digesting and internalizing and reading it in such a way that that I could see it clearly. Because I read it when I was bishop, someone gave it to me.
Yeah.
I read it, the whole thing, all 85 pages as bishop.
Yep.
Praying every time that I opened it up that it would not hurt my testimony, that I would have the Spirit and help me to understand it. But I didn't digest any of it. None of it did I say, what does this mean for the way that I view my church?
Absolutely.
And how I'm going to, dedicate my time, talents, and everything with which the Lord has blessed me to it.
Absolutely.
Until I did.
Absolutely.
All right. So Elder Holland's deathbed. He remembers, oh my gosh, I had these 2 lunches with this guy named John Dehlin. And I actually told him that I wish there were 100 John Dehlins.
100,000.
100,000 John Dehlins.
Wow.
Call John Dehlin. I want him here for this very moment. To which he reaches out his, lovely apostolic hands, and he holds your hands in them. And he says, Brother John, come back.
And then he gives a talk in General Conference where he says that in a wide way. We are welcoming the members like John Dehlin.
What do you do?
Well, man, do I lie to him and say, all right, I'll come back, let him die, and then do whatever I want? Just to be kind to the man on his deathbed. That's one option.
Like he was kind to you at lunch when he said he wants 100,000 John Dehlins in the church.
I think it'd be. I really miss church. I want to go back to sacrament meeting. If I thought it wouldn't make Margie furious and my kids furious, I think I would occasionally drop into sacrament meeting.
Hey, you came to mind. My farewell talk.
Yeah, no, I went to a ward activity last week. I went to a golf scramble as a ward activity. It's the first ward activity I've been to in 10 years. But I do miss being in a ward, and I miss knowing my neighbors, and so there's a lot I miss. And when I watch an Inconvenient Faith, and when I go to Restore, I feel really strong pangs of like, man, what if I had just shut up and not done the podcast, or what if I'd done the podcast 10 years later? Could I have avoided, being kicked out, and then I could have stayed and I wouldn't have had to choose? I still feel all that stuff.
Yeah.
But, I think it would just go against my own values to either lie about the temple. I don't want to be, this is what it came down to, why I didn't shut down the podcast when the ultimatum was delivered. I don't want to lie and go against my integrity. I don't want to be silent. One of the reasons I don't want to be silent is because I can't justify all the people that are being harmed in the church. And if I'm just silent, then I feel like I'm complicit in the harm. So I can't lie. I can't shut it down. I don't want to deceive people. And I don't want to be a second-class citizen in my own church. I don't want to be, everyone else can go to the temple, but I can't. Everybody else can have all the blessings and I can't.
And
so
the church taught you all of that.
Yeah.
They instilled it in
for
you.
sure.
And then you took your integrity.
Mormonism led me out of Mormonism.
Yes.
Yeah. So unfortunately, Elder Holland, I can't do it.
Well, I love you anyway.
I'll see you on the other side.
Or not.
All right. Well, I feel super bad. On the one hand, I feel super bad that we went 5 hours. On the other hand,
John, we wouldn't expect anything less.
Trust me, this
We
is
blocked
surprising
out
no
the
one.
day.
Yeah.
This is surprising no
well,
one.
I don't think it's all my fault that we went 5 hours. Can I
No.
say that?
That's the
not.
expectation. It's,
Okay.
the
It's never all your fault, John. You
Okay.
ask great questions, and this is
And
a
it's
place
been
where
awesome
those of us that come here are just dying to have good conversation like this.
You're
Yeah.
saying
And
you had
I'm-
informed consent. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Yes,
and I am
we knew
actually
what we signed up
knew.
for.
we
Come
did,
on.
and honestly, John, I'm so grateful for the way that you have provided this. I can't imagine a world where Mormon Stories didn't exist on my journey.
Yeah.
So I'm just so grateful for what you
Yeah.
do.
Same.
Me too.
Thanks, y'all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So does that mean we should do this again, but just 2 hours instead of 5? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, sure.
Are you
We
all
can
signing
shoot for
up
that.
Do
to?
it.
We can shoot for that.
Can we be the
Inconvenient
change
Faith
we
Part
want to
2.
see? What?
Inconvenient Faith Part 2.
I just,
We'll be
you know,
here.
if all we did is once a month,
Mhm.
pick the top 5 issues that happened, current events
Mm.
that happened that month, and just talked about it for a
I'm
couple
totally-
hours.
I'm in. I love this group.
We could order wings or pizza. what are we ordering to eat? Burgers, what?
Whatever.
Thai?
Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm in.
I'm down.
Whatever.
I'm down.
All
Change
right.
it up every
I'm
month.
down.
That's right.
All right.
And go watch An Inconvenient Faith.
Yes.
Go
Yeah.
watch
It's
it.
fantastic.
Share it with
Yes,
your
please.
friends.
Important work.
And-
Hopefully, the
and-
future of Mormonism.
Yeah, and watch some of the discussion around it because there's some
Yeah.
great fun. I mean,
Yeah.
I would pay admission to what happened between you and Bill and
And
our
Bill.
Oh yeah, that was awesome. It's like John the Apologist is coming out.
I love it.
It's
I love how they
awesome.
pegged you with Jim. It's great.
It
And
was
Jim's just
so
like, I
awesome.
love it. It's great.
That's fun.
So good.
Oh, thanks,
All right.
John.
Well, we love you, Robert. Thank you.
We
Thanks,
do.
Jim. Thanks, everyone who's involved in An Inconvenient Truth. Thanks, Julie. Keep up
Inconvenient
the good
Faith.
work.
Thank you.
An Inconvenient Faith. I keep doing that. It's An Inconvenient Faith, not Inconvenient Truth. Julie, maybe I know more than many what some of what you've experienced. And so from the bottom of my heart, thank you for all you've done for our people
Thank you.
and the sacrifices you've made to help make our people healthier.
Thank you.
And thanks for coming on the podcast.
Thanks for the invitation.
Jana, thanks for all your wisdom. You're
Mhm.
like a wisdom bomb.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You're a human wisdom bomb.
Thank you.
So thanks for coming on, neighbor.
Yeah,
You're like
neighbor.
a block away.
I know. We're neighbors.
I haven't seen you in a couple of years.
I know. It's so
weird.
not okay. It's because we're not in the same ward. That's why we don't see each other. We live in Salt Lake and we're a block away and we're not in the same ward. That's why we don't see each
Oh,
other.
makes sense. And Beau, thanks for making all this happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks
Let's
for
do it
joining
again.
me.
Can we do this again?
Let's do it again.
All
I love
right.
it.
All right. Hi to Heather if Heather's still watching. That's Beau's wife. Okay.
Delightful.
Cool.
Thanks all.
Thanks, John.
Yeah.
Thanks,
And thanks to
everybody.
Julia for moderating Timecodes, show notes, moderating the clips, all that stuff. Thanks to Brooklyn for post-production. Thanks to all the donors that make this possible. Thanks to all the viewers who follow us in the live chat. Please share, like, subscribe, donate to Mormon Stories if you can, mormonstories.org/donate. Thanks to everyone who makes this possible. Be good to each other, be kind to each other, watch An Inconvenient Faith, and we'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care, everybody.